Welcome back, one and all, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. Sorry we're a little bit late. We were trying to get all the technical issues going out, but I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Fools, and we've got Shivamon Prod behind us, by the way, who is having a birthday. So happy birthday. Thank you for joining us on the LPL for your birthday, as is tradition of all esports. But it should be a fun one. We have a banger tonight. 2 back-to-back best of fives, starting off with this Weibo versus IG series.
Yeah, this is a really exciting series for me personally getting to watch because we've got Rookie versus Xiaohu in the mid lane tonight. And honestly, growing up playing League for like over the past 10 years, I've seen these guys pretty much the whole time, always kind of aspiring to want to be as good as them. And you'd think that they're on their way to the retirement home, but they would beg to differ. They would say that they're at a pretty good spot in their careers. Their prime is not past just yet. And so we're going to see tonight whether that's true or not, Mazel.
I guess we are. Let's go ahead and take a look at the playoff bracket here, and let's go ahead and take a look at what we've seen so far, because yesterday, obviously, we had an absolute gigabanger to kick off the playoffs as a whole. 3-2 JDG's favor there to take down Top Esports, knock them down to the lower bracket. Then we had the 3-0 by AL, clean sweeping WE, and here we are tonight with our further matchups.
Yeah, tonight we're getting to see that Weibo versus IG and that BLG versus NiP. I think personally we've got ourselves a bit of the closer series on paper, of course, with BLG probably likely to stomp NiP in the latter series. But what we have tonight, I think this could be anyone's game. I know that IG really did get stomped in the first kind of part of their run this split, but I definitely think that they're the similar caliber to Weibo and that easily either of these teams could come out on top.
Absolutely. And moving forward a little bit quickly as we try to brisken up the pace of this pre-show to keep on tabs, we also got to do some awards, and we decided to separate some awards between the different groups. So here tonight we're unveiling the Perseverance All-Pros. This is the fan-voted All-Pro. A lot of EDG members in here, obviously with the tie up in top lane. But some thoughts on these here, Fools.
Well, I mean, how could it not stand out? But my goat Monkey just chilling there amongst EDG practically all on his lonesome. Just, of course, the fans are going to vote Monkey. I mean, he's just such an iconic legend. I mean, I got to shout out I Will Dominate for some of the praise and, well, opposite of praise that he put on this guy's name. And so, yeah, he's my favorite amongst this list. But I definitely think that EDG has been showing themselves pretty good performances. So you could see them on here.
Well, we're going to go ahead and look at the broadcast voted Perseverance All-Pro here as well. Some definite changes. A lot of NiP love from the squad here. Monkey nowhere to be found, but Xiaohao taking his place there, and Karis in the mid lane for WE.
Yeah, and what I like about this one is the placement of Karis. I really think he does belong as that Premier All-Pro in the group Perseverance. I definitely think that he could be letting up against Knight or up against Cream. You know, I think that it would be no problem for him. So I think that down here, this is kind of his show. And yeah, and as for Xiaohao, I think he's definitely low-key. Maybe he belongs here more than Monkey, I'm not going to lie. So I think the talent has some pretty good voting skills, I'm going to be honest.
Well, let's go ahead and move onwards to our rosters here. We'll give our first one, IG, taking to the stage after some very tough losses to make it here. Obviously, then a nice resounding sweep over OMG. That's got to feel a little bit good. But moving into this one, I think the journey to get to this point for IG and walking through exactly what they had to go through, because they were at the end of the stick there at the group ascend meetings, it felt like. And then through some tough times, obviously, you know, they ended up losing to NiP in those play-ins, having a second life, though, and being able to take down OMG. So there was a little bit of recovery, but is it enough to take down WBG, who, the last time these two teams met, smacked them 2-0?
Yeah, right. So sure, OMG did look pretty good, and you were able to completely wipe them 3-0, but is OMG the kind of team where if you can beat them, you can also beat Weibo? I mean, I definitely think their performance does have us question that their skill level might be back. You know, this might be finally IG finding themselves. You know, maybe Rookie is finally locked in, and maybe Sobro is finally ready to play in the LPL. We're just going to have to see tonight whether that's the case.
Well, I'm going to need everybody to close their eyes for just a few moments, because this next graphic that we're going to bring on screen, I need to get you in the headspace for. We're looking at all the history of IG. We're looking at the biggest moments. We're looking at the times when maybe you needed somebody to hope for, and now you open your eyes and you see it's Saburo, not the Shy, who is there standing tall. While we do have all the ads for the Shy and his Aatrox skin and Wild Rift, it's about Saburo in this top lane for IG, a guy that needs to find some solid ground, needs to step up for this team in any way, shape, or form, and maybe try to relive some of the Shy moments.
Yeah, I mean, the Shy probably being the most iconic player that I can even think of from the LPL. So to fill those shoes is the tallest task to ask. But if anyone can do it, I think that it's this young Korean star prodigy hailing from FearX, winning first place in practically everything he touched in that scene, finally making his way here over to the LPL to become and ascend into his form of the Saburo. I think it could be him.
As we take a look at the team opposing them here, we're going to look at Weibo now, and this team has definitely had a come up in the last half of the regular season and the journey into making it here, right? Top 3 is not somewhere we maybe expected this team to be when we were looking at the first couple weeks of the season.
Yeah, I mean, Weibo has honestly been on a bit of a roller coaster, somewhat reminiscent of KT of the LPL, if I may say. And I mean, currently they're at a bit of an important spot here, trying to see if they really are one of the teams who belongs in the upper bracket to be able to even take out IG, who's quite literally 2-9. So this is supposed to be less of a challenge for them than some of the other opponents. So we're going to see if that's even the case, or if this really is a challenge, which I personally think it's going to be from IG.
Well, an important matchup tonight that we're going to have to keep eyes on is that jungle matchup, not only with the on-the-field antics, but also the history between these two. JJ was supposed to be the guy. He was the guy that IG wanted to bring this star-studded 2025 roster together. It didn't work out. Slip-ups in Split 2, he was replaced in Split 3 by Wei, who is still on IG, and JJ was left to kind of fend for himself, having stints on that FPX team, then now finding himself a little bit at home on Weibo, and he has been having a splendid split in the latter half as well, finding a lot of pieces to play around, but it's that kind of history. I wonder if it weighs any, as this is the first time we're seeing these two guys go head-to-head in such a big premier matchup in the playoffs, with JJ having said, "My wish, I hope we can play the whole year." It didn't sadly end up happening, and here we are.
Yeah, we finally get to see the players in all their glory competing in these playoffs tonight. These are the fine gentlemen who are going to be wielding the keyboard and mice. I'm so excited for Xiao and Rookie, man.
Wielding the keyboard and mice, I like it. Oh, we got a new trophy. Nice. We saw it last night with the intros, but it looks even cooler when it's big on my screen, at least. I gotta say, though, we're seeing the walkouts here. There is a lot of weight on that jungle matchup, but I know something else that we really wanted to kind of keep eyes on for this series was that bot lane and how maybe chaotic it can get. But both these guys have been traditionally known as big team fight carries, mechanically sound in those chaotic 5-on-5s, but one has been getting the better of, it feels like, the entirety of the LPL, and that's Elk, who earned his first team All-Pro from the LPL official side of things, and really has had some incredible moments. And he was the owner of the top 3 most kills in a game for the regular season. They were all on Kai'Sa, which is an incredible accolade to have coming into a very tense playoff where 2 spots are on the line for first stand.
Yeah, so pretty much we're both taking a look at Elk here and his performances. We'd both probably think that he's absolutely in the MVP question, if not undisputed MVP so far. He has just been playing extremely well, and pretty much in all caps, if there's one message that we have to give over to IG, it's do not let Elk play Kai'Sa. All caps, period, full stop. That is the most important thing when it comes to the draft. Figure out the rest from there. Maybe pick the Kai'Sa yourself if you need to, but do not let that man play Kai'Sa.
No, it should not even be on the table. I would expect some bans going that way, or maybe they take it earlier on in the drafts themselves. But this is a bit of a different take, right? We're getting closer and closer to the game itself. This is a best of 5. We've seen multiple best of threes from these teams across that regular season, but we have not yet seen them tested in a best of 5. Coming into it, Weibo, they might have the upper hand on paper, right? We've seen some great performances from them. We've seen them beat down this same IG team, but a best of 5 can be a different place. And IG, they're just looking for a hero somewhere. They're looking for somebody to step up. It can't just be Wei running amok around the map and trying to find every advantage for IG.
Yeah, and honestly, it was the two of us who actually had the privilege of casting the very first best of 5 for this LPL season. It was WE versus Top Esports. And personally, from what I saw, it's a whole nother game. And I said it then and I'll say it now. It goes from chess to checkers as soon as you go from fearless best of 3 drafting to fearless best of 5 drafting. We've got all these kind of champions to keep in mind. Elk Kaisa at the top of that list. But it's just going to be so exciting to see how these coaches take us through these pick bans.
Maybe they just live it up for game 1 and give themselves a, a 1 down loss here. Maybe IG just want to get it off the table. But we're looking at those bans already. Weibo, they are going to have that kind of first pick set up here, but it is going to be the LeBlanc Nico Vi ban that they chose. It's the Oriana J4 and the Poppy ban from IG. So knowing Dede wants these picks and taking them away from him, Rumble first pick for Weibo.
Yeah, the LeBlanc ban interests me the most. And I mean, if there's any player who you're banning that from, I suppose Rookie would be someone who comes to mind.
It's either Rookie or Xiaohu, one of the two.
Exactly. That's going to be a big champion in this particular series. We'll see if they keep banning that. But yeah, a lot of the OPs left up here, Rumble, Varus, immediately snagging those. Rise is one of the more sketchy champs because let's say there's some champions who do really well into him, such as Cassiopeia and Anivia. So we're going to see how that goes. But again, a very strong champion, completely S tier in his own right. So we got a really, really powerful
old man's pretty strong
here.
Yeah, he's been pretty strong. We'll see.
Blue man, bro. I don't know. It's something about those blue genetics, man. I don't know how he does it.
It's just something about it, man. We're getting a pretty aggressive 3-piece from Weibo right now with this Pantheon for Dede to really take control of the map. Something we've been looking forward to him doing into this matchup against Wei, and the Azir coming in for Xiaohu.
Yeah, and that is honestly my favorite character to play, my favorite character to watch, and my favorite character to cast. So I'm so excited to either be proud of or make fun of Xiaohu's Azir tonight. This is gonna be very interesting one way or the other. And that's probably why you want to ban LeBlanc, because Rookie would be cooking him. Rookie locking in the Zins out for Wei there. So that's gonna round out the first stage of the draft. I mean, who are you favoring here? I mean, I gotta go with the team that has Azir, man.
The Azir, I mean, that's a little biased, I feel like. All right, the Varus of the Rise do give me a lot of promise for IG's comp, but I do wonder where they kind of tee things off here, where they get that momentum going for themselves, because Xin Zhao, obviously a very classic pick for Wei, but something that also wants to be in that skirmish conversation, wants to be taking control of the map, much just like the Pantheon is going to be. But in the second phase, we already get the Lulu ban, we get the Ezreal ban, so some bot lane focuses for both teams.
Yeah, the Lulu ban is pretty interesting because they're already showing Varus, and typically you want to build poke, so Lulu's not that great. But it's because they have Xin Zhao. I feel like enchanting Xin Zhao is just so OP because he's already immune to damage. If he's also getting shields for the people who can damage him, he's just unkillable. So that does make some pretty good sense. And it's going to be it's going to be IG picking next because they're going to get the last pick blue side. So if you're picking next here as IG, you definitely want to save your last pick for top or support. Which one do you think needs the last pick more?
That's hard. I personally really want to see Jue on something easily handleable, and also maybe something that goes into this bot lane matchup, because when he finds engages, I think that's when he's looking the best. We get the Ambessa ban with a little bit of that flexibility over towards IG from Weibo, either trying to keep that pick for later or take that away for right now against Saboro. But it's a lot of options still available for IG, and obviously they won't have that kind of setup just yet to figure out exactly where they want to use the counter pick. But the Ashe comes through. It's something that's been rising in priority in the support role too, but it could just be that Varus top that we've been seeing all over the place.
Whoa, you just blew my mind with that last point there. I'm like, wait, is this just Keria, Halo Blades, Ashe? Like, we're just back? Like, Bandle Pipes, question mark? But the Varus also has flex.
There's
so
a lot
this
of
is some
flex.
crazy cookery where the Varus can go top, or you can just go like Hail of Blades.
Are they cooking too much though? Is the pots burning over at IG's kitchen or what? We're in the Iron Chef right now.
I mean, it's hard not to be, but Varus into Rumble, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's pretty good. I think even if you have barrier or exhaust or something, you can still just lane against him and it's no big deal.
I love all your analytics. I love like your deep analysis. I could go on listening to you for hours. They picked Jin on 4, so Weibo win game 1. I'm sorry.
Weibo win game 1 is but it's Elk Jin.
They picked Jin on 4. Like it's the combination. You 4 Jin. Like it's easy as that. The Karma is going to make the Jin lane very strong though.
Yeah, so I mean, if it is the Varus Ashe bot now, I mean, cheers to that.
It's Ashe Seraphine bot lane.
They're so smart, by the way. They're cooking so hard. No way.
I like it. I'm here for it. I mean, both extremely oppressive bot lanes, and we said how much bot lane will matter. Photic has to hold on, and with this comp, he's going to be doing a lot more than holding on.
Yeah, I mean, all I can think about is the junglers just sprinting top lane, because if you're drafting Varus top in competitive, you best believe the entire early game is going to be caring about that. It might not be centered around it because one team might be willing to just sacrifice that being the weak side. Like, if it would be crazy to just leave Rumble up there and say, yeah, Zinza's pathing up to you. Good luck, have fun. So I would not be surprised to see both junglers pathing up, and I just have no idea what to expect. This is such a clever draft, though. I love it so much. You get the Seraphine Ashe and you get the Varus flex. Wow, just wow.
Hey, it's something, you know, we've seen from both of them before on IG. It is a very damaging, very pressure-oriented composition in that bot lane 2v2. I think the Jin Karma gives a little bit of pushback there, though. The poke damage can be extremely strong. And while maybe looking at the top lane early on for the junglers, I do still think a little bit of love could go a long way in that bot lane 2v2, because whoever gets an advantage down there really puts pressure on the other bot lane, but also opens up all the objective conversations that you would want to have with the junglers like these who want to keep pace, want to keep tempo.
Yeah, and it's just going to be a sight to behold. Let's get some gyos, maybe.
That's going to be a fun one. We got playoffs continuing. It is game 1 of the night. Weibo versus IG.
And it's just game 1, so the crowd's going to get a little more enthusiastic.
Still got all their
the
coats on and stuff.
You already know.
Comfortable.
You already know.
Gotta go get a hot dog or,
of course,
popcorn.
And I really want to go to an LPL game in person myself. You know,
they are insane, man. They are.
I'm so excited.
I've been to a lot of traditional sports games, and like, oh god, the energy is just such a different beast in the esports scene in China. It's pretty awesome. But we see the fruits of the labor in the draft of both bot lanes having that poke orientation here, Foles.
Yeah, so it's just an extremely volatile early game regardless, because as soon as you're having Varus and you're having these, like, look, of course you have to heal level 1 because it's just absolute war down here. Every click could just be the click that wins the lane, right? So we're getting level 2 first here. This is a huge trade from Weibo.
Yeah, and that's going to be the flash out of Photic. Get away from the chain from Arha. That's a really big utilization of the flash, because now big plays can come through. And guess who's pathing at least down towards bot lane initially? It's Jie.
Yeah, and we didn't get to touch on it much.
He's actually going top. He's doing the 3 camp
that is so
towards
illegal.
top.
This has to work, by the way. This has to work.
His game is in such a dire place. We can't get this to work. Is Saburo ready? Are we going to see it? We're stuck in the bush.
Clicking so
the vision.
far.
Saburo takes the bait. He takes the bait. He's going to go down.
Fine,
are they going to get him now as well? Saburo gets flashed on by both Weibo. And that's going to be JJ with the help of Zika claiming first blood for Weibo.
Wow, I mean, he goes down there, the Saburo, you know, filling in the shy shoes on the Varus top, which we got to see in the qualifier for Worlds last year. But Unfortunately, that's not what happened to the Shy. He did end up dying here on the Varus top, but it's a question of how worth it is, Mazel. I gotta bring it into question because the Pantheon and the Rumble both expended Flash, and now Pantheon doesn't have like any timers to go top for the longest while. He's gonna be stuck in the bot side for the next 90 seconds at least. And Varus keeps his Flash here, and Pantheon's tempo is completely behind. You see Xin Zhao finishing the top crab now. It means he's going to have some recourse. He's going to have some say in what happens next on the map. We got advantage Wei in the jungle.
Yeah, at least right now we're in that checker situation. One jungle goes, the next jungle has to find a response. Right now that response from Wei is going to be to back after he got done with his clear. So he will have a little bit more resources than JJ from his neutral camp clears, but he'll still need to find a way to be active. And Zika will now have to find a way to use this small lead that he's gotten to keep hold of that top side of the map.
Yeah, so if you look closely to the pings here, it seems that both junglers are well aware of the fact that this spawning Raptor camp on Pantheon's jungle in that top side there is going to be a point of contention because Pantheon's just now starting up the blue. And this is Xin Zhao finishing his recall as well and already having cleared all of his camps. So Xin Zhao really wants to take his time here to get the enemy Raptors. And Rookie looks like he could probably facilitate that here, coming off a recall himself, having the Ghost. I don't know if Zika could come. So unfortunately, it looks like Wei is just not going to really have enough time to get the enemy Raptors. But we want to see a counterplay from Wei here. He still has Flash.
That deadly flourish connects. That could be a dead Photic. He again has the barrier, but no flash. Those chains can be very deadly against Photic, as nobody has come towards this bot side, but there is still a small pressure advantage for Weibo's 2v2. Should be bouncing back and forth here now, as we do see both junglers back up in the top side of the map. But about this dragon coming up in about 10 seconds. The priority on bot lane is going to start mattering even more if they do want to start getting those stacking early.
Yeah, so it's a very interesting timer here because Xin Zhao has at least 40 seconds of dead time now where none of his camps are going to spawn. So, like, it feels really awkward to just recall and click on the dragon. You don't really have the conditions for that. So maybe they're going to look top with Rise Ult here. I would love that a lot more.
They are going to look. Not level 6 there for Wei just yet, but Rookie's going to pop that Realm Warp, try to get Zika, try to get a little bit of the gold back at the 3 Talon Strike with the Chains of Corruption. Does all connect. The Equalizer misses the minion wave by a little bit, and that'll be some recompense for IG. Meanwhile, on the bot side, that double is going to miss from Dway, and now the lockdown comes Photic's way, and JJ gets his first kill of the game, and that's going to be his second assist at least. 2-1 for Weibo. And potentially the Dragon going their way too now.
Yeah, and I was just about to say IG is so back because that play onto Rumble is absolutely astronomical. I mean, now Varus having this gold lead is probably going to be able to oppress him, if not for the rest of the game, if Rumble doesn't find some kind of timer soon here. But unfortunately, Photic, from his previous flash burn,
Xiaohu was trying to lean. He was trying to go for a play on a Rookie, but the play has been put onto him. Wei ends up saying hello and gets the kill for IG right back.
Yeah, I'm going to have to rewatch that again, but I think Xiaohu got rooted as he initially ER'd in, so he didn't really have the timing to flash there. I mean, Rookie really making good use out of both of his spells there. That's why I really like going the Ghost into Azir, whether it's Ryze or Syndra or honestly a lot of champs, just because movement speed is so useful.
Oh, the flash from JJ right onto Rookie's face, and he goes down. That's going to be a level 6 JJ now. Wei coming over, does have the Crescent Guard available, can block a decent amount of damage, but also can dish it. JJ is going to try to find his exit here. Arha is doing a decent amount of poke, and that was truly a kill set up by Arha right there onto Rookie.
Yeah, I can't help but just be a bit surprised as to how chaotic this game is. I mean, I'm so surprised we got even
Arha
more
is
combat
a menace
here. But yeah, like to have Rumble die and then Photic die thereafter. Oh! Beautiful ulti from Photic.
Get baited. Wei just takes the easy cleanup kill. Arha caught with his mistakes, and now the Dragon cannot be finished by Weibo.
That is so convenient for IG. They get the beautiful kill onto the extremely aggressive Arha, immediately into the Drake start as well that Pantheon probably otherwise would have gotten. So it's not like it's just one Drake, it's also like the opponent gets -1 as well. So that is so huge. Meanwhile, Sobro here is just so grateful that that's how it's looking down there, because he's just going to be scaling up nicely, and that's going to really put IG in a good spot for this game. Really close spot, though.
Oh, man, another bait play on the bot lane, this time onto Elk. They can't get the finishing kill onto it, and Deadly Flourish will go wide again. Unfortunately, he's missed almost all of them. It's going to be something that might come back to bite him later on, but this is going to be a nice little triumphant back and forth between these two teams, and I love it because it's fully centered around Wei and JJ. Not only that history we talked about, but they are just going blow for blow here on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, that lore was so exciting, or so interesting to find about, and that's why this is so exciting, is because you were telling me how they were having that talk back then of when JJ really wanted to stick together with Rookie, and it was with the Shy back then, but he really wanted that to be his team, but they benched him, they replaced him with Wei, and now JJ has been making this name for his own, where he's really proving that he might just be the better player, and we just have to see.
Another big play coming in from JJ, that will be the curtain call popped. Ooh, missing that third shot's going to come back to bite him. Fourth shot, not enough. If he hit that third one, maybe it makes a difference, but it's going to be IG pressured off of their turret on the bot side.
Yeah, because I don't know about you, but if I got benched and I was playing against the person I got benched for, I would go my absolute hardest. So that's what we're looking at here with both these junglers 2-0-1, Maza.
And honestly, he did. I mean, if you remember the last outing of these two teams, Weibo kind of ran them through the ringer, not gonna lie. It was a pretty big slackening of a 2-0 for Weibo in that case. Obviously, the first meeting of these two teams was at the very beginning of this winter split, and a 2-1 victory for Weibo, so they've definitely had the upper hand of IG, but this is an IG that has been showing some teeth themselves. They already got the first dragon, and now they're looking at the grubs too, all three of them, while JJ is still clearing his side of the map.
Yeah, this is an IG who's having a really good start to this series right now. I didn't fully catch what happened down there in the ball lane, but to both survive and both spend flash, I think you're pretty happy with that to get the grubs and the Sins out pressure in the top side. If he gets away with these Raptors and can just full clear, he's going to be up like 16 CS, but JJ's here.
They're going to go fisticuffs now. He's got a level advantage on him, but he has a lot of damage. Crescent Guard's going to be used. Rookie comes over the Realm Warp. Here comes Xiaohu, though. Big sweep under the turret. Wei just tries to go for the kill, but dies. That's a big pick from Xiaohu. Unk's got hands, baby.
Yeah, Xiaohu says, what are you realm warping into? This is my territory, and knocks them straight into his tower, really making good use of the Azir R there to knock him over that huge wall. So Wei just getting knocked like 500 plus units across the map. That's extremely good counterplay from Xiaohu there. And I thought it was extremely aggressive out of Wei. I wasn't really liking that fight. And meanwhile,
now they find a little bit of an angle onto Saburo. He is very strong, though. He's level 9, does have the barrier, but he's not strong enough to get away from the damage of Weibo. He gets answered in the top lane, and now I'm just going to say Arha having an incredible opening to this series. He has been all over the map, affecting every single lane, and this tag team duo of him and JJ are really going to town.
yeah, that tag team duo is really going to town, and meanwhile our MVP down here is just fully withstanding the 1v2, losing what, a sliver of HP if none. And yeah, Sobro there, that death is not quite as excusable as the first one. I mean, Pantheon sacrificed so much to kill him the first time. That time you should have known, and more combat.
The flash from Arha, you madman. That's going to be the encore coming in, but here comes JJ with a flash Q to get the kill. Arha is not going to survive. Fota gets a little bit of mana back, but he will be taken down as well by JJ, who goes on to a 5-kill spread already in this game number 1.
Yeah, suddenly, ever since the junglers were both 2-0-1, JJ has just fully taken that matchup by storm, being 5 kills here on the Pantheon with everybody on Weibo having the gold lead. This is an extremely different spot than it was a few minutes ago. I can only wonder what IG's best hopes are. They've got the first Drake. Perhaps they can hopefully finesse this second one. Otherwise, it looks like Weibo has a really big snowball building here.
And then we have Dragon in about 30 seconds, but something I wanted to highlight was this has been a trend for IG. They are aggressive in the early game, a lot of the time led by Wei, and sometimes he's a little overzealous because he feels like he has to make every play for this team. And that little microcosm between the turrets in mid earlier might just be a little bit of a sign of the symptoms. But that Dragon coming up is going to be in total control of Weibo as they take that bot lane. IG going to look for the top lane answer.
Yeah, I do like the counterplay here. They should always be killing Rumble. If he lives, that would be a shame.
Got flash. He's going to flash preemptively to get away from the prison, and he is out of there.
That is a shame indeed. We're committing the 4 champs up there, and Zika just completely leaving them none the wiser, flashing out with his Nimbus Cloak. That is so good because the commitment from IG is so much to try and make a cross-map play on the opposite side of this Dragon. Now let's see what Weibo does because they have a turn of their own here.
Get a lot of gold here as well with that bot lane, and here comes their play on top side. They are fully committing to this. Grand Starfall not available, so Didia will just have to walk his way there. It looks like they call off the play. The turret is gone. It'll be the first turret of the game going in favor of IG. Here comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Right onto the Realm Warp from IG and the Wombo combo Haymaker onto Arha.
Okay, I must admit, that did give me some low-key goosebumps. I have not seen such a good cross-map play, and it's going to have more.
Oh no, Saburo misses the Chains of Corruption, but it doesn't matter. He's got all of his teams there as everybody except for Photic joins in on that top lane play, and they get a little bit more damage on the top lane tier 2 as well.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like IG was just a bunch of lost, like, ducklings or something there, but suddenly they made nothing out of something, or something out of nothing, rather, and that find there onto Arrowhead with the arrow into the Realm Warp, I've honestly never seen that, using the global in conjunction with the Realm Warp. That's so extremely well played out of IG. They've totally found something out of nothing, Mazel. I can't help but emphasize it.
Be big to play off of. Still, decent chunk of a lead for Weibo. We will have another objective to force over in about 30 seconds on that Rift Herald. Now, IG have done a good job of keeping control of the map itself in certain ways. Really grouping up together has been the biggest strength. I will say, though, little slight thing is Photic's still behind on his quest. Really needs to get that thing completed as quickly as possible. Losing out on gold comparatively to Elk. You do wonder how quickly that's going to come online, and especially now that these first items have come online, does your prognosis of the next fight change at all for either side?
Yeah, I mean, luckily the quest proc's not going to necessarily impact the current amount of power that he has, but he really does want to finish that ASAP so his power level can increase as soon as possible. But yeah, I mean, if anything, Mazel, as Weibo, you might just want to cash out this cull here on Jhin, really make use of that gold lead and materialize it in the inventories. But I mean, I think they're just in a stronger position regardless, so there's no real need to play like that. Again, they're doing this thing where they're all playing together.
They've got the improved Blast Cone to try to make a play on the Xiao, who does have vision there, but the improved Blast Cone brings you so far, he'll be able to shifting sands his way away, he'll be just fine. But do you favor IG now? Like, do you feel like they have a good chance to fight now that they have kind of the Dusk and Dawn completed for Saburo and these next 5-on-5s are looming?
Gosh, I can't help but think not. I think that Saburo is looking pretty strong here, but you don't want to be grouping yet.
That's going to be the swoop and dupe there for JJ as he gets the kill over. As Rookie has fallen, now Wei going to rely on the TP coming in from Saburo to really help out. The Dusk and Dawn is going to be doing work here, but they do lose Wei. The frontliner is gone for IG. They traded one back, but Saburo will soon fall just off the back of it to JJ, who gets another kill. Another big pick onto Wei, and he's just going to go up the long-range shot from Zika. The red carpet is rolled out for you, my friend, and that 5-on-5 is not going to matter much anymore, is it, Foles?
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was just about to say, is I don't think we're ready to group. I mean, look, we're putting together the pieces of our next item here on the Varus. We're probably about to buy a Nashor's Tooth. I just don't think you TP here as Sober. I think you just let Rookie die and life goes on. But, of course, IG waning or sounding all of the alarms saying that, oh, they dare step to Rookie, we must punish. But, unfortunately, you cannot. There are no consequences of the negative variety for Weibo here, and IG tried to change that reality, that which they could not, even losing Jue's flash here at the end of the play as
God, that's brutal, man. That's like one of those facepalm moments every time in solo queue. Like, I just shouldn't have flashed. I was going to die anyways.
Yeah, I mean, quite literally. But we look at the scoreboard, it doesn't say much more than a 3K gold lead. It feels like more, but if we look at the inventories, nothing is too scary here. I mean, the Jhin inventory could be a lot. Both junglers have Sundered Sky Cleaver. You can posture here as IG. It is difficult, but you can.
They'll move in. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will hit onto Zika, actually, and they did get a prison onto Elk. That's going to be an encore onto 3 members. JJ trying to cleanse out and trying to get out, but he can't do it. Now they get 1 kill in return. Xiaohu going for the sweep, and that's the Emperor of Shurima to you, as that's going to be a full, clean sweep of the fight, and that's going to be Dragon for Weibo as well. The only 2 members left are Saburo and Rookie, and maybe they try to find a pick somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, Xiaohu must be a fan of the Party Rock Anthem because every day he's shuffling, baby. Come on. I mean, that he didn't even have to flash or nothing. Just a quick EQR light business. They're going to get the second Drake, and the gold lead not increasing all too much, but it can't help but feel like the game state is crumbling apart here, man.
Just a little thing for Saburo there. The charged Q plus the Chains of Corruption look very similar on that skin. He tried to double cast it on top of each other. Now we look back at the play here.
Yeah, I mean, Xiaohu pulling up, and apparently both of the squishy carries are standing exactly on top of each other. Xiaohu says bet, slides right in, scoops him up, delivery system right on top of the rest of his team's damage source, and they just get completely deletified. And yeah, that's really good for Weibo to secure this second Drake here. But again, it's somehow, some way, this gold lead is not growing all too much. So IG... maybe with this Roa proc, maybe with this 2-item Varus, maybe with a few more items, man. They can get somewhere, can't they?
They could, maybe. The team fighting, the scaling, it's definitely there. Something we talked about for the teams themselves. JJ, though, he's gotten his gold down a little bit. He still has another shutdown, but he had a 700 gold shutdown before he died right there. He does still have the Rift Herald play, though. That's going to be a lot of standing gold for Weibo. They just got to decide where they want to use it, either top or mid.
I mean, one fact that remains of any given League of Legends game is the mid lane tier 1 tower is extremely important. But meanwhile, in the top and bot lane, they don't care about the mid lane tower.
Yeah, coming to save old Zika here. He's going to find Saburo, and unfortunately, Saburo is just an ADC, even though he was playing in top lane, and a 8-1 Pantheon will grace Summoner's Rift here for Weibo and for Didier. As Photic trying to do fancy V. Oh, didn't get that one. 4th shot. This is the one that matters. Oh, he hit it. All right. Well, Elk just has the better of Photic. He's going to dodge out of another deadly flourish, but Weibo just going to keep pressuring, keep pushing the buttons of IG.
Yeah, overall, it's pretty good that you're able to trade on the opposite side lane with Ryze slaying Azir there, but they're going to go ahead and try raising this tower. There's still a whole extra plate here. This is pretty big to have your tower survive the Rift Herald, but I don't know if they can keep this standing much longer. Elk is pressing every click forward here. I mean, it just seems like a matter of time before he raises this.
Keep trying to pressure, but that I gotta say, that tier 2 in the side lane, yeah, it got a lot of value. And we actually didn't see this here, the Realm War coming through, and I was wondering why Xiaohu was dead. He got ganked, and they lose a tier 2 tower because of it and his life.
Yeah, that's the kind of look that you do need here as IG. You have to have some kind of favorable outcomes take place. This looks pretty cheeky. I'm not sure if Sobro is going to show here. I would expect him to shadow behind. And I don't think it's going to necessarily net them anything. I feel like it's pretty likely this is a fight, though.
Zika took the bait. TP going to come in. Equalizer is there clearing the wave. The TP is going to be a little bit late, but JJ and Arha are here. TP arrives. Xiaohu just gets obliterated outright. A double kill for Saburo. That Dusk and Dawn is doing so much damn work right now. A triple kill for Saburo. We asked, is he going to be the one to step up? Can he be the one? He's got a quadra kill now. He's looking for the penta, but it's going to be Rookie and the rest of the team locking down Elk. One more piercing arrow. No! It's going to be taken by Photic!
Oh, that was his moment to ascend from the Saburo to the Shy, but he couldn't quite get the penta. So beautiful, though, for IG. How did they find that? God.
It's called Dusk and Dawn. It's this new item that they introduced in League of Legends in 2026.
Yeah, I mean, Sobro is waiting from dusk to dawn to be there for this play. He was literally waiting in the shadows, and I don't think Xiaohu nor anyone was expecting or prepared for this. He just dies in one hit, barely gets off the Emperor's Divide, which Sobro so cleanly backsteps. And at this point, the Varus is absolutely online. Press the attack, Dusk and Dawn. He's doing so much damage. Just look how quickly he's taking them out. And the lower they are, the more damage he does. And they're all just getting lower by the auto. It could very well have been the Penta.
Let's see how egregious it is, Photic. You didn't need to do it.
It's so close. It really is, man. But at the end of the day, like, that Varus Q can only be charged for so long. You can only wonder, had he waited. Here we go. He's just going to one-shot him, no?
Yeah, I almost with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, too. Luckily, Zika did flash away from that one. But that gold lead that Weibo had meticulously grown is gone. Shattered in the blink of an eye by Sapporo, the top lane of IG.
Yeah, I mean, according to the AI metrics there, it looks like IG's win chance shot from like sub 50 to 63% right now. I mean, I guess this Varus is just fully online and cooking. This Chemtech Drake is not territory Weibo wants to give up at all.
I get that soul point. They want that decision-making power, but they've lost so much confidence. There's no Enchanted Crystal Arrow or Chains of Corruption at this moment. Chains of Corruption is such a short cooldown. It'll be up very soon, but it looks like they don't want to make a proactive play. IG going to wait in the river, not go ahead and necessarily fully burst down the dragon just yet, but with this vision, they will be able to know that Weibo don't want to commit, and Elk gets flashed on by Rookie. Rookie will have a little bit more damage back there onto Zika as well. They do end up getting the flash out, or at least the cleanse out of Elk, but that dragon will be IG's.
Yeah, that's pretty nice as IG that you're not having to fight there, because, I mean, the Varus having no flash is an absolute target, and you already know the man who we've been discussing for the majority of this match, the JJ, wants nothing more than to slam directly on top of Sobro's forehead and take him out after what he just did to his team. But it's just going to be a waiting game. We're just going to have to see if Sobro oversteps or if JJ can find him, because if not, this Varus is just a wrecking ball destined to take out Weibo's Nexus.
Unfortunately, we're also starting to see where Elk is losing a little bit of his value, maybe gaining. Oh, if he didn't miss those two shots, maybe he missed his third. He hits the fourth, but it's onto the tanky target, and now Xiaohu will get double locked down, but does get away from majority of it. Elk trying to show his worth now, trying to look for a dancing grenade, goes for the kill from JJ onto Wei, but that'll still be the flank getting locked down by Weibo. They finding pieces, they're finding the puzzle here. They just need the corner pieces, and it looks like Weibo are going to corner in IG. Wei is going to try to get one kill back, can't do it. JJ gets the kill there.
I mean, thankfully Wei gets a lot of damage down there before going down himself. That's probably going to prevent Weibo from starting up this Baron, but there's a lot of fruit. There's a Karma. Their health bars are going up. They want to fight this. They want an aggressive look here.
I don't know. This is dangerous. No big ults except for the Realm Warp there, and Rookie just obliterates Arha. That's going to be a deadly first. It does connect. The double is going to land, getting the root onto Xiaohu. The Baron's still at a little bit more than a quarter. It's going to heal up, and Rookie is looking for a little bit of a flank angle. He knows he can just one-shot some of the squishier members here. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow is not available. You saw the Hawk shot there, and Weibo will be denied the Baron and forced off the play.
Yeah, a really brazen Baron start there, in my opinion, from Weibo. I mean, like I said, as soon as Wei gets down that much damage, I would say that prevents them from starting it. How does this all even transpire? It's a look onto Dre here. This Deadly Flourish landing leads to the next 20 seconds of combat, because now both teams are trying to either press the advantage or prevent the enemy team from doing what they want to do. We see TPs come flying in, and I think this equalizer from Zika makes it so hard for Sobro to play. He's trying to find some ground to deal damage on, but look, Zika just takes up all of that space right there with the equalizer, forcing him all the way back. But yeah, like I said, thankfully Wei and thankfully Rookie were able to get those chunks out towards the end of that fight so that Baron attempt did not succeed.
And I'm just going to say a little bit of hindsight 2020. Elk, you definitely earned that all-pro, but man, those bullets hurt Jins around the world. You're getting so close to taking down Joy, but can't do it there. And now they're going to try another little bit of a pressure play for Vision up towards this top side of the map. but it's still a dead even game. Looking at third item completions across the board here soon. Majority of members have already completed that, including Saburo, who now has his Zanyas.
Yeah, I mean, once Elk does get that fourth item, though, you know, Jin with the magic number 4, might I say, he is going to be so online, just one-shotting everything with his 2K gold lead. So as much as those shots were painful to watch, once that LDR or that mortal reminder does come in, he's going to be absolutely taking names next time a fight like that happens.
The thing to keep in mind on is that bald blue man is getting to his fourth item as well, and also has that kind of little bit of a boost he can use there, and being able to try to find now these next fights coming up with the dragon in about a minute. It would be that sole point for either side, but right now Weibo are pressuring up topside, trying to clean up some of the standing gold on the map, and Xiaohu will take down the outer turret and pop the sun disc.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring that up. Rise has 4 really powerful things or tools in his toolkit right now. With the summoner spells, the stasis, and the actualizer. It's going to be really fun to watch Rookie in this next fight to see how he makes use of all of those. I really want to see him get a Void Staff ASAP. You just see all those Merc Treads coming in. That'll really actualize his damage. But for now, he is extremely strong, irrespective of that fact. And let's see if Rookie can take over this fight with his gold lead.
Oh, and Chan Crystal on Elk. He cleanses but dies. Saburo puts him in the dirt. It is now a 4v5 ahead of this dragon. I think IG will take those odds.
Yeah, and this is a moment where your cortisol hits the roof as Weibo. You are so concerned about what's going to happen next. Your most valuable member, the MVP president, just goes down without the enemies using anything. He's just one in Chana Cristolero. He's cleanses and dead. You have to stop them from getting Baron somehow here, and it's not going to be easy.
Almost like he got hit by a bazooka. I don't know, man. But in the end, it's going to be a little bit of a setup from Weibo, and I'm wondering now if they feel confident to even set this up. This is a traditional T1 play here with the Realm Warp into the pit. But it is going to be IG burning down the Baron. Dede not looking like he wants to go for it. Does have Flash, can't go for the smite. Dede misses it. It's going to be Photic that gets the Baron. The Equalizer is going to do some work, but Dede trying to get back over the wall, but doesn't have any exit tools. His GA will be popped. Xiaohu trying to do some damage over there as well, but I don't think he's going to have nearly enough. The Encore hits on a double, and now they're going after Xiaohu. Xiaohu has to go gold, and he's already used Emperor's Divide and Way. Goes for the kills. That's going to be a double for Photic.
Oh, it's just so beautiful and glorious. I mean, why is this so complicated for people to understand? I swear. Like, if you just kill the most OP carry, just flip the Baron and win the flip. It's not that hard.
Okay, well, they end up finding a little bit of a recompense here. It's going to be Rookie just using this damage profile to run the members of Weibo down. He wants to kill Elk. Can't do it with the bounce there in the end, but they did end up finding a little bit of a pick onto Zika, and that should be the push down mid lane. With this Baron buff, they could go for permanent damage here.
And that's what I love about League, and that's what I love about LPL is, just think about 2 minutes ago, we would have never seen this coming. IG's literally knocking on the door, Mazel.
They are. Do they have what it takes to finish the job here? You gotta remember, the last time these teams met, they did not win a game, but now they're on the cusp of winning their first in this best of 5. And they will just end up taking the inhib, backing off, getting some of that healing back, and resetting on the map.
I mean, I am still just in awe about how they went from the back foot to this. This curtain call is a prayer, as is this Pantheon.
My God. Desperation, did you?
Why are they clicking forward, Michelle?
Oh, IG took the bait. IG took the bait. Oh, no, it's the entirety of Weibo that just surrounded them. That's the IG team faltering at the last moment. In the moment of greatness, they lose 2 key pieces to the puzzle, and now 5 members of Weibo don't have anything to go grab out on the map.
I mean, you can lead a horse to water, but you cannot make it drink. All they had to do was just escape the recall cancel range, and they would have walked out of there with the highest percentage chance of winning the game they could have possibly dreamed of. But now this game is, again, anyone's battle. That's a really huge 2 picks there onto Sobro Photic, giving them all this tempo to help set up the rest of the map and reclaim what they just lost. And wow, I can only wonder what made them click forward there. I feel like they must have thought they were fully flanked and could not have lived. I mean, surely they didn't think they could turn and win that, right?
I think Rookie was also potentially leading them on. He did Realm War, but didn't take it in the end. But just maybe some communication faltering for IG. Doesn't matter. They still find themselves in a little bit of an advantage. We still have about 2 minutes, a little bit less so, for that next dragon of the Chemtech Soul. It would be Soul for IG. It would be Soul Point for Weibo. I think that's what we're gearing up for next here, Foles.
I mean, you know, I can't help but think that in the year of the horse, these teams should learn how to use these momentous moments and run with them, because IG has been given the blessing of a lifetime here. It's just a matter of how fast can they run, or will their mistakes catch up to them?
You got to remember, oh, they found Saburo. He does still have the flash, but he just goes down. He ends up not using his flash, and now Weibo, they smell blood in the water. Xiaohu tries to go for the kill. That's going to be a fourth shot that lands from Elk. It hits home, and all of Weibo strike into the hearts of IG. Elk's going to outplay Rookie too, and IG have lost everything.
I mean, they might have something here if this blue man can run like Forrest Gump.
He's got the moves. Oh, he doesn't have the moves fast enough. He's got Realm Warp, but I don't think it's going to be fast enough to get out. He's going to try to get some damage back.
Okay.
Elk gets taken down. Rookie trying to get as much back, but he gives 1,000 gold over to JJ, and now Wei will end up paying the price as well. He goes down to a double kill to JJ.
All right, but we can't help but take stock of, is this dragon going to be last hittable as IG? I'm afraid not. It looks like we have ourselves the fateful 7-dragon game, Mazel. I have no idea who's going to end up with this soul anymore. This game is just a complete question of who makes the final mistake. Because first it was Weibo, now it's IG. It's just going to be whoever gets the last laugh.
I like that statement. Who makes the final mistake? That's truly the epitome of the LPL, as we see Saburo gets completely caught, has no chance to use his flash unless he had preempted it.
Yeah, and then Xiaohu here gets the flash out from Jue, gets completely sniped by Elk. A little alley-oop, if you don't mind. Meanwhile, these two just absolutely booking it. I would have liked to see them maybe try and get the fruit and play with that HP, but I mean, that is just such a difficult spot to play from. Anyway, I was touching on that Void Staff that Rookie needs to pick up. Once he gets that, he's going to be extremely strong. Unfortunately, he did have to complete the Zonias because he burned the Stasis already. But I'm telling you, man, once this Rise gets that Void Staff, he can literally delete the backline, or pretty much anybody, actually, on the enemy team in a matter of maybe 1 EQ, maybe 2.
Yeah, I think the main damage pieces are going to start shifting. I mean, if Elk and Photic are free hitting, obviously ADCs will always have a little bit of wiggle room, but we're really looking at Xiaohu now to pick up a lot of that damage profile for Weibo, and we're looking at Saburo and Rookie now, even with the setups we've seen onto Saburo, to still be the linchpins for IG in these next fights. We have Baron coming up in about 20 seconds. If either team wants to kind of force it, we do have a lot of damage, in very quickly so, to be able to burn that down. But it's looking like a good old-fashioned NARAM here. All 5 members of both teams circling around the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is a NARAM game if I've ever seen one. You just have to. If you don't, you're going to get snapped on by the Rise or the Pantheon.
That was just
we got to keep
W.
eyes
Jeez.
on Soburo, man. This Varus can either do 10,000 damage or 0 if they find him at the start.
Whoa, okay. I just wanted to check it. Didn't have the scryers, I guess.
Yeah,
was not looking for.
fair
Zika just gets 2-tapped by Rookie, loses so
Oh.
much himself. JJ just wants to go for Rookie. Rookie gonna flash away. JJ now in some trouble. He has the GA. He has some time. Weibo are gonna try to forfeit the fight now. Maybe Xiaohu actually looking for a little bit of backline access onto Saburo, who's gonna pop the barrier. That's still gonna be JJ falling immediately. Wei still has his GA. Xiaohu getting caught by Photic. Xiaohu going golden, but he will be left to rot. And IG gonna find a third pick. All it takes is one mistake, and Weibo were the ones that made it. IG take full control.
They have no mid wave, so they're not going to be ending mid here. They're definitely going to get the Baron. Oh, they want to end top. They do not care about the Baron. I respect it. This is so based. I don't know if it's going to work, though.
They're going to try to barrel it down. They've got the minion wave coming. They're going to try to get this turret down and take down the base. Is it going to be fast enough? It's up to Elk and Arha to make the defense here, Foles.
He's got Cleanse coming up any second now. Do they know that? He has got Flash. I mean,
they can't wave clear though. They don't have
Pantheon,
the wave clear.
12 seconds, 13. Sure they do.
I think that's just the
but
inhib.
can they even get the Baron
inhib.
now? This was such an expensive tempo decision. You already know that Weibo's going to be sprinting at this soft Baron contest. Oh, no. Pantheon has ult, Mazel.
Well, last time both junglers missed smite, so maybe it's not up to the junglers this time, as we'll see if he can get in the pit. It's going to be burning down so
TP.
quickly. He's got to use it now if he wants to do it. Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes out perfectly
Lucky?
timed. Elk just gets absolutely chunked. Grand Starfall way too late from JJ, and now Weibo look like a bunch of chickens with their heads cut off, but maybe they can form one giant chicken Mechazord as they take one down. It's Rookie already gone. JJ baiting the entirety of IG while Weibo surround them. They no longer have the Realm Orb. They no longer have the exit. And IG, they are going to try to walk their way out with the Baron buff. It looks like they'll be successful. Dway maybe left a little bit to his own devices here.
I mean, they just got circled like sharks. They're just being corralled all the way into their fountain. This is exactly what I saw coming when I realized they overstayed for the top inhib and couldn't end because the enemy has such good tools to stop your Baron start at the latter half of that play. And the problem is you have to start the Baron. You can't just recall because then the enemies are going to get it. So they force themselves into this extremely precarious position, all because they tried to end top, whereas they could have just gone for the Baron and claimed that the Weibo mistake for themselves, but instead they made a mistake of their own.
How many mistakes do we get, I guess, is the question here, as we're getting to the long con. We got about a minute left for this ultimate dragon. See who's going to end up claiming this soul that they've been both meticulously working towards. And I want to break down, at least with your guidance, a little bit of how these fights should work. Who are the big stars you're looking at to make the difference?
At this point, Rookie with the death cap instead of the void staff. You know, I don't know how I feel about that. I would have loved to see maybe turn something else into that. I feel like Rookie's not going to do that much damage to anybody who has a null magic mantle. So it's going to be Elk who my eyes are on. And even Photic and Sobro are really online. I would put Sobro above Photic though. So let's say Sobro and Elk. Eyes on
ADC
those
from
two.
the top lane versus the ADC in the bot lane. We'll see if Jhin can really come clutch again. Not the biggest hyper carry, but a good cleanup crew. Really need JJ to kind of stick the landing here. It is going to be Weibo with first shot at the dragon. They're going to start it up here. Zika's a little bit far away from the team. He's going to have to connect, but he might have a good angle. Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes in. That's going to be the Mikhail's at least. JJ going to try to go back in. JJ, he gets it. He hits the dragon. That's the soul going to Weibo. Now it's going to be them trying to exit here. They do not want to take the fight. They're going to try to get out with this Baron buff, at least on Xiaohu. I think JJ might be in a little bit of trouble, though, with IG giving them a little bit of their own medicine. Grand Starfall exit as he takes the smoothest taxi ride out of the bot lane.
Yeah, the 1v5 Grand Starfall Aura challenge is complete by JJ there. That was absolutely swag. And he's got his full inventory right now on the Pantheon. You almost never see this. This champion doesn't particularly scale into the late game like this. But when he has all 6 items like this, these are all really good items too. He is very much online as the Pantheon, completely clutching the game with this smite. Nice Mikhail playing back here. Look at this Q smite. Bop. Does not get better than that. From 1700, clean, crisp. It's going to get them the soul, and now we got technically nothing to fight over for the next 2.5 minutes, but I would not be surprised one bit if we start clicking on each other.
But Fulls, man, how much of a payoff is this? This fisticuffs between Wei and JJ, two guys that have circled around each other so many times in the LPL. And here JJ is making his triumphant stand by starting off 7-0 on this Pantheon. He is saying that he has found his new home on Weibo. He's trying to bring that home now, though.
I mean, this is absolutely delivering on all fronts for this narrative of which jungler really was the better one. After all, we're literally finding out in 4K as we speak. JJ really making the case for himself, but a lot of the members on IG want this win just as much. I really want to see Rookie turn something into a Void Staff here. I feel like, oh my gosh, Mazel, you take over.
All right, he's going to go for the quick push onto the tier 3 there. Will just be one little love tap with a couple plates going over.
I thought they were about to just force the entire game to end there with some kind of Rise Varus front door, cancel the recall base race. But no, it's just a cheeky chunk onto the bot tower. But as I said, we need to see Rookie find an extra item slot.
See if they can do so, though. But Still waiting on that kind of final item there. You do have the QSS completed for Elk as well, so there's a little bit more safety still. A lot of tools on either side available for these next fights. About 1 minute and 20 seconds for that Baron. And we are getting to the point of the longest game of the playoffs, including play-ins, as well as potentially the most kills in the game here. We'll see how it turns out as JJ face checks a bush. That's just the mistake that you can't have. Weibo immediately flashing out. JJ is going to make it out to safety. Still has his GA. Everything is calm for now. Ultimates used on both sides, but IG want to press the advantage.
I mean, surely someone dies here, no? I mean, look how close and tense this is. All champions just firing on all cylinders, ready at the drop of a pin to just scrap, to just brawl. But somehow we tame the fight there, and Pantheon gets out with just his maw and his flash. But, oh man, you already know the next time everyone starts looking at each other like that, I don't think we're going to be let off the hook without any kills.
Got that Mercurial Scimitar completed for Elk now as well. So he is on full items. Everybody's starting to get to that point as well. As you had seen and showed that Rookie had already hit his. Wei is also on full items. Baron is coming up at that Elder Dragon in 2 minutes and 20 seconds. IG going to try to push the side lane. They're using double solo laners down here. Try to potentially catch Zika.
Oh, he could have gone for the R flash there.
They saw him.
Maybe Zika reacts to
that. They're going to try to burn the Baron.
They're going to start up the Baron here.
All right, what's the play going to be, IG? You've got decisions to make. The decision right now is to try to push the base. They're going to try to end the game. Baron is going down low. JJ going to smite that one away, and they got to try to get out. They got to try to get to the base. The TP is coming in from Xiaohu. He should be there to defend. Wei tries to stop him. The encore isn't fast enough. They are going to try to get out now. Grand Starfall coming in. Photic gets chunked there as now Elk opens up shop. The curtain call is there. It's going to be a double kill for JJ, and another one goes to Elk. The base defense is strong, and Weibo find another one.
Yeah, and Sobro trying to clear the wave before they get to it, but this Rumble's not too okay with that.
It's not enough. It's like watching Jason Voorhees run down his victims in the movies. Zika finds Sapporo.
Yeah, it's just so well played from Weibo there. Xiaohu being able to TP out, preventing IG from ending. You can't possibly clear this wave, can you?
Let's see, did Rookie have enough in the tank here? His last remaining member, still about 20 seconds for Jway. The base is crumbling. Weibo, they look to finish it ahead of that longest game. They don't want to be in that marker, and Rookie is going to be the final one to fall. The Bastion has crumbled. Weibo in a back and forth game one. Take game one of this best of 5.
GG to Weibo and to IG. I mean, we're running it back, aren't we? This is so reminiscent of the first best of 5 of the LPL playoffs. I would not be surprised if we get even more chaos than last time, because what kind of 45 minutes of cinema just unfolded before our very eyes?
It was so incredibly back and forth. Like, so insanely back and forth. The fact that we had JJ at 1 point 7-0 in the game, but the lead wasn't set. That almost pentakill by Sabor on the first blue side pick. Varus top lane, because that's just the LPL meta now, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, the Varus top lane just completely coming out of the woodwork with the flex pick in the draft. You don't really see the Varus first pick become the top laner, but I guess it was low-key working because Rumble is a hard champ to draft against. May as well take Varus with Barrier. It's kind of a cheesy counter. It did do the trick, and he almost got there. And it feels like they should have got there. It feels like Weibo was giving them not 1, not 2, but like at least 3 chances to say, come, win the game, please. I'm begging you.
Win the game.
And IG just couldn't accept the offer, man. How not?
It's honestly maybe a little bit of what we've expected from these two teams. And we had every iteration of these teams, it feels like, in this game. The missed smites. The ADC is the one that gets the Baron in between both junglers going for the smite fight. Like, we had that play from Wei in between towers where he dies to Xiaohu. We had so many back and forths in this game one that I expect that to be completely normalized for the rest of the series. But this is also the tragedy of IG so far this split and this year, is they can come out the gate swinging. They will give you some nice punches. They'll bloody you up a little bit. they haven't been able to close out games. And that's reflected in not only their regular season, but also their journey to get here. Yes, the OMG series was a banger for them. But every other series has raised so many question marks.
Yeah, I feel like that's what I really love about the LPL though, is like there are some teams like this where they're just not getting across the finish line. Like there's just some strategic errors or decision-making mistakes, right? But they have what it takes to win, clearly. I mean, they're literally able to go tit for tat, toe for toe in any of these given fights and just win and come out on top. But they just need that extra kind of formula. They got to work on that because, for example, remember, they got this beautiful look. They rise all to the top to try to end, and then they threw. There was at least another time where they could have gone for a more conservative decision, and they went for the aggressive one, and that backfired as well. So if they can just fine-tune that recipe for success just a little bit, I think they could have some kind of Krabby Patty formula here, man.
So is like Weibo plankton or like?
Yeah, I mean at that point I think so.
Yeah, all right, we'll keep that narrative going for sure. Hopefully we'll be getting the post game graphics here coming shortly, but I don't even know if I want to see that gold graph. That's going to be a crazy one for sure. I want to see the damage numbers though. I mean, I feel like I know it didn't win, but Varus Dusk and Dawn is a hell of a drug, and it only did 30k, so you know it is what it is. But that gold graph delivers every LPL meaning you need.
Yeah, I mean that is maybe one of my favorite gold graphs of all time.
How many lead switches are there?
Screenshots.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I didn't get to. There was at least 9 lead swaps in this game, which you know. That's a number. I mean,
this is awesome. No, I'm taking this gold graph with me, man. This is pure LPL roller coaster cinema. It does not get better. Look at the Ashe somehow last hitting this Baron miraculously with JJ just barely not getting it. And that narrative has been hitting so hard, by the way. The JJ versus Wei in the jungle. I cannot wait to see more of that because I hope we get more flips as well, whether it's Barons or frick, give us an Elder Dragon even, man. Come on, give us the real the real juice here. But this is just so spectacular. I mean, and this is what I'm referring to. If they can just have the decency, the civility to just back off a little bit more, just so you don't get teleport,
step up
deadly
here is
flourish,
wild.
curtain called, and all die. They have Grand Starfall, curtain called, double teleport, man. Just back it up one time. That's all.
So I guess going into a game 2, I expect the chaos. I expect it to continue being crazy like this. Are there big things you want to see or don't want to see from either side? I'll give you the first one as a freebie. Dway needs to be on tanks and engagers. I don't know. I'm not saying he can't play enchanters, but that man needs to be the frontal engage if IG want a chance.
Yeah, we've seen some good looks from Dway this season on those kind of picks, and it seems to me that the enchanter playstyle,
it's fine.
Yeah, that's totally valid, man. Nothing wrong with that. But clearly the enchanters, it was looking a bit scuffed. Like, I've honestly seen like some NA Seraphine players do better than that. I'm just saying, man. I mean, we're talking some of these flashes where he's dead
hey, you're in
anyway,
OQs. That's some of the best of the best, bro. Like,
you already know, man. You already know. So I think NA Seraphine hard clears this Dway performance. I'm gonna say it. I don't care if it's controversial, man. So I fully agree. We do got to be seeing that going into game 2. As for what else we got to see, I mean, yeah, I think Sobro in the top lane on these lane phase picks, it could be nice. I'd like to see him on whatever the equivalent is of whatever's left of like some kind of Rumble top lane. I don't know what that would materialize as. Maybe some kind of Aurora, maybe. I don't know. I honestly don't know. But the other champ who's just been somehow coming to mind right now is Akali. I don't know who would play it, but I would love to see a rookie Akali.
All right, well, some picks to potentially look out for. I expect, nice little TP exit there. That was on the base defense from Sabora and Rookie. Actually ends up mattering a ton in this fight, but very, very back and forth. And do hope that IG can kind of right the ship a little bit going into game 2. This is a best of 5. It's not something we've seen them face off against before. We have seen in the last series, Weibo definitely handled them, but you got to win at least 3. And IG have given me a little bit of a hope with this, that they can actually take a game off of Weibo at least.
Yeah, I mean, I truly believe IG should have won this game. So if that's the case, then surely they can do that again, if not 3 times. It's a shame that they don't get that point in the victory column now, because that would really lead to them having a pretty good chance of winning the series, just doing that twice more. But to do that 3 times, it's going to be a lot to ask. I think if they lock in whatever kind of pep talk or kumbaya moment they can find themselves, maybe if they can shut this guy down, they can do
I don't know if that's happening. The guy's on a mission against his old team, the team that benched him for their now jungler. JJ finds MVP for the first game of the series and his first of the playoffs. Really, really well done from JJ across the board. Again, I said he started off 7-0. He ended up 14-4. So at least keeping the numbers even and all that. But a wonderful performance from JJ, a wonderful performance from Weibo, who have truly amped up their level as time went on in the regular season. But that's it for game number 1. Before we get going, if you would like to support the LPL English product, please consider going and becoming a Coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL in every facet, since the vast majority of the payments go straight to the show, either paying the wonderful volunteers that take up so much of their time making this product a thing, and being able to pay our content creators as well. Subscribe to our Coffee, linked in the chat, to unlock perks like early access to content like our podcasts, and maybe in the future be able to ask some interview questions to those international interviews. That's it for game 1, though. We'll see you for game 2 next. Welcome back, one and all, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Foles. We've got Birthday Shivam behind us on prod, and we have a slobber knocker of game number 1 between Weibo and IG. Exactly what we expected between these two, and now we got to figure out what we get for game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, that is exactly what we just witnessed. I mean, the gold graph that I just took screenshot of,
One of legends.
Pure LPL. I mean, I'm looking at it here, and the blue team just gets so high up there suddenly at like minute 25, but then just come crashing down full roller coaster style. That's probably the main attraction, you know, why people are lining up for that ride. But gosh, I mean, I just want to see more of that. I mean, because it seems to me that even if one of these teams generates a bit of a lead, that is not a foregone conclusion at all as to them being the ones who win the game. It's really just a matter of, I mean, I think let's just have this be the narrative of the series. Mazel, tell me if you're with me on this. It's just a question of who makes the last mistake or who makes the worst mistake, who makes the least mistakes. I don't know how we want to go about.
There's not going to be anybody making least mistakes. All right, It's the last mistake that matters. There's always going to be mistakes. If anything, this season of LPL has definitely been one fraught with craziness, if you will. But crazy is our game, or something along those lines from way back when. It is, though, expected between these two teams. I think while Weibo have picked up a pace a lot, they have looked a lot better as of late, it is still a team that bears the moniker consistently inconsistent, because at any time we can find those drops, those lulls in this team. But I think somebody who really comes to the forefront when we're thinking about this next game, and hopefully we can bring that head-to-head up really quickly, is JJ of this mid, or at least the jungle head-to-head that we've had, because JJ went on a tear on that Pantheon in the earlier game. Wei had some good rebuttals there, a couple overextensions, but it's JJ who came out the better of it. And I think he's really got a point to prove here now that we're in best of 5 territory, in playoff territory, where these guys are finally going head to head again.
Yeah, I mean, this is really the meat and bones of this series. This is really where the heart of the series lies, is between the jungle position. Just a really, really close to home story about how JJ felt so strongly about that roster, only to not have the opportunity to continue, to be left to the curb, to the wayside, and filled in by Wei. I mean, you just know that's just exactly what's going through both those players' minds as they're on this stage. A real proving point this series is. So we're going to be looking close at that. I can't help but look closely at my two goats in the mid lane of Rookie and Xiaohu. And the best part is that those two roles are always interacting together, the mid jungle. So for me, this series is going to come down to the mid jungles for both teams.
See what they give themselves as tools this time around, as we do see the bans already from the Fearless system implemented. Couple big picks off both of these teams already. It's going to be the Orion and the Jarvan banned away by IG on that red side. It's going to be the Nico once again, the Poppy as well, this time from Weibo's side, and the Mbessa again for Weibo. We'll see what the first pick for IG is going to be, or at least first pick rather for Weibo is going to be, and what IG want to save that counter pick for.
Yeah, we're going to get to see the traditional first pick blue side for Weibo here. With Oriana and Azir out, those are the best mid blinds. With Varus out and Rumble out, those are some really good blinds as well. I'm a bit strapped for a good B1 here. I'm really not sure who. That's a good one. There you go.
You were talking about it, but unfortunately it's not in Saboro's hands. It's in Zika's hands, potentially.
Yeah, and that's the best part with this pick and why it's such a good B1 that helps really clue me in as to what you should pick there, because it's got that flex potential and it's good as a blind pick in both of those lanes. There's not any like crippling counters where you just can't play whatsoever. I understand in the top lane there can be some pretty tricky matchups. The Mbessa is already out though, so that's a really nice flexible pick to start off the draft. Answered immediately by that pairing though of Yunar Lulu. That is a good one, I'm gonna be honest.
It is, although it does, go anti to what we said we wanted for Jway. It is still something that's,
True.
It was banned away in game number 1 and has been picked a lot in the playoffs already. I saw the first pick just last night for AL, but we'll see. This is definitely opting into a more heavy-centric bot lane comp for IG. The Corki is going to be an answer right now from Weibo.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the Corki because I've seen a lot of drafting situations where they go for Aphelios or Jinx into the Unara just for this range supremacy kind of playstyle. But I feel like Lulu might just be like the veto kind of counter to all that, where if you have Lulu, you just get the movement
we're just talking
speed.
Valorant here. What is this? I was just joking.
Jeez. And he's there, and you can turn people into squirrels and bunnies and stuff. So I mean, Lulu's pretty OP, but Nami Corki is a really powerful duo. I think that is a good reason to draft the Corki, is to pair it with the Nami. You literally like one tap people with some Triforce procs with this combo.
Yeah, I really think the damage profile from Weibo is insane right now. Wei will get a Cold Comfort Classic in the Wukong though, and it gives him still that edge of skirmishing that both junglers really love to have, and especially in a matchup that's so contentious as this between JD and Wei, they both need those kinds of tools. And I'd love to see that IG are willing to give him Wukong. We're going into the second phase. We're going to see JJ kind of picked apart here as the Nocturne gets taken away from him. The Ahri is going to be the ban from Weibo towards Rookie.
I mean, given the narrative of this series, it's a pretty clever look here from IG to snag the Wukong there and then target the jungle pool. I mean, we're going to probably see 4 jungle bans coming in from the side of IG here, in addition to the fearless bans of the Pantheon Xin Zhao. That's going to mean 7 junglers off the board here, and that's really going to stretch JJ's pool thin as to what he wants to answer that with. So we will see. I feel like there's definitely still some solid picks available though. Like, I don't think you can possibly ban all of them out. So I'm going to see what he decides to go with here. But it's a pretty even draft in this first 3. I think we're not going to be able to really tell who has the edge in the draft until it finally rounds out.
See what that final ban is going to be. It's going to be the Silas, another really good comfort for Rookie, and something that gives him a lot of mobility out of that mid lane, which I'm expecting IG want to find things to get the map running so that Unara can be set up for that success later on. It's going to be heavy presence in the solo lane now as well, with the Renekton locked in for Saburo. It is going to be something he's been willing to hover towards so far this year as well.
Oh, and they have fully set themselves up for success. I'm wondering, why are we banning Silas? And that's why. That would be why. We got not just Malphite, but we've got Malphite and Gnar. These are 2 characters who get fully countered by Silas.
Hey, you said you wanted to see the Akali. Maybe we'll end up seeing this comp from Weibo feels so lethal right now. It feels like it has answers to every piece that IG are presenting. We're really going to need an upper hand from Rookie, and we'll see what he ends up wanting to go with. It's going to be the LeBlanc. It was banned away by Weibo in that game number 1. We've seen it. We've feared it from both these mid laners, but it's going to be Rookies coming through now.
Yeah, I honestly think that they were genuinely considering between the LeBlanc or the Akali there. And both of those are extremely volatile picks. I mean, we're not talking some kind of stable scaling mage who's just going to be able to clear waves and prolong the game. No, we are talking going all in on the roller coaster gold graph mentality, just fighting and aggressing and playing your heart out, which is what we're going to see from Rookie here. It's a very, very bold choice given that Malphite was already drafted. I mean, I think Malphite, it's a bit of both, right? Because of course you're picking an assassin into a tank, so that's kind of, obnoxious. But at the same time, you're picking basically slippery uncatchability with the LeBlanc. You're very elusive, and so you can't just necessarily just get one shot by these Malphite ults from out of the woodwork. You actually have some pretty good counterplay to that. So your kit is not going to be too effective here, but you're going to be able to use it to your advantage to stay alive. So that's nice.
He also, has a world championship skin on that champion. So, who knows? Is he going to use it? That's the biggest question here. But for both teams, this means a lot. This run. They have second lives, obviously. It's a double round robin. We didn't have that last year when both teams were eliminated in Split 1 in the first round of the lower bracket. Now we get to see them with a little bit more room to wiggle and a little bit more edge on their shoulders here. We'll see if this LeBlanc that finally made it through is the unlocking piece for IG as we go into Game 2 of Weibo versus Invictus Game. I don't care about this bot lane. I want to see mid lane matchup and the Gyos.
Yeah, we can hear them ever so faintly. I mean, I'm sure that if we level out this series at 1-1, that those Gyos are going to be coming in
They don't know.
stronger than ever. Is he there? Is that... Wait,
Yeah,
that's the enemy jungle.
They showed the vision. He did sneak there. He will be able to get that red buff without knowledge from JJ. Get a little bit of an all-in with the early heals that we've seen traditionally in that bot lane 2v2 go off in favor of IG for now. I do wonder, okay, it looks like Wei wants to go for a continued clear. He's also going to get the chickens. And there's still no pings coming from JJ, but you got to wonder if he thinks maybe something is going on.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just extremely diabolical and honestly going to work absolute wonders here. I feel like they have no clue that Wei is just going to get away with this heist right now. I have no idea how the coach found this pocket of fog of war for Wei to slip into, but he might just get all 3 quadrants here if JJ is none the wiser.
End up sneaking out now. He should be able to get out without any knowledge, and JJ has fallen for it. He's gonna walk in, he's gonna know that something is up, and he's gonna have to figure out what his next course of action is. It looks like he's gonna head up towards this top side and potentially try to go for Wei's red.
Yeah, I mean, this is how you can tell that he's a really smart jungler, because he didn't even check the red buff. All he saw was the Raptors, and for him, that was enough data to immediately sprint to the enemy Raptors. So his tempo is not even that behind at all right now, if he can get away with these camps, which I'm pretty sure he can. So, I mean, I say that, but I really feel like Wei might be able to get in smite range of the red buff, but I guess he's not really running straight for that. So it turns out it's just going to be a vertical cross map here.
Fotik is doing some work right now on this bot side, but both bot lanes with 3 members at least total at about 200 health. It is dicey down here. You do wonder if Wei would have an angle here. TP is going to be used in the mid lane, so both mid laners will go that way. See Elk trying to potentially get a reset off here, but JJ will end up evening the keel of the boats here between him and Wei, as he was able to clear back up evenly with Wei, and they will split the scuttles too.
Yeah, really well played there by JJ. He's actually, you're right, not looking for the crab start just yet. I think that was just kind of a stutter step. Didn't want to get seen by the ward on that particular frame. But he's going to get away with the crab. No shenanigans, no Wukong. This is shenanigans, though.
I don't think he's going to make it in time, but now Arha is by himself. It's going to be trying to get the bubble off is the big thing for Arha. He's not going to have help. Elk is on his way, but he's so far away, and Arha's going to take a brunt of damage. The heal comes through. The turret is going to get a couple shots off. Wei will end up having to flash away, but they do get first blood for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, that's one of those first bloods where, I mean, it's nice, but it's not game-breaking by any means. Alex's going to return to this lane here while Fotik and Jue. Fotik does get his recall off, so that's nice for him. But if Elk can just crash this wave or maintain this wave on his side, wait for Erha to show up, and then facilitate the lane out from there, they should be in pretty good shape, given that the gold went to Wukong. Not the biggest deal in the world. He didn't even use any summoners additionally. The heal was already on cooldown from level 1, right? So it's not the end of the world here as Weibo.
I can look back at the play and decently executed. I think the flash from Wei will be something that he wants back, but Fotik able to tank a decent amount with that shielding coming through.
Yeah, I don't think you should have had to use the Wukong flash there indeed. I think it's just that I think it was actually Jue who pulled the initial aggro, did kind of drop it one shot too early. So, I mean, Wukong losing his flash here is a pretty big deal. I mean, it's literally a Malphite on the enemy team. A really strong champion for making use of enemies having no flash, let's just say. So, I think that could net them some kind of a window to do something, perhaps the Drake.
I will say a little bit of information here. We do have a small XP advantage for JJ, but the biggest thing to keep an eye on for that is the fact that level 6 is truly the unlocking moment for Malphite jungle and can absolutely run rampant on some of the squishier members that IG is presenting. So got to keep an eye out for that, and JJ is going to be first out onto the map here with Wei just having hit level 5. Dragon is up, and a little bit of a bot lane 2v3 could be happening in Weibo's favor.
Yeah, so JJ was the absolute MVP last game, but so far it seems like IG is getting the upper hand in this early game. I mean, Wei, like we said, did have to burn his flash. He is down a bit of tempo on his camps, but his play overall was a successful one. So IG finding themselves in the driver's seat to start this one.
Okay, here comes Photic doing some good damage, flashing over the bubble here on the Elk. Elk doesn't have anything. He goes for the flash himself. He is still alive, but Photic and Dway have made their presence known on the bot lane.
Yeah, extremely aggressive out of Photic there. Luckily, Malphite is still level 5. He's not going to ding 6 here, but with no flash...
Oh, this is bait, though. This could be JJ finding some kills here. He's going to go for the slowdown, goes for the clap. Photic will get shielded up. He does have the Lulu, waiting for it to fall, and just one slap of the face gets him down. That's going to be the flash from JJ after the rock follows him. They've got eyes, and it's apparently in the hills. JJ finds himself 2 kills in the bot lane.
Yeah, the level 5 Malphite gank double kill is not one you see every day, but just really well played from JJ. Uses the Fog of War fully to his advantage, waits for that shield to fall off, slaps him, has the Q on the other guy. Boom, that's a double. Meanwhile,
Rookie with his elite chroma of the IG World Championship LeBlanc skin, getting a little bit of damage down. Now looking for his own right back on the JJ, who took the engage after he hit level 6 over Wei and gets himself another kill, but this time he'll give the credit over to Xiaohu.
yeah, and I think I just saw a smirk befall Xiaohu's face.
Oh, Rookie wants the kill. Just one more auto. He can't do it.
Oh, this is so reminiscent of some of the earlier Rookie plays I've seen from this season where he's just barely not getting the results he's looking for, with the enemies living on 1 HP or his flash barely not getting him out or whatever it's been. Rookie has just not quite been getting across the thresholds to get him to where he needs to be. That's a huge survival as JJ there to not go down. Now he's got the Zeke's completed.
Yeah, that's insane. It's like a 7-minute and 45-second Zeke's already completed for JJ. And I expect that to continue to be a pressure point for Weibo. Meanwhile, IG going to respond with their own. Wei has hit level 6. His Cyclone will be massive in these fights. And they will get the first dragon of the game. There is still the Grubs on the other side of the map, and that'll be the next contest point.
Yeah, it's such an interesting story to this game because IG came out swinging, having gold leads on every champ with Wei getting that first blood down there. But it's funny how the butterfly effect works in this video game, Mazel, because the Wukong having to expend his flash on the first blood did end up coming back to bite him. He was looking mid. He died to having no flash. He's going to play down here.
All right, they're going to try to get the tidal wave onto 2. Does a beautiful job. Wei will go down. Another turret shot goes on a Photic. That's a 2-for-1. Oh my god, they're looking for even more here. They're trying to get Wei down in the end. The bubble connects. Arha about to solo down Wei. He's going to take the bait, go back in with the Cyclone, try to get the kill. The flash comes through. Wei goes down to the fish. And Arha's the one making sushi tonight.
Yeah, Wei realizing that JJ was going to flank him and cut him off there. He decides to go for the 1-for-1. Xiaohu getting a bit rage baited, but he does not come away with it. I don't know, man. JJ seems to be getting the last laugh in most of these jungle encounters.
No way this happened, bro.
Yeah, so first the tidal wave. So beautiful. I must say, Erha is absolutely smurfing on the Nami this game. And look how aggressive he is. Giga Chad Nami flashing into melee range into the Wukong with Cyclone just to guarantee that Wei can't escape his tether range. Then surviving the combo beautifully. Emote and everything. That's the second time I've seen a Weibo member smirk this game. We want to see IG pull off some smirks of their own.
And harder here. About a 1.5k lead early into the game. Photic might be the unlock for IG, though. They built this comp kind of around him, but now he's getting bursted, and the bot lady just goes down to a 2v2. JJ wasn't even there. Dway just abandoned Photic and now just gets ulted, and he might just die. Unstoppable force. JJ has logged onto the server.
Yeah, I mean, Zika and Sobro not playing the game at all because meanwhile, they're wondering if they can remake. What is going on down here in the bot lane? This is that exact stage of the scrim where you say, okay, all chat, can remake please, because this is so ugly down here. Photic and Jway just going down with no retaliation. They just die for 0.
And
that
that's
is
what the
such a
Kraken
problem, man.
now completed too. I don't think it matters. Grubs do end up going over to IG, but can Photic pull himself out of this hole? He's just a little bit behind Elk, but it's more so the map control that has really mattered. And I know, as Cubby would say, support is the most busted role in League of Legends, and Arha has a 1.2k lead.
Yeah, you don't see this every day with the support having the 4-digit gold lead, but they have to find something on the map.
Zika in a little bit of trouble. He has the Mega Gnar. He's going to get the double wallop, and Saboro almost goes down. The turret shot's not going to be enough, and that will be a nice, clean pick from IG on top side.
I mean, they do find themselves that, but Xiaohu is able to cook them here if he so chooses. Yup, that's extremely well played to the chef. The amount of tempo that he takes off of their recalls there is really going to net Weibo an advantageous deployment onto the map here. I mean, Zika, he's dead. He's going to respawn. Life goes on. And you would think that with Arha being in this bot side still here, with Lulu having just played, that they're going to be able to pressure this bot tower even more. You've got Trinity Force on Corki, Imperial Mandate on Nami. You've also got the items, actually, for Photic and Jway, though. So, all things considered, it's relatively playable.
Zika's going to be wishing he had hit the R button in that last fight. But, hey, maybe he'll use it next time. Has about a minute away for the Dragon. Would be second Dragon of the game for IG. First for Weibo. They've lost a little bit of presence on the bot side, but that isn't to say that they can't get it back. And we do have first items being completed across the board. Do you feel like that changes the fight tempo either way? Oh my God, Jway just gets half his health taken off from a first item Elk. And we're going to see some fightings before potentially the objective comes up.
Yeah, I mean, I really think these inventories in the bot lane matter most. Like I said, this Trinity Force and this Imperial Mandate, you saw that chunk that he just laid down. He's going to be able to keep doing that uninhibited, most likely, you know, with this pretty big XP lead building up as well. Main thing that we're going to look at for the majority of this game is just where JJ is, because wherever he is, combat is sure to follow. So we'll see with this Drake up in 10 what happens.
Like getting pounced on again. Saboro already popped the Dominus. There's the CC chain, and Saboro picks up this kill as Zika will falter for the second time. It's going to be Weibo taking the Dragon as the payment for his life.
Yeah, this is reminiscent of last game when it was actually IG who gave the objective and found a look with the Rise. Sometimes you just want to give the objectives and make the cross-map play, which is exactly what IG did just then.
Tidal Wave. Oh my God, look at the damage on the Photic, but it's not enough at the end of Rocket Barrage. He wants to hit one more. He goes for the flash, gets Wild Growth. Beautiful play from Jway there as Elk is trying to survive, but he cannot. It's going to be Xiaohu that comes in and closes the door on IG's hopes on this fight. It's going to be a little bit of a rebuttal from Wei. Gets out there and kills JJ. Flashes away from the weirding of Xiaohu, and IG come away with the gold lead now.
Wow, Elk just fully sending it. I don't think he expected the Wild Growth. And somehow Renekton has just shifted all the way from top lane down to the bot lane. I mean, I guess that's how easy it is when you destroy your tower. You can just move anywhere you like. So suddenly you've got a Renekton down here. Xiaohu almost cleaning it up. But yeah, IG definitely getting the better end of that one.
Just stick Rookie in the side lane to do what he does best. Take turrets, get gold, get money, come back to the fight, and destroy a squishy carry. That's going to be the name of the game for the long plan for IG. Meanwhile, Saboro has overstayed his welcome. He took the journey, but didn't have any way out. And now he'll be surrounded by 3 members of Weibo. Try to get as much damage as he can down, but surely he will fall. As now Elk just gets pounced on by Rookie and Photic. And there's that damage I was talking about.
Yeah, I'm going to be fully honest. The death that Elk just took feels so much worse than the death Saboro just took. I mean, he was able to clear the whole wave as Renekton there, where Elk, he just pulled up. He literally just left the fountain, man, and he just got evaporated, and his screen turned gray all over again. So that is a really bad death as Elk here, all going back to his Brazen Flash W forward. And
Oh my
Rookie wants
God.
blood.
It just doesn't stop, bro. He is trying to stack up this Dark Seal as much as he can. Little mini Zika going to try to run over to Arha. It's going to be pounced on again by Rookie. There's the tidal wave coming out and the flash from Zika. Zika still gets locked down by the chains, but the wild growth comes out onto Rookie to save his life. Weibo do save Zika, but that's a little bit of it.
Yeah, I mean, Rookie scaring them very much by TPing in and threatening to kill Zika there. It should give them some topside control with Saburo being 1v0 up there. He's going to push that wave in. He's got a yellow trinket. He can make use of that. But yeah, Photic on 2 items now. And Rookie, as you said, stacking up that Dark Seal, man. I mean, this could very well become a Medjai's if he just gets a few more licks.
And the thing about Weibo's comp is at any time they can find the right pick. I mean, they have the unstoppable force from JJ. He is very far ahead as well. And, you know, in the end, he's going to be the big ticket item here to get those engages off. Meanwhile, Arha was starting the back, but stops it. Elk getting caught here potentially. Going to Valkyrie over. That bubble didn't hit anybody, unfortunately, and they will lose their bot lane. Arha with a nicely timed flash actually escapes, but Elk will fall for a 4th time in the game. And when we came into the series saying Elk is the piece that makes the difference here for Weibo and time again, that piece is making the difference right now, and it's not in a good way.
Yeah, I mean, this is why you don't FF and this is why you don't remake, because as scuffed and chopped as this game looked just a few minutes ago, suddenly IG is finding everything.
JJ just leaves himself out there. He might die in the mid lane now. Xiaohu gonna get flashed on by Rookie and just done for. There's a reason why you banned away his LeBlanc in game number 1, Weibo. You might be coming back to bite yourself not banning it in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see a replay as to what made Xiaohu decide to run between the enemy tier 2 and 3 mid lane towers there. I don't think he was being flanked in any kind of way, and he was, I mean, you know what? I'm not going to question it. A huge clean play from Rookie there to take those 2 Dark Seal stacks from Xiaohu's life, and he's claiming some souls this game. I mean, this is, like you said, maybe why we got to keep that Rookie off LeBlanc.
At least he only gets to pick it once. I guess that's what Weibo are telling themselves here. As I feel like he's going to be able to run rampant on the map here sooner rather than later. Still about a 2,000 gold lead for IG. And we have a dragon coming up in about 35 seconds. Would be second dragon for either side as we take a look back at that bot lane play.
Oh, this was the biggest throw of all time because you see Jue here holding the wild growth forever. I can only imagine Elk thought it was on cooldown, but it wasn't. Flashes in, immediately knocked up into the chain CC knockup of Wei's Cyclone. And that's just how one misuse of Flash can cost your entire lead.
Okay, looking for the flank. Again, he just needs to target Elk. Elk can just get surgically removed from his team before they can even react to it. He's almost on 2 items as well for Rookie. It's going to be a big spike. He actually baited them. He went away, came back, now still looking for the angle. Oh, I don't think they know. Okay, he's going to go for the chain early. Elk is going to play super safely, but I got to say the big disadvantage right now for Weibo is, okay, Zika ended up TPing away from Sapporo. He almost died. It's going to be the TP coming in from Xiaohu ahead of the dragon, but it's Photic on 2.5 items here. He is no slouch in the damage department, and Rookie's got the flank of a century here.
Yeah, but with Zika running up top here and Saburo still having TP, this can happen. 5v4.
Wei joining the fight immediately. Elk is just by himself. Unstoppable Force goes completely wide there from JJ, who now has no ability to do anything in these fights, and Rookie is just prancing and prodding all over them. Zika has finally arrived. He's got Mega Gnar. The front line has been reinforced by Weibo. It's going to be Wei looking for an engage. Zika tries to go for a stunning wallop play, but doesn't really find the angle he was looking for. His Mega Gnar is going to start running out, and IG will have the advantage there. Photic almost out of mana. He goes for the execution on the Elk. Rookie does not find the damage. Now you got to be a little bit careful. Saburo doesn't have rage. Photic doesn't have mana. Dragon still up. Weibo want to go for mid.
Yeah, really big chunk on an Elk from Rookie there. You want to make sure you can get this dragon without losing the tower. Saburo's getting his ult, I mean, in what, like 10-15 seconds? Can they kite them out here?
Trying to go for a chain, can't hit it in the end. Weibo circling together strongly, but don't find much in the end. And dragon will just be left to IG as well. So that'll be the second dragon for them.
Yeah, really good scenes for IG here to not only get the Drake, but also to defend the mid tower, fully backing Weibo off with just Rookie playing it real nice and slow, just getting his poke in, as you said, poking and prodding, just whittling them away with these chunks that this LeBlanc champ is just delivering onto their health bars here. That's really going to give them a good spot in this game here. They're only up about 2k. So, I mean, you would imagine that Weibo would look for this top tower that's standing on IG's side and find some kind of way to break that and even out this state of the map here. But yeah, they've got the top tower and the mid tower tier 1 still standing as IG here. You really want to defend these.
Little shout out as well. Rookie completed the Banshee's second, so there will not be any insta ults from JJ that take him down. And that'll be really important to keep an eye on. That survivability of Rookie and the ability to keep pressure on Weibo from all sides is extremely important for the game plan of IG.
Yeah, the Banshees is really effective this game just because all of the enemy champs do some form of magic damage, with of course your primary laner doing a lot of magic damage from the Aurora, so also getting that spell shield. JJ is going to have the opportunity to do some kind of R smite plays where the smite gets the spell shield right before he lands, but you know, kind of like Vi, it's going to be a bit tough. You're going to need to have the smite up. The Banshees just makes it that much easier to counterplay. Here we go.
Find Elk. He was transitioning over to the team and he just died. You can't leave him out like that. That's like putting your gold gems on the table in front of a thief.
Yeah, and IG ready to snatch that up and be the burglars of this game too right now. I think they want to burgle this Baron as well.
I mean, he's got 5 deaths. This is the all-pro ADC. This is not a typical performance from him in game 2, and right when IG needed it most to get some momentum back in this series. It's going to be a bait and a half by IG onto JJ. They didn't have any vision, and he will pay for it. Wei finds the kill. They go back to the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a lack of synergy or communication there. Dropping the redemption down for vision at the same time that JJ is walking up into engage range there. You can only wonder if JJ should have just taken a bit more time. They want to contest regardless.
Yes, so as I said, now or never. Xiaohu hits the big one with the Malignance there as well. Zika overextends. He's trying to get his Meganar bar. The chains are going to connect, and immediately Arha is just taken away from this world. Elk finally joins the fight and finally finds some damage. That's going to be a big pick for Weibo. They're going to continue the Baron. It was already about half health. Rookie is still alive, but I don't think he has what it takes to take them down here.
I mean, this could be the heist of a lifetime, and it looks like it's going to be, because IG taking the really respectful line of just giving the Baron after making the colossal blunder, the biggest mistake we've seen this game. And it looks like Weibo,
but they're gonna die. They gotta kill it.
They're trying to get JJ in smite range, and they're not even gonna concern themselves over Erha.
It wasn't
poor
fast
guy.
enough.
Wow, but I mean, poor IG to have played so well and then just fumble at the end zone. They really could have scored a big touchdown here, but this is just gonna set them back miles. I suppose you got a turn earlier here. This Aurora ult is doing so much work. Not to mention the Baron is reducing your resistances as well. Rookie finding the chains onto nobody. The R onto Erha, completely one-shotting him. But by the time Erha's dead, so is the rest of Rookie's team. I mean, where's his team, man?
And we said it all along. We said it after that game 1. IG can give you a bloody lip. They can give you some punches to the face, but they have struggled to close games. And now it's about 1,000 gold lead, 25 minutes in. That is nothing to speak of. We got about 1 minute and 15 seconds for the next dragon. Let's break down these potential win conditions, these scaling factors for both teams, Foles.
Well, the big deal here, you have a Malphite with Flash R. If you can find Lulu, she's dead. If you can find Yunara, she's dead. But Yunara has the Flash, LeBlanc has the W. These squishy characters are going to be able to evade it. Lulu having no Flash is a prime target, though. So, again, we got to be looking at JJ, what positions he's looking for. And you know Xiaohu is going to be dunking together with him.
The other side for IG, got to be looking at the engages from Saburo. I feel like he's going to have a much louder presence in these fights if he can find the right angles. Right now, Weibo are just making IG bleed across the map. Don't even care that it's up in 30 seconds for the Dragon. They are just doing lasting damage to the face of IG.
Yeah, but we got a TP coming in here.
Arha is completely left out. They're going to TP late. Arha's going to try to outplay Saburo. Saburo tries to go to the other side with the slice and dice, and a lot of reservation coming through from both sides. Saburo had the angle. Now Rookie looking for the long flank.
Oh, the sweeper
spotted
spots
out
him.
instantly. Ult. JJ just said, "Let's go, buddy."
Yeah, I mean, this is really good for IG if they can play it slow.
Zika starting to farm up the Mega Gnar. Elk goes forward with the Valkyrie. That was bold from Elk. He might have just thrown it, but he goes over the wall there. Now it's Xiaohu with the big haymaker over the top. It's the double weirding, and it's about to get a little bit more weird. It's a triple kill for Xiaohu, make it a quadra kill.
And can he find the possible penta here that Sobro could not last game? You're going to end up destroying the whole Nexus here. That's what I said. I mean, as soon as you see the Wombo combo from the Aurora and the Gnar, I mean, that's got to be GG, man. That's a Synapse Mad movie clip if I've ever seen one.
Oh my God, there's no way they end the game right here. It was a almost 4,000 gold lead for IG. Rookie is about to fall. He's going to go down. He goes back to his clone. He's still not. Penta kill for Xiaohu.
We get the quadra for IG in game one, but Xiaohu does them one better, delivers them the pentakill to take the series lead 2-0 from IG. Weibo taking us to match point off of Xiaohu's pentakill.
I cannot believe what I just watched. I am mind blown right now at what just happened, and I think IG are too. Oh yeah, my God. Within the span of 5 minutes, Foles, the game is over.
I mean, I'm awestruck. I am baffled. I am perplexed. I am dumbfounded, Mazel. I am just dazed and confused. How on earth did we go from that IG game state to a just sudden defeat like that? Rookie's only death was because he had no choice other than to die to try to stop the enemy team from ending, getting pentakilled in the process. What has just taken place?
Xiaohu had an insane TP flank there. The Aurora came in clutch. I cannot wait to see the stats from this game. But isn't it just heartbreaking to see IG lose like this time and time and time again this year? It has been brutal to watch.
I mean, that is as brutal as it gets. I could not emphasize it much further than that. I mean, you're literally getting pentakilled in a game state where you had their Nexus in the palm of your hands and they let it slip again. And like, as you said, how many times does that need to happen to this team for something to change? Because they're so good at League of Legends. Like, they're very talented players, but they just don't seem to have the strategic decision-making discipline or wisdom or insight or whatever you want to call it to just get themselves across the finish line. They can kill champions, they can win team fights, but for some given reason, they cannot destroy the Nexus.
And I thought there was a little bit of reservation being shown by these teams. You had that mid lane play happen a couple times where both teams backed away. All it took was one really big stomp of the gas pedal from Weibo to find the win. And we might have seen that coming from the beginning if we're looking at their draft, right? Their draft is impeccable in the way that it attacks, the way that it finds fights, but they were on the back foot for the longest time. So we didn't have as much confidence, but in the end, you just have to be lethal, and that's exactly what Weibo were.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so sorry for all of the IG fans, for the Shy himself, that he even has to, for Renard, that they have to bear witness to this man, because it's just such a shame. I mean, they can just do so many things right, and it's just not enough. I didn't want it to come true, but alas, the narrative of the series reigns true. Who's gonna make the crucial, fatal, final mistake? And
This
It's
game
so true.
at the Baron, it was IG again.
It is so true. And I don't know how much this kind of momentum is already getting into the head of JJ. I know he's a very calm, kind of laid back person in a lot of ways. But that's got to feel damn good, man. That's got to feel damn good against Away on the Malphite with that pick and kind of bringing it all together as we take a look back at that literally less than 5 minutes. Less than 5 minutes.
Nah, but what is this
3.5,
graph, by the
4
way?
minutes,
What is
bro.
this graph? I mean, look. They literally are up 4,000 gold. And as you said, in a matter of like less than 5 minutes, the 4,000 gold lead becomes a 5,600 gold deficit? You're telling me we got a 10K gold swing out of thin air, man. Thin air, brother.
Actually, it's Weibo's air apparently now. As we're gonna take a look back at these plays. There were some moments like this that maybe foreshadowed to the end. A 1 for 3 in the bot lane that happened earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, actually, frankly speaking, IG should not have had nearly as advantageous of a mid-game position because of how scuffed their early game was. They were getting cooked by this JJ Malphite. And even in addition to that, after this play, we saw that JJ was able to find Wei in the mid lane, but this is really where Weibo sold. This is exactly where. I don't know what makes Elk think that Lulu's not gonna ult here, or
Wei
that maybe
just
he's not
stands still right there.
There's gotta be some kind of elaborate mind control taking place here, because they literally somehow convinced not just Elk but also JJ to go straight forward and die. Because had this not happened, we wouldn't even be singing the song of IG throwing their lead. They got a huge lead from that play right there.
And it's not like IG weren't finding their goals, right? Like Elk died 5 or 6 times. Like they were finding Elk, but it was the sum of the parts for Weibo that really came together. This play right here was brutal to watch, obviously, but it's one of those moments where you see a lot of that fight back coming through from Weibo.
Yeah, I mean, you always have to have that killer instinct and that wherewithal, that extra gas in the tank to be able to keep clicking forward, to keep shooting, because you never know when one of those shots might land. And I mean, does it get more beautiful than
triple
this?
wallop? Oh,
Gee,
God.
man. Zika, Xiaohu, alley-oop, pentakill right here, man. The beautiful quadra start, forcing Rookie into being the 5th, and I just can't help but think back to what's going on here. I mean, yeah, I think they're just underestimating how strong Aurora is and how strong the Baron is, and how both of those two things, hitting your HP bars at the same time all at once, can just completely lead to you throwing a 5,000 gold lead into the other direction. And I just have no words. I really don't.
Who gets the MVP?
Who's MVP? It should be Xiaohu, shouldn't it?
Think so?
Because like he got the penta, but
He did.
it didn't
I think
feel
penta
like he
helped.
was really carrying. It should be Erha, I think. Now that I really think back to it,
vote.
I mean, what did he really do wrong this game?
Oh,
But of course,
you get a
of course.
penta, I guess. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah, how can
it's
you
a
not?
penta. You don't.
Penta's
That
a
don't
penta.
happen often.
Nobody ever. When was the last time a support got a pentakill? It doesn't work like that. So even if you're literally the whole reason that they're going to get a pentakill in the first place, you don't get the spotlight, man. So silent MVP to Erha this game, but the front-facing MVP is Xiaohu. Beautiful penta, beautiful finish to that game.
And this begs the question: what does IG do from here? They've changed their comp a little bit. They've gotten a comforts across the board. It still did not work. Will they go down for a 5th time at least against Weibo in their last 2 series? They lost 2-0 the last time they met. See if this time around they can make it a little bit more of a run for the money for Weibo. We will see in game number 3 after this break. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Foles, and we've got Birthday Shivam behind us doing production. And we'll be getting to game number 3 of our first best of 5 of that. We still have a whole nother one after this. But can IG find a little redemption? Because Xiaohu just got a pentakill in the big old 2026. And I don't know if I had that on my bingo card.
Yeah, I mean, that one is definitely not on my bingo card either, man. I mean, I thought this guy's probably not even going to play this split. I thought this guy's way past prime. I thought ever since that World Finals versus T1, he would never touch a keyboard ever again. But here we are. And he's, whatever he's clicking, those buttons, he's pressing the right ones, man, because he got all 5 names at the end of that game, man. There's something I want to think about going into this game 3 here, and it's this very miraculous imaginary scenario, okay?
Okay.
Now, Rafa has been making some really good music for the LPL, and my favorite track that he made is the LPL Silver Scrapes. And I know that we're talking about this a bit foreshadowing prematurely, but there is a world here where we could make the case that IG could have, if not should have, won all 5 games. Now, that's only 2 games so far where it says 2 in the Weibo column, but it very well could have said so for the IG column. So now we just need them to do the thing where they play well, they find looks, they make outplays, and then they actually destroy the Nexus.
That's the hardest thing, though, is getting yourself back into a series when you've had 2 devastating losses like this. But the good thing is, at least they've been here before. Because this is a team that has not been able to close out many games. Their record speaks for itself in the regular season. But this is also a team that has randomly found strength off the back of some incredible performances like what we saw against OMG. So hopefully they can find what's going on, figure out a easily executable comp for themselves going into game number 3, and potentially bring us to that 5-game Silver Scrapes. But Weibo are bearing down, man. They look like the inevitable force in this series. It's been off the back of some incredible performances from Zedje specifically. That time around, Xiaohu with his pentakill, but the entire team seems to be functioning. And for something that hasn't worked often for Weibo, where Elk falls behind, is dying a lot, and usually Weibo don't necessarily have the best way of finishing games in that case. This time around, Elk got put in the dirt and they still won.
Yeah, I mean, I would say all of Weibo really deserved to win that game. I mean, low-key except for Elk, which is pretty ironic because he's supposed to be that standout MVP carry performance player who's just really the reason that this team is winning the games that they are. But that time, it was not him. Erha was delivering across the board with that Nami performance, extremely cooking. JJ, as it has been all series, was really getting a good start to that game. Wei found the first look. I want you to remember, it was first blood for IG. But then they followed it up really beautifully with 3 kills thereafter for the side of Weibo. And that was JJ who was really finding those. And yeah, I think that they really made up for Elk slacking that game.
I got one thing to ask you, Foles, before we get into this draft. Is there a phrase or a sentence that IG should be telling themselves over and over again as they go into this picks and bans? Is there a phrase that maybe we said earlier in the day that they really, really need to focus on?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I mean, what I was thinking was win worlds, win worlds, win worlds, but that's probably not going to help right now.
True.
What they need to do is do not let Elk play Kaisa.
There we go. There we go. All right. We're on the same page. If they let it go through, I think you're asking for a 3-0. So that is the big thing on the docket that we're going to be looking at here. But, you know, it's funny. You talk about winning worlds for both these teams. I mean, it's been a long time since either team has won a lot of anything, right? Like Weibo has still not won a domestic champ. They've been to World's Finals, but this organization, off of Suning's name change, has not won a domestic championship. And for IG, it's been since spring 2019 that they've seen a domestic championship. And so both teams really trying to regain some of that confidence going into this long run that would be, the winter split championship they're all fighting for, and 2 tickets to first stand for the first international tournament of the year. But going into this game number 3, picks that we are looking for, Fools, the big things that are still available besides the Kaisa that we don't want Elk to get.
I mean, let's see, because the Fearless bans has definitely taken a lot of power picks off the table, but I understand that some of these champions have not been picked yet because they've been banned. For example, Ambessa would be a really powerful character who's still in the mix, and that would be another great character to put one of your world champions on. If you can get JJ his hands on that, that'll be really good. I think you want to get, if you're IG, your world champion, Mr. Rookie, on some kind of power pick there in the mid lane. And I mean, with LeBlanc being out, it's got to be Akali. It's got to be
Akali. Oh, okay. I would mind seeing the Orianna. That's been something that Weibo has banned towards him over and over again. I think his Orianna this year has been really, really good. But you just need somebody. You need a hero. That song that you always hear on Instagram reels and stuff like that. Like they need a hero. Somewhere. They need a hero. They need somebody to step up. They need somebody to win the game for them. And it needs to be either the veterans or the new pieces coming to the puzzle here for IG, because it has been tough to watch. And again, a lot of this year has been way just kind of dragging everyone kicking and screaming around plays around the map, and it's not been working out.
Yeah, I mean, the hero, in theory, should be Rookie. He's the player who has lifted the Summoners Cup, who's gone the distance, who has such a tenured career, a legendary player in his own right, and really was performing quite well on that LeBlanc. His team high-key let him down, man. So, I mean, I want to see Rookie have agency yet again, and I think one of the best ways to do that, you mentioned Orianna being open. Now, I don't know what side the teams are going to be on, what pick order we're going to have here, but one thing you could do is bait the enemies into giving Xiaohu Orianna and then put Rookie on the Akali. Give him the true skill matchup where he can have that somewhat counter effect, that counter pick effect where he can really have the agency to carry the game. That seems some kind of a necessary approach where Rookie has the agency to carry, because I didn't get to touch on it much this series, but one of the main narratives in my head was that this should just be, this bot lane should just be an email, man. Elk versus Photic, like that is a foregone, like lane win for Weibo. It is what it is in my head, right? Like I think Elk is the MVP AD carry right now, and Photic is IG. We're out of players to sign. It is what it is. So I'm so sorry for Photic's fans and family, but that's just the bottom line here, man.
Man went undefeated in the LPL on V5 with Rookie right beside him. Hey, come on.
It is what it is, man. It is what it is. But hey, that has not necessarily been the case. They've been throwing some punches down there as IG. We've got to see Joy on that engage, though, man. You called it out. 2 games back-to-back on Enchanters. Surely we switch that up.
All right, well, we'll see exactly how it goes down. A couple of the big pieces already taken away, though, as the Poppy will maintain the ban on Weibo's side of things. They go for the Renata as well, like we were mentioning, some of those enchanters being taken away. The Nico has to stay a consistent ban for both these supports, I believe, and that Orianna, like we were saying, going to be taken away by IG this time around. Let's see the Yorick ban towards Saboro, really trying to take away some of those niche power picks for him.
And in my head, I see no reason why not to ban or first pick Ambessa here. Poppy is literally out as well, so I would imagine this has to be an Ambessa ban. I don't know what champion I might be missing here that would otherwise be in contention to be first picked. I mean, I almost wonder if Bard is at that power level right now. I mean, that champion is just so good. Nico and Karma are out. The other 2 extremely strong range supports, as is Nami. I don't see why we don't pick Ambessa here.
First pick Vi, why not, I guess. Yeah, I do expect IG to go ahead and pick up that Ambessa, but the Vi pickup for Dede is really nice to just pick picks all the time, but also just have consistent engages for the entirety of Weibo. Speaking of consistent engages, it's not the Vi Ari combo, but they do go with the Ari Jarvan combo.
Yes, we might get the top blind pick Ambessa with Vi already showing, given it's not a flex pick. And it's actually a really effective combo, by the way. This actually used to be more popular when Ambessa first came out and she was almost primarily picked in the top lane. No one really played her jungle. You would just see the Vi Ambessa. It's not very interactive.
My God.
Oh, it is extremely uninteractive.
I don't want to play any
way.
champion with under 2,000 health throughout the game, and I don't want to be a part of these team fights. I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you are hit by one of those instances of crowd control, best believe your entire hit points bar is now gone, my friend. As long as you're one of these champions who has that squishy nature, the Ahri, I mean, probably even the Jarvan at this point. Unless you're some kind of like a, I mean, hey, maybe something like that. The problem with this, though, is that it's not a Scion, which is just fundamentally tanky. It just fully survives the burst. Not necessarily. You can still just get 100 to 0'd as this if you don't get your ulti buffer off. So it's a bit of a risk. But if you do, don't get me wrong, if you get that Grim Deliverance cast, you might just carry the whole fight with this counter dive theme.
And it's also been something that Sabora has been really willing to go for. This would be the 4th time that he's played it already, this split at least, including regular season. It's something that we've seen go absolutely crazy. Some of the craziest plays I've seen all year have become from this Zahen champion, but we've also seen it do a lot of nothing in these fights. So it's really about how IG step up to the plate mechanically, individually across the table. And we get into the second phase. There's the Kai'Sa ban. Needed to be there. We'll see what they end up banning on the other side, but it's all bot lane focuses. It's the Alistar banned away from Arha, a very comfort for him, and the Xayah already banned away by Weibo.
Yeah, I mean, Kai'Sa would have just made that enemy team comp quite literally Exodia with that amount of dive. So you've got to get that. We've been talking about you cannot let Elk play Kai'Sa. So they're going to evade Death's Grasp, the Grim Reaper, for a little while here in the draft. Let's just see if they can draft themselves some kind of a look where they can have some kind of aggression. Because to me right now, it seems like their comp is doing a really good job of, well, let's just say not dying. I mean, Ahri has her ulti to survive. Zahen has his. Now you got this Jarvan Rakan kind of synergy for going forward. Problem is, Weibo doesn't have any vulnerable characters necessarily just yet, but they should be drafting some now, right? So those are going to be your targets.
Well, the Jway Rakan, not the most used champion in his wheelhouse so far this year, is going to be locked in, and it's the MF Nautilus locked in for Weibo. We have been wonderfully surprised by some of the MF performances from Elk as well this year, and now he's going to be on yet another big setup tool for Weibo. It is the Ezreal as a little bit defensive and maybe a little bit more restrictive playstyle in the earlier game for Photic.
Yeah, I mean, the MF pick is certainly curious. I can only surmise that it's because there's all these 80 carry bans coming in. I mean, the enemy team actually already has Jarvan Rakan, so picking MF can mean you're really quite vulnerable into that. The Nautilus is going to be pretty helpful to help peel that Rakan. I mean, you've literally got a Galio, so if they're engaging onto you, you just call for the hero's entrance, and bro is going to come save you. But yeah, I mean, I think this comp here from Weibo, it kind of lacks a bit of scaling, I would say. I mean, I think they do a lot of damage in these team fights and in this mid game, but I think if this Ezreal can make it to like 5 items, kind of endless hunger, spear, Shojin, Cyril does, just, zipping mystic shots left and right, that could be the scaling they need to finally take a game in this series.
Well, we finally got to see this matchup once again, and it is in a best of 5 in the playoffs when it matters most for those tickets to first stand and for a potential domestic championship for either of these organizations. But it's feeling just like the regular season. It's feeling like IG, against all odds, cannot find a way to close out games. Can they change that story now is the biggest question on every IG believer. Yes, they have another life. Yes, they have a second chance in these playoffs that they didn't have last year in split number 1, but they gotta show us that they have a little bit of life left. It's Weibo versus IG, game 3.
Rookie no flash, match point, bring on the Gyos, if we may.
Now, I know it's not the biggest thing. 5 minutes from now, he'll have the flashback, but just sitting in the back of your mind, playing that matchup in mid lane, knowing that you just don't have the flash. That's got to weigh a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just a Galio, it's a Galio Vi, who both have flash. So at that point, it is absolutely imperative that you have some kind of vision safety so that you're not in range of like a Vi Q flash or a Galio flash taunt, where it's just one instance of that CC, you will get 100 to 0. That's going to change Rookie's early game a lot, I'm going to be honest. Thankfully, he's trading very well to help make up for it and help prevent Xiaohu from, you know, stepping up to him, but that's definitely a costly level 1.
The one duality that I will say that I like out of IG is that they have a lot of individual pieces that can all do things, whereas Weibo are much stronger once the pieces start coming together, right? Like, yes, Ambessa is ridiculously strong solo. Vi can be a great skirmisher solo, but a lot of these tools become even more powerful multiplicatively wise for Weibo once they combine. And that's something I want to see IG try to utilize in this third game.
Yeah, we're getting the heals expended down here in the bottom, and we keep seeing this, a really common pattern of just burning those sums as soon as you effectively can. I want to really look at this top lane here. We saw that Sobro chose to take the Zahen into the Ambessa. I really think Zahen is such a powerful champion, so long as you're not like hard countered by a Jax, or your team's not inting you in the bot lane.
Oh, the flash play. Immediately the barrier is already popped by Photic. He's getting so low, but won't go down. Elk was hoping to line up the double tap there, but doesn't find it. Maybe a little bit of an all-in on top side. Saboro winning the trade in the end.
Yeah, I mean, that trade looks decent, but you really want to hit that W as Zahen. I think the trade that matters much more is the chunk they got onto Photic here in the bot lane. Wei could go for the cheeky double patented flag and drag gank.
Oh, they're gonna fall for it. They feel so safe now with that setup in the river, but it's gonna be Wei showing up first on bot side. He's waiting to try to get the combo. They actually go full frontal onto Arha. He's pretty tanky now though, and Elk has been topping shots on the Photic. He's gonna flash for him, can't get the kill in the end, and now Elk has found himself in between a rock and a hard place. Can he get one more? No. That'll be 2 quick kills to IG. Pop, pop.
That's exactly what IG needs, is a really good start to the early game. And they seem to have been getting a fair few of those in this series. But I will say, this one is the most promising by far. The only thing wrong with this early game is that Rookie has no flash.
They're going to try to punish that now. They got to be a little bit careful. They do have the blast cone there for Rookie, buying so much time. The flash play with the damage from the gauntlets gets JJ the kill for Weibo, and they'll get themselves on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Sobro was trading quite well up there. The bot lane just totally clutched this gank to save their entire lane state. All we needed was Rookie to survive, but even under his tower, just play safe mid, they said. He tried, and alas, it was not possible. So it's 2-1. We sit here. Elk, unfortunately, not quite able to get Photic. I'm not really sure why he must have thought Photic's not going to flash out there. Maybe he mischecked the solo Bolo.
Zika just got a solo Bolo on Saboro. Top lane is an avalanche now.
Yeah, what the hell is going on up there? Because it looked to me that everything was completely fine. But as you said, we might have some snow, you know, kind of falling off the edge of the cliff here. And we might have that avalanche start coming in this top lane, because that is a really big lead Ambessa has just generated for herself.
That's something that Weibo will absolutely be able to play off of. We're going to take a look back.
I would imagine maybe he dings 6 here, or he just hits everything on the flashless Saboro here. The Q2 is going to flash auto. There you go. Saboro having no flash from before. Did we see him flash previously?
That's 2 flash punishes already.
I can't remember why Saboro has no flash.
He probably fell under the trade. He was pushing under turret. Maybe he had used it earlier. But Dragon is started up by IG. They've got about half health in the move up from bot lane. Weibo want to contest this, though. They feel like their pieces are strong. They've got level 6s coming in. That's going to be a big heroic entrance, but it's Rookie who's starting to stack up some of these Spirit Rush charges. Double taunt is going to land. They're trying to get Elk some damage here, but he's not even close to level 6 yet. It's the IG fighting strength that shows through. Elk doing a sidestep the grand entrance, but get hit straight in the face with a charm from Rookie.
Beautiful charm flash from Rookie to seal the end of that play there. Should net IG the first Drake. And again, it's just back and forth. It looked like IG had the early game done and dusted with that 2-0 start, but Weibo getting the answering kills in the solo lanes. This play was then the deciding play for who gets to have the advantage from then on. And thankfully for IG, it's them. Rookie does clutch it. Xiaohu putting in a pretty big heroic entrance, but it's just not enough. Everyone kind of
don't have the damage yet.
They just separate like flies. I don't know what the saying is for that. There's definitely one, but yeah,
I don't understand what damage they thought they had in this combo. Like everything
nor
goes off,
do
but it
I,
doesn't
man.
do anything.
This MF is level 4 with like 100 mana, and that's not level 6, man. I think you're gonna need a bit more damage, a bit more items, a bit more everything.
Oh my god, dude. The Grim Deliverance is going to be an escape tool. That's never what you like to see for Saburo, but it's a pretty hefty advantage Zika is starting to develop. He was about a level above Saburo. Saburo is starting to catch up now with the XP in the lane. That is going to be a sore spot for IG in the future because he can absolutely be the ticket item for Weibo to get into the backline and eviscerate some of these squishy carries.
Yeah, so I'm consulting my LPL crystal ball here, and I'm glimpsing into the future. And you know what I see? I see IG playing so well on Wei, Rookie, Photic, Jue. They're really having good. You can see it now with this gold leads they're generating for themselves. I mean, I kind of see Rookie not doing as well as the other three. But what I see as well is Zika just being the total difference maker on this Ambessa hard carrying the game. Okay, you heard it here first.
Story continuing to be written. Dragon is up. Could be the first dragon of the game. Could be started by IG again while the grubs are spawning about 15 seconds away on the top side of the map. There's a reset coming through from Weibo's side of things here, though. So they'll get back out on the map, potentially go up towards this top side. But I know something we talked about earlier in the game was the fact that, you know, if Photic can get to a late game scaling potential, he will be able to just pick apart Weibo's composition as long as he doesn't get caught. And he's sitting at 3-0, going to be closer and closer to his Trinity Force. And I think that's a huge thing for IG to play around, but they need to play around.
Yeah, in a previous game, I believe we saw a similar dynamic of Sobro versus Elf. This game, it's going to be Zika versus Photic.
No. He has the Grim Deliverance, and for a second time, it'll be used as a defensive ability.
Yeah, that's actually really clutch that he's able to survive that. I mean, he does burn his flash and his R. He's going to lose the whole wave. It kind of blows, to be honest. You're not really too happy about this as Zahen, but hey, you're at least able to walk away with your life, make your way back towards that top lane, and life goes on. But as I'm saying, I think this Ambessa, as you said, is just becoming a total snowball, a total avalanche in the making, and Photic has it coming for him.
Already sitting at almost 20 CS up over his lane opponent. He has now completed the Eclipse 9 minutes into the game. Wei will take this opportunity to go ahead and get the grubs with the Scuttle Crab. So actually a really nice take here from Wei. It'll be on vision. JJ doesn't really look like he wants to go contest. Will be spotted out on his Gromp. And I got to say, there's been a much different energy right now from Weibo's side. They are kind of resting on their laurels for a lot of this game, where I feel like in the other games we were seeing contests left and right.
Yeah, you're actually completely right about that. I can only wonder why they're kind of hitting the brakes here. I mean, Sobro did just have to expend Flash R. Zika has Flash R. I'm pretty sure they were more than likely aware that Wei was starting that up, but I suppose JJ would just rather clear his camps, build up a tempo advantage that way, then look for a different play. You can kind of choose plays on your terms and conditions, so you may as well.
F in the chat, he lost the cannon minion.
Yeah, -1, you already know that he's being rage baited by his viewers for that. But, I mean, gosh, I don't know what you can really find here as Weibo. You've got your spells up, but who do you target?
Just feels like there's not as many answers yet. But that is the key question, and I guess key point is that it is yet. There's still a lot of advantages for ING in the earlier parts of the game with some of the in-betweens they have, especially with Wei and Rookie. And I want to see if they continue to propel that forward, because so far even a 4,000 gold lead is not enough to secure IG a victory. And Zika is continuing to get further and further ahead of Saburo.
Yeah, I mean, I really think that this Ambessa is becoming a huge problem in the making over here. But
he wants it.
could have
Steps out of the Grim
something.
Deliverance. He doesn't have the passive yet. Public Execution goes wide. Both ultis miss. Both top laners walk away.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even necessarily have to be landing your ultis there, but you just want to make sure that you're able to finish the rest of the trade. Zika had his passive procs there. There's no way Sobro can keep stepping. I think this recall gets interrupted. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, like there's no way. Okay, Zika.
I mean, I respect the aura recall if it's pre-minute 10 so that the TP doesn't arrive on time, but I guess he didn't really...
Still item differential in the top lane, though. Still have the Eclipse versus just a garage sale, at least. Meanwhile, we're getting the play. Arhak beautifully flashes away from the charm. Bullet time coming across. Now the depth charge connects as well. This is some of that teamwork that Weibo were waiting for. They were like a tiger waiting in the bush for its prey, and now they strike.
And it was just a total overkill, but who cares? You may as well just press all the buttons as long as it nets you a net win. And I mean, it was really awkward actually. I think Xiaohu ulting Erha right as he flashed, but it's just barely clipping onto Wei there, and Wei just getting completely one-shot by all the flash ults in the game. So that's definitely going to be a nice pickup for Weibo, completely stifling IG's look in their jungle.
You really see what Weibo drafted for, right? Like we said it all along, it is the team as a whole that is scary when it comes together, and it's more the individual pieces for IG that can be terrifying. We have about 30 seconds for another dragon. Would be second dragon for IG, but with that last fight, maybe they don't have the tools to be able to contest this one, as it does look like Weibo will be on that side of the map.
Yeah, it was a heavy commitment from Weibo to get that kill onto Wei there. With that being said, Wei and Jue both have no flash. So I think neither team is in the best of conditions for starting up this Drake right now. I would say that Honey Fruit in the bot river is a pretty big deal. If Rookie's able to pick that up or able to get this cheeky empowered recall off.
Oh, Xiaohu might have taken the bait. I think Rookie was waiting for it. He will flash away from the charm.
Yeah, that's actually, I love it, man. I love when people use recall as an aggressive spell because, you know, Rise has one of the best quotes in the game when he's recalling. He says, "I'm not running away, I'm running at you the long way around." And Xiaohu knew that. He said, "Oh no, if Rookie gets this recall up, he's going to run at me the long way around." So he decides to interrupt it with the Proto Belt. To no avail, losing his flash in the process. That's going to net IG the second Drake in a pretty advantageous spot right now on the map.
So much gold going over to Photic, though, with those plates going down. Meanwhile, Xiaohu taking a really good trade onto Rookie in the mid lane. And Dragon did end up going over to IG, and now IG looking for the play in the mid lane. Xiaohu does not have flash and is running straight into Saburo, and we talked about team-wide comp, team-wide damage. Well, it looks like IG giving Weibo a little bit of their own medicine here.
Yeah, I mean, IG going all in onto Xiaohu there, but you already know that they're not going to leave Photic down here unpunished. Luckily, Jue is just able to show back up, and looks like they're completely chilling. The Ezreal's going to be able to get his farm, and it's just a net win for IG.
Gonna be some turret plates, though, going over to the bot lane of Weibo, but some given right back to Saburo, who has all but abandoned top lane and just decided to go mid lane, try to get the turret as a whole. If he gets this, that's a huge influx of gold as well, as they would get first turrets. The final minion just needs one more slash, and he takes it. Saburo, after getting peltered in lane, down 40 CS, gets the first turret of the game.
I mean, I like this so much out of IG, getting Sobro way back into the game with that huge spike of gold from the mid tower. And it's not like Rookie could have done nearly as much damage to the tower, so to swap the Zahen around is so advantageous because you're even having a 2v1 up here.
Zika cleanly getting out of the Orb of Deception from Rookie there with the use of the ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, burning the public execution is going to be costly with the Rift Herald up and alive, though.
That is a tough predicament to be in. Luckily, they've still got Jie and they've still got Xiaohu to set up for the big bullet time from Elk. As that's going to be the kind of secondary option. The first option for Weibo is just land the Ambessa with the other combos and completely melt whoever you find. The second option is get a big bullet time for Elk. And in their previous I guess, outing with the MF for Elk. He did go 8-3. Wasn't the prettiest of games, but we'll see if he can kind of put something together here and continue to earn that All-Pro voting. First team All-Pro for Elk, as he does have the Bloodthirster and the Serrated Dirk already completed here.
I mean, this Zika guy is just so strong, man, on this Ambessa champ, man. I mean, I don't know how else to say it other than that. I mean, this particular player right here is just the biggest threat in the game. His ult's coming up in, what's that, 20 seconds or so from now. This Rift Herald timer for IG is completely gone. It's going to be Weibo's side of the map now with Zika's ulti coming back up. He's getting closer and closer to that Spear of Shojin power spike as well, which is so huge for this top Ambessa. I suppose it's a bit difficult for them to play as well, though, because Elk is just the easiest target in the world to go for. I mean, yes, he has Flash, but one instance of CC, he is just dead.
Saburo overstayed his welcome, and now he's just going to be bruisered down. He's going to use the Grim Deliverance again. He won't get his passive, the cease and desist, and Xiaohu laying the alley-oop in.
Yeah, Sobro really close to getting the res there. I mean, I think he actually lives if he reses. I don't think Nautilus would be able to reach him, and the amount of healing that he gets. I mean, he will be immediately taunted, and the Vi will be on top. It would be close. I mean, he might still die there. If anything, you can live with this as Saburo. You're getting the Rift Herald. You get to keep your passive. Life goes on. I mean, Vi has no ulti, and now we get to see IG aggress into this top side after that play from Weibo.
I gotta ask though, this game plan is kind of weird from Weibo, right? Like, I'm not the only one that's feeling awkward right now. They are just completely just ignoring anything that IG do, except for now when Zika shows up and he just dies under turret. Okay, well, maybe I spoke a little bit too soon. Public execution to come in with the lockdown from the dredge line, and that is all she wrote for Dway as well.
Yeah, so remember when I peered into that crystal ball and I saw some kind of a future timeline? This is kind of the looks I was seeing. This Ambessa champ just steamrolling them there. That was just a 2v3. They killed 2 people and both have full HP still. So, I mean, they are just steamrolling them.
The craziest thing about this is IG have 100% neutral objective control. They've gotten 2 dragons. They've gotten all 3 grubs. They've gotten the Rift Herald. They got first turret. They got everything. It hasn't mattered. It simply does not matter. And isn't this just such an IG way to go so far in this game? They still have a lot of game to play, but the lead they had, this precipice they were trying to set up for themselves, immediately dashed off of a couple crucial mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, that's just so true that they're doing all of those things right, but it's just the things that they are doing wrong are just costing them even more somehow. I mean, if they're able to somehow suppress Zeka, you know, hold him down, prevent him from carrying this game, I mean, this is exactly what we wanted actually, is all the eggs in the Photic basket. We've been wondering if anybody on IG can step it up and fill some of those shoes that Rookie needs filled alongside him, and it's always had to have been Photic. He's the additional carry. I mean, it's the most important role on the team. It's Photic's game to win, and like I said, Photic versus Zika, it's just going to be a matter of who gets that last laugh, or as we've seen all series, who makes that final mistake.
Photic now on 2 items here. He's starting to get to a point that he can be extremely annoying to deal with. The problem is there's a lot of tools to deal with the Ezreal on the other side, but if Photic can micromanage his positioning, it could make the difference in this one. And luckily enough, because of that full objective control for IG, they're 1 dragon away from getting Soul, so they have some wiggle room to play with in terms of the kind of decision-making priority on the map right now. But I gotta ask you, Foles, who are we looking at right now to be the saving grace of IG? Because I feel like there's not many straws to grab.
I mean, it's just got to be Photic. I swear he's extremely strong. Ezreal is really effective on this patch as well. Ever since Endless Hunger was introduced into the game, you become so strong once you get that, a Spear of Shojin, a Last Whisper, or Cyrilda's. That would be exactly what we're looking for. And I think you've got to play away from this Vi and Ambessa. This Vi and Ambessa are just so OP. I mean, they're going to just try ending the game before Ezreal gets those items.
Bro has eyes on him once again on bot side. Zika, oh my god, just one little trade as he does get a little bit back. It's going to be Rookie in the side lane that gets an outer turret, so some more standing gold for IG to even up the gold advantage right now. Wei was hovering up there just to make sure. Baron is up 3 minutes till next dragon, and Weibo maybe just wanted to force the priority over the dragons sooner so they let IG grab all of them early, because that means we're closer and closer to a potential Elder Dragon. We'll see if they want to give over that soul. That is an Ocean Soul. Would be really nice for the siege defense of IG.
Yeah, and I mean, I think there's good news and there's bad news as far as the IG fandom goes. And it's looking at this mid lane here. The good news is Xiaohu is down 1k gold. He's pretty useless. He's low on XP. The bad news is that he's literally Galio. So he doesn't need gold, man. He will just ult in. He will press the CC buttons. He will disrupt the fight and be extremely useful irrespective of that, regardless of that. So Galio is just, it doesn't matter about that gold lead as much as you'd want it to. You know, you'd much rather have that 1,000 gold go into Saboro's pocket. You know, he needs to be stronger, man. If this, he's got 2 items. He can res and he can play.
Uh-oh, Photic loses a massive chunk of his health. Does have to flash away from the heroic entrance. It's going to be the grand entrance used by Jway. Pulled back in. The Cataclysm comes through. Here comes the Grim Deliverance onto 4, but he doesn't have his passive. He's trying to get away, but he gets dusted by Elk. Rookie has been waiting behind the entire time, but can't do anything. IG go for the Rift Herald play. Can they do something? Oh my god, that was despicable. Children, look away. Your GOAT Rookie has just been taken down by his head. It's going to be a 5-man knockup for the Rift Herald, but it's going to leave Wei in a place of hurt. Weibo come to town and take everything from Invictus Gaming, including their jungler, JJ.
And this is what the LPL is just all about. It doesn't necessarily matter which team is supposed to win a team fight or how the team fight is supposed to go. Absolutely anything can happen just based on who decides to do what. Photic getting engaged on here by Zika, it's such an awkward interaction because even if you get an arcane shift buffered, you're going to get followed by the public execution. You're going to get slammed either way. Sobro here, if he can just get his Grim Deliverance.
I gotta see what happened to Rookie too.
1 frame sooner, he would have rezzed, man. But unfortunately, what happens to Sobro happens to Rookie too.
Like, he just gets slammed down. Oh my god. Jesus
MVP
Christ.
Erha, man. MVP Erha.
Knock-up City.
I don't mind the attempt from Wei here. Usually the Rift Herald doesn't get 100 to 0 like that. But, yeah, unfortunately it does. And the 4 deaths there completely throwing the game. But you can still last hit this Ocean Dragon somehow, some way. And perhaps the magic of the Ocean Soul can carry you from this spot.
4-man strong, about to be surrounded by IG. Maybe this is the redemption play. They're scared. Jway was terrified to take that engage. They don't feel like they have the tools. There's a public execution straight on a Rookie. He's going to pop the Spirit Rush. He is away, but that's going to be a panic moment for Rookie for sure.
Yeah, you would love to get a Spirit Rush, completely dodging the public execution altogether so that you can keep your HP, but he's going to perhaps TP back. I suppose you just have to give this now. And that just begs the question, are they going to get another chance at a win condition?
Now the 3 dragons in a row, 3 grubs, Rift Herald, all the turrets, everything for IG seem to have amounted to nothing. First dragon goes over to Weibo, and there's a shift in the air. The winds are starting to howl, and it's Weibo's name you hear on them. About 4,000 gold up and looking to make this upper bracket run as Weibo start off strong so far in the playoffs.
I mean, I would say in all 3 of these games, IG found themselves in spots where they should be winning 60-70% of the time, and they just keep finding ways to not do so. I don't know how, I don't know why, but IG is definitely a solid team. They just need to figure this nonsense out. And I don't think that this game is any easier than the previous.
Try to pick Elk, but the Heroic Engine comes in, and the rest of Weibo come in as they go straight on to the engaged ticket of IG. Wei is down. Rookie, even with his Spirit Rush, charges up. Will go down. Finally, Saboro makes the play, but he gets his res. Isn't going to be enough. Elk is now starting to fire away freely. Bullet time right over the top of his rezzing body as a secondary triple kill has hit Weibo, and that's going to be Photic and Jway getting lower and lower. The engage hits, but it's not nearly enough. The Baron buff is there, and they're pushing into the inhib turret, but I don't think they can stick it. Photic does have the defense.
I mean, if they can't stick it, this is huge for IG, by the way, to escape this with all of your inhib towers still intact. Photic wants more.
Oh, Photic is dancing right now.
And you can only feel like he has to at this point. He's the only deathless member of his team, and somehow he's still down 2,000 plus gold after how well this early game has gone. I mean, as much as the gold lead did just balloon even more, you did just put an end to their siege there, and they have expended all of their flashes except for those from Elk and Erha. So perhaps you can look for these bounties, perhaps that of Zika. He did just get a death stance, so I'd imagine his kill ability is going down by the second. But I mean, hey, you live to fight another day.
He's already almost level 18, and if you don't know, it goes up to 20 now. So it's gonna be terrifying in any way you look at it. And you can just see with the fact that pretty much everybody, except for now Jie and Arha, have gold bounties on them. The state of the game right now for Weibo. And we saw a little bit of dancing, a little bit of fancy feet from Sapporo there, but it still was not enough. I do finally have that third item completed for Photic, but when we were kind of listing off the needs for IG, Photic needs another item to really be at that precipice.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Photic needs about 3,000 more gold to get either an entire Endless Hunger and a Last Whisper, or maybe some kind of like a Cyril does. I mean, he's going to need way more than just this, but it's technically doable. I mean, Zahen can operate from down this much gold, no problem. If you're just able to disrupt those fights with the Grim Deliverance, perhaps proc the res, that could be a huge deal. The res is on cooldown. I believe it's going to be coming off cooldown about the exact same time as this Ocean Drake, so that is pretty convenient. I don't think you're getting any other spikes here aside from that Zahen passive, and perhaps Rookie can complete his Crypt Bloom before them. But yeah, the odds are looking pretty dire, and as I said at the previous Drake, they may not have any more win conditions left.
Doesn't mean they won't keep trying. We'll see if their efforts are in vain. They try to look in between these objectives and try to find anything they can. I don't even know if a pick is exactly what they need, but they've had to use all their tools defensively as of late. Reset's going to be there from Saburo, and he'll have the TP to get back out to the fight, but about 50 seconds for this next dragon. Both teams lining it up.
Yeah, you really want to make use of the empowered TP for the shield. That can really help you buy some time as Zahen here. I feel like we're fighting.
Oh, JJ wanted to go for the flash play, but he doesn't have flash at least, so maybe not trying to go for that one, but trying to find any pick he can with the cease and desist to lock down and send the wolves after. As Weibo started with a little bit of an advance into the pit, but now it's going to be IG that end up finding out Zika, who's waiting in the bush himself.
I mean, it's a fortunate case that Jue had a Celestial opposition up there. He's still got his HP bar. I really want to see some top laners get that 30% HP shield here, but we're just going to fight beforehand, aren't we?
That might be the case. Photic doing a really good job of keeping some pressure on Weibo. I think if Weibo were freely able to do this, it'd be a much different situation. But at any time that these Mystic shots go out, they actually do a good chunk of damage. Oh no, Jue gets caught. It's all about one CC chain, and that's what kicks it off. And Jue is the one that makes the mistake, that crucial mistake that we talked about so many times in this series. It's Weibo that pick another, and now maybe even looking is IG. They were trying to follow through on a Xiaohu. That might be a bold choice here, but it is going to be Weibo that play very reserved off the back of that pick.
Oh, if Zika gets this recall, it's
Grim Deliverance.
Just hooked, man. Here comes that 30% HP shield. You got to book it. Maybe smite this.
Barrage came through, but Zika is just going to find the answer with that TP. 5 men strong is Weibo, and a second dragon in a row to deny the soul from IG.
I mean, I'm trying to think about this now. I feel like, so the fourth Drake of the game, the one where, gosh, I can't remember how it happened, but that one felt like it was a really big deal where IG was not going to be able to contest the Drakes much easily thereafter. I'm starting to think that this Drake was an extremely hard one to contest, but I think in 5 minutes from now, it should be easier than this current one was. So I think if they can finally start materializing some items in those inventories, a GA on Jarvan, I mean, I guess as Ezreal's building Mortal Reminder or something, this Death Stance on Zahen, maybe even an elixir on Rookie, whatever you can possibly scavenge and get in your inventory piece by piece, you might be able to have a chance at this next Drake. You need this soul to win. I don't see them winning a fight here on even
I'm going to
terms.
go on a limb here, Foles. You can tell me if I'm absolutely crazy. Is there any world that would have been better to give the soul to IG so you could fight over the Elder Dragon faster?
I mean,
I don't know, man. I feel like you're killing them anyway. They don't have time to reset and heal up.
I would say it's pretty good if you have like really effective heal reduction. But I mean, you've only kind of got this immortal reminder on MF. It's not really going to cut it. If you had some kind of a... Oh, here we go.
Oh my god, they found another pick. Oh, this time it's on the way. And that's brutal. Just a snowball from hell. You wonder how snow exists there. Well, Weibo have found a way. Saboro gets the TP in, but it's way too little, way too late. And the Baron is in the eyes of the Beholder. That Beholder is Weibo.
Yeah, it's just so tricky to play on the tightrope of vision and positioning when the Baron is alive, because if you're too far, the enemy team's going to get the Baron. If you're too close, they're probably just going to engage on you and kill you. And so, of course, that's what Weibo finds here, getting themselves the Baron. And you know what's just so convenient about that? It overlaps directly into the Ocean Drake. They're going to have about 5 seconds of the Baron buff whilst the Ocean Drake is alive. You can only imagine they're going to be starting it up as soon as they can, if the game is not already over by then.
Oh my god, that's just dirty, man. He just wanted the ward. Fools, he just wanted the ward.
It's so gobby, man. You can only wonder, like, perhaps he can get the flag and drag buffer, but Nautilus Hook is just such an effective counter, pulling Jarvan away from the flag itself. And this comp has just been over-delivering. You're literally getting Ambessa, Nautilus, Vi ulted before you can move again. And if that's not enough, the MF ult is being layered over top. 1 CC and you're just dead. How can you play?
And that's just expert drafting. Expert know-how of what the draft has led to. Because we saw some spicier picks earlier on in the drafts, right? Like, and this is the third game where we're seeing some of the staples still be available. And it's up to Weibo and IG to kind of dictate how they want it. And from the first 3 picks, we knew exactly what Weibo were bringing to the table.
Yeah, they've been telegraphing this dive comp here with the Vi, with the Ambessa, and the Galio. I mean, the Nautilus was just such a good addition to the comp. You can only wonder if they should have banned it. Look at them just knocking on every door here that IG has. How can you possibly ward off all these intruders?
I mean, you've got a 2-level discrepancy between the top laners. You've got monumental advantages for Weibo across the board. Now JJ overextends his hand, but he has the GA. The turret's gone now, but they're going straight for the damage. They're going straight for the throat. Elk is flashing on the jungler of IG, and JJ, he's looking to get his revenge. Wei might have taken his spot on IG, but JJ will strike first in the playoff run of split number 1 here in 2026. They are circling the drain right now for IG. It's been desperation. It has been brutal, and it has been Weibo all series long. One last gasp effort, and Rookie's going low. The general is down, and Weibo will find their day. They'll find their advantage, and they'll find this upper bracket run. They complete the sweep here of Invictus Gaming, and they'll go 3-0.
With Zika at the helm, they snapped them in half. That was just absolutely systematic. It was surgical. They just took all 3 games, and even though they made some pretty costly errors in each of those games, as Weibo, you know the coach is not entirely happy, fulfilled, pleased, any of the above. He got some comments for his team, most certainly, but regardless of those mistakes, they were just the better team, honestly, by far, on this particular best of 5 tonight. So they totally deserve this win. And as IG, you've got something there. You've just got to figure out how to translate or transform that into something better.
That smile on JJ's face is worth a million words there. But a great performance across the board for Weibo. I think every single player had something to say in this series. And I know that's got to be a huge stepping up point. We could talk about IG in just a little bit and kind of what we're expecting from them moving forward. We're getting the LCK cams. I like it. I'm here for it. But it's still an impeccable performance across the board for the side of Weibo.
Yeah, I mean, even look, like, they don't seem particularly, like, proud of themselves or anything like that. Elk is kind of just like, all right, let me go home and let me get this right. But I mean, that's the aura though. I mean, hey, respect to Weibo, man. I really think this team has a lot of firepower, a lot of punch that they're packing here, especially with Elk as the star carry MVP. But hey, I'm starting to think Zika might be just as prominent of a player on this team.
Yeah. I still remember the days when Zika was on LNG and we saw so much promise in that guy. And yes, it's been ups and downs for his holistic career, but I still think there's definitely something bubbling up here for Zika in this meta, the way he's utilizing some of these big potential picks, and honestly, the drafting fitting to a T how Weibo want to play the game.
Yeah, actually, the drafts were extremely good from the side of Weibo. Honestly, all series, I think that they really did well for themselves in there. They set themselves up for success across the board. And yeah, that particular last draft there is just so hard to play against as IG. And Weibo here, let's see, they're going to advance themselves into the playoff bracket, meaning they're going to be playing against the winner of the next series tonight, if I'm not mistaken, Mazal.
Yep, that's exactly true. And the loser will be who faces IG. So, we get to find it all out in one day. But for IG, I struggle, right? Because we showed the graphic earlier. It's been an up and down season, right? They were last in Group Ascend for a team that, yes, has some newer pieces to it and maybe some pieces that are kind of trying to figure out where they stand in the LPL hierarchy. But it's still a team that I would have expected a little bit more life out of. And then, they had those devastating last couple losses in the regular season. Then they go into the playoff play-in, lose to NiP in a heartbreaking fashion, and then turn around and 3-0 OMG. Maybe the idea, or maybe something that can help them, is that motivation of the loss. Maybe they go on to make this lower bracket run of a miracle, right? But it's a team that we need to see more out of if they want to hope to represent the LPL at first stand. But even that, hope to win a championship again for the first time in 7 years.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, it's just been so long that we've seen this org really dominate. And I think that in theory, it should be possible. Like, they are really good. And honestly, I'm really high on Sobro still. I know he didn't have the best series tonight, but give this player some time, give him some wiggle room to really come into his own and come out of his shell, and he can really deliver for this team. I mean, Fotek, I'm not the most high on, but as you said, him and Rookie have had some success together in the past. And, all the meanwhile, you've got some pretty good pieces here on this team. You've got some life. It's just a matter of when that life springs out into the game, you can keep it alive, because it's almost like they're growing this garden of success, and they're nourishing and they're flourishing in their element, and everything's coming together, and then suddenly they're just befallen by this sudden storm that just takes out all of their crops at their own hand. They cause their own mistake. I don't know. Like, maybe they're forgetting to water the plants or something by starting the Baron and being so overly aggressive.
I think they need a tanky gardener. I think they need to get Jway back on to Alistars and Nautiluses. And,
that's it.
I don't mind the Nico here and there, but I think that's something that was severely lacking for IG tonight. But enough hubbub about IG. I think we need to celebrate Weibo a little bit more, because this is both teams actually were teams that got knocked out in the first round of the lower bracket last year in split number 1, and it's a much different format. It's a much different season now, but it's still something for Weibo to try to make this run.
Yeah, and this team can run. I will be honest. I think that, as I was saying,
don't know where they're running, but they're running.
Oh yeah, they're gonna be going far and fast. And I'll tell you that. I mean, I think with Zika and Elk, these are some two premier carries in the league. These are really good, a top laner and bot laner to have, paired up very nicely with JJ. And now, I didn't know this about Airhawk, but he has impressed me significantly tonight. I think he might even be player of the series low-key. I know that he didn't get any particular MVPs, but he was consistent, he was delivering, he was doing his job. You've got 4 really good pieces there in that jungle sub duo, and in that top laner, and in that AD carry. Honestly, like I said, that top laner and that AD carry pretty much at the front of the running for their positions. Now all you need is just that Xiaohu macro kingdom in the mid lane, picking those staple secure picks, whether it's Galio ulting, Azir ulting, just helping to facilitate those 4 pieces. If you can all kind of collaborate and come into conjunction, this team can cook and honestly beat anybody on the right day. But it's just that matter of finding that consistency.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can keep that. Again, consistently inconsistent has always been the hallmark for Weibo.
Oh, yeah.
But that is it for our first series, but that's not it for all the action that we have going. We do have our next best of 5 on the docket, BLG versus the Dark Horses of NiP. It's going to be K-Man and Dia bringing that action. We'll see you after this break for the second series.
GG's.
losers of the offseason are ninjas in pajamas. This team sucks, man. Like, I don't know. I don't want to beat around the bush. Hoya getting jobs in the big 2-6 is very shocking to me. I'm going to be entirely frank with you.
It will be Hoya that survives with a triple kill for NiP.
Like, you can count me officially out on Guan. I think Guan is one of, if not the worst signing of the offseason.
We're looking to go in. They are going to secure it. There's the Malphite ultimate on the backside.
Oh, Guan!
About again and blow him out.
When has Care ever been anything other than, like, slightly below average?
In ages, they're just not even fighting with us, and they're fighting with Care. The moonfall comes down. A double kill for Care.
If you're relying on Assume and Zhuo as a duo to carry you through games, you're cooked, man.
It ran down into the dirt. Another double kill comes across. Angel can't even get a kill back. That's going to be a triple kill for Awesome.
This team looks bad. Like, they're in serious contention for being bottom 1.
And NiP will slay another team from Group Ascend. Well, welcome back, everyone, to LPL English. K-Man, you've been introduced since well before this series now. You've had opinions on this series for what seems like ages. For those of you perhaps unaware, for those of you just tuning in, we're about to jump into NiP's match versus BLG, and if you'd asked K-Man at the start of the split, it would have been a miracle that they are here.
Yeah, you know, it's a bit of a hit piece here at the start of it, but it's more than deserved. I'm happy to eat my words and take the L when it's deserved, and boy, did I deserve the L here. Hey, NiP have been fantastic. We're in store for a fantastic series here today. Shout out Grapes, of course, of the LPL English team for putting together that phenomenal package, but I can't wait to eat my words even more, potentially, with a really fun series tonight.
You know, you say that. I will say, for context, those of you who have been following NiP's journey, their road to beat IG here was fantastic. You would have seen it, in fact, in the clips that we just ran. That was an awesome series. Loved watching it. It was their first win against a Group Ascend team. Fantastic. Unlikely to happen in this series. Some, even me, would say impossible. You've basically gone from beating IG, who are right at the bottom of Ascend, to having to beat BLG, who are right at the top of Ascend. I mean, it's not a tight thing, you know. I beat BLG AL, but I wouldn't say that AL is a much easier matchup for NiP. This is basically like beating Goliath and then having to go and face Godzilla immediately afterwards, and to win even a game for NiP right now would be a bit of a miracle. I will say, though, that to NiP's credit, this was not their selection. BLG actually selected this matchup, and more notably, Knight selected this matchup with intention, wanting to face off against Zhuo once again. Let's take a look.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see Knight, you know, feel so confident to go into someone like Zhuo. Obviously, you know, players that have played together in the past, that have been in the same organization in the past, friends outside of the game. And you know what? It's not an unfair call out. Typically, I'd be like, oh, Zhuo is like the call out. It's because you want a series win in the LPL. That has not been the case so far in 2026. Zhuo is playing fantastic for Ninjas in Pajamas right now. That bot lane in general has been super effective in terms of being able to generate leads in the 2v2. And I think he's been one of the most important players on these teams that are, you know, fighting it out to kind of break through into that top 5 or 6 in the league. So really excited to see that it's not just us that's giving Zhuo a lot of credit. Even, you know, kind of the star of the LPL is kind of on board with it as well.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to Zhuo's performance, as I have in every series that I've watched him play in so far. Zhuo is the shining light of NiP, and I mean, let's not get it twisted. NiP have some really good news stories going on their roster as a whole right now as well, but let's take a look at the roster that they're going up against today, BLG, because well, you look at NiP and you go, here are some really fantastic pieces. You look at BLG and they're basically best in slot in as many places as they could possibly be. There's a lot of debate towards the top of the LPL, of course, but I mean, if Viper has been consistently underperforming this season, and yet every single series, people say, don't worry, this is the series, this is the point of the season where Viper's going to turn it around and become Jesus Christ of the Rift. Knight has basically been that for them the entire split. Been up in the top lane, has been, despite not being with the roster for a hot second in the middle of this split, basically consistency kingdom up there and crushing it, especially against top laners that he should beat on paper. He's been really good at actually executing on that. I don't think that there's really weakness on this BLG roster.
And that's the hard part for Ninjas in Pajamas, right? Is you're staring down the barrel of a BLG team that on their best day is probably still the best team in the LPL. Now the consistency hasn't always been there for BLG. There's definitely some problems with making sure that you can get everybody on the same page every single game. But man, when it looks good, it looks really, really good. And I think that if you're getting that version of BLG here today, it's going to be very, very tough to be able to overcome. We're seeing the success that BLG have had in the playoffs since 2023. They've top 2'd every domestic playoffs except for 2. And the 2 splits that they didn't, in 2023, they got 3rd. They still go to Worlds, and obviously they still have an impact there. They do pretty well at that tournament. And last year, it was the Winter Split, which was, we'll just say, a bit of a crazy format. Certainly a format that maybe wasn't super inclusive of, like, development and making sure you can get better over the course of a split. This has been the pinnacle of success in the LPL over the past couple of years, and while they may have not started perfect at the beginning of this year, this is still an org that almost always rises to the occasion when they need to.
And NiP still in a long-term sense of the LPL, kind of a new face. NiP, as you actually mentioned earlier, haven't actually won a best of 5 against BLG yet. Part of that is because they haven't been in the league for as long, but a stat is a stat, and a record is a record. If NiP can win a best of 5 against BLG here, it would change that record. I will also say that if they win this best of 5, they're probably just winning the playoffs. Doesn't matter. That would be such an insane arc for NiP to have. For those of you unfamiliar, let's take a look at the NiP roster. And okay, man, let's talk about some of the hopeful points for NiP today when it comes to, if not full series, perhaps games.
I actually think there's a lot to like about this NiP roster with the way that they're set up right now. We highlighted Zhuo a bit earlier, but it's really been a full team effort from Ninjas in Pajamas to push their games forward and to overachieve the expectations like we talked about. These really have been guys that were cast aside by a lot of other organizations. I think players like Hoya on the top side are a great example of that. Players like Care in the mid lane are a great example of that. These are guys who have had a lot of experience in the LPL, but have never really been able to establish themselves as, you know, top like 7 or 8 caliber players, top half players in their role. I think all of that is changing right now for Ninjas in Pajamas to just feel like they're coming together to be more than the sum of their parts, with a really good meta read and a really strong sense of how they want to play the game specifically.
I think there's a great example of this happening in the jungle as well. Guwan has been of particular note. Almost every series, even if it's a good one for NiP, Guwan is getting brought up as being the jungler that has one job. He initiates, he starts the fight, and then gets the heck out of there. And we have talked about this jungler to death throughout the course of this this split is the word that I'm looking for. And today he's up against Shun. So talk to me about what we're thinking up against Shun, who is arguably, as we said earlier, the most difficult matchup for Guwan.
I mean, it's certainly a clash of styles for these two junglers. You highlighted Guwan's role being very team-oriented, very initiation-oriented. Shun has been really important to BLG, but it's not really been off the back of his Malphite engages. It's been off the back of his ability to skirmish in the mid-game and open up the map for the rest of the team, as we can see in some of the clips that are going down. They were really lacking last year, BLG that is, in the ability to keep tempo in games against top-tier teams in the LPL. It really took a complete overhaul of the way they played towards the end of the year. That's what bringing Shun back from their 2024 team hoped to accomplish, was to speed up the game and make things a little bit easier for players like Knight to play more aggressive. And while that has worked, Shun's inconsistencies in the jungle have also started to shine through. When he is playing well, this team looks unstoppable. There have been games and series where when he's popping off and the better jungler, this team is just going to waltz their way to the finish line. But it's also very possible for a player like Guwan, who simplifies the game down, to really be able to capitalize on Shun's biggest weakness, which is typically just making early game plays look a little bit more difficult than they need to.
Yeah, there's actually, you had mentioned a really distinct pick between these junglers as well. I wonder if you can expand on that, because I don't want to steal it.
No, yeah, I think it's really interesting to talk about here in draft that Shun has looked incredible on the Xin Zhao throughout this entire split. I mean, it's Xin Zhao, right? It's one of the strongest junglers in the meta just in general. He's 6-0 on the champion so far this split. Guwan not played a single game of Xin Zhao. In fact, they banned, it's one of their most banned champions for Ninjas in Pajamas. They do not want to play this. They do not want to play that style, and that makes this matchup in this draft in game one very interesting.
Yeah, we've seen, as we said, like basically just initiators, the exception being the Kiana for Guwan that has had some pretty decent success. Again, pretty great initiator herself, but not typically slotted into that category. The one exception has been Viego, and K-Man, I hope we get a Viego. It's unlikely, to be honest. This series is going to be pretty darn challenging, and I think that in a lot of ways, this series is likely going to push NiP back to the success that they began the split with, which was just really clean, standard League of Legends, and seeing how far they can get away with that up against BLG, because it's arguably the thing that is the most practiced for NiP and will allow them the least room for error against a roster that will be trying to force them.
I think that's definitely going to be their goal. They definitely are going to want to make things as easy as possible. When you're the underdog in a series like this, and make no mistake, Ninjas in Pajamas are big underdogs, despite the fact that they've overperformed so much. When you are the underdog, you need to make things as easy as possible. You don't want any hands check comps. You don't want anything where you just have to be better than the opposition. Get yourself into a spot where you get a couple of kills onto a primary carry and just kind of snowball the game out of control. Now, the problem with that is that this isn't a best of 3. This isn't a best of 1. It's a best of 5. Which I think can really cause some problems. If you are able to pick up a game on one of these easier to execute comps, once you start getting later into this series, that could definitely be a bit more of a problem as these champions start to diminish with Fearless. But at least early on, completely agree. I think the easier and more straightforward the comp, the better for NiP.
And to really illustrate this in terms of what we're looking for, at risk of being clipped by grapes, I think if Hoya picks Varus top, we're trolling. I think just a little bit, we're trolling if Hoya picks Varus top. It would be too weird, I want to say. Even though it has worked for them so well, it would be too weird to be pulling out against one of the best teams in the LPL.
Yeah, I don't know. It's worked pretty well.
You
for
can
this
disagree.
team.
You can disagree. It's okay.
I'm not going to say that it's wrong of them to pick Varus top. And maybe that's the cope in me. Maybe that's just me wanting to see it really bad in a playoff series. And Hoya's kind of been the Varus top player throughout 2026 so far globally. He's really been somebody that has succeeded a lot on that champion. But I think it can fit into the identity of what NiP want to do. If you have a jungler that's willing to engage and you have a mid laner who wants to roam around the map, having carries both on the top and the bot side can be really dangerous to have to deal with. It forces a team like BLG to make a decision. That's what NiP have been really good at throughout this year. While they've not exactly been great at the macro game in the mid to late game, they understand where they need to put their pressure points and where they can move resources like Guwan and Zhuo, who have been fantastic facilitators for the rest of the team. I think Varus can play into that. BLG probably have an answer. Varus into Bin is certainly scary, but, you got to go for comfort. It certainly does feel like it's comfort for them.
That is very true. I think that if we are looking for one thing, it is for BLG to be the team that is on the back foot when it comes to making these decisions, that is being forced into scenarios where they have to pick one thing or another, because at that point NiP would just have such good map control that we'd have to acknowledge that these teams are on an even playing ground for at least the game that it is occurring. I am going to be continually an NiP doubter in this series until they force me not to be. I love NiP. If you've tuned into previous series this split that I have been casting, you will know that I love NiP, and we are going to be real about what this series means for them. And if they end up breaking those expectations, no one is going to be happier than us.
Hey, If NiP are able to pick up a win here, that is just a testament to how well this organization is doing. Again, a lot of people, not just me, although I will definitely put me a part of this, as we saw in that pre-show package, had this team as a bottom 1 or bottom 2 team in the league. Had this team as, potentially right there with Thunder Talk and, some of the other teams that have been, really struggling so far at the beginning of the year. And all they've done is overachieve. All they've done is have a very good meta read at the beginning of the year and find their avenues in. BLG certainly are going to be massive favorites in a series like this. So we get some rock, paper, scissors between Knight and Shuo. Definitely showing off. I didn't see who won. Did you see who won, Dio?
I know. Wait. I'm gonna ask production to tell us who won, because I was so excited about the fact that it was happening that I completely got lost. Hoping that doesn't happen in game, guys. I'm gonna be a little more locked in on who's winning the actual game of League of Legends. With the rock, paper, scissors, it did evade me. Nice to see that Knight and Shuo are, I'd say, in good spirits as well. It is so early in the playoffs, and this is such a strange matchup in a way. I mean, I expected in some because BLG got to pick it, but in other ways, the opening matches of the playoffs do tend to be how far can the top teams go, how fast, and we saw that in the previous series. It did not look easy for IG, to say the least. Weibo were speedrunning those 3 games in many ways. And I think that as NiP, as any team coming in as the lower seed, the best you can do when we start off playoffs, of course, win the series. But second to that, come in with a great attitude, and that's something that I'm liking seeing out of NiP.
I mean, that's the thing for Ninjas in Pajamas, right? Yes, they're massive underdogs in this series. Yes, BLG chose them for a reason. NiP, you stated earlier they've never won a best of 5 against BLG. They've never won a best of anything against BLG, which is certainly something to kind of bring up with this team. But when you're thinking about the longevity for a team like NiP, they took down Invictus Gaming to make their way into this tournament, to make the playoffs, to make Group SM, and you're looking at the lower bracket. Who just got sent down to your side of the lower bracket? Invictus Gaming with a 3-0 earlier today. NiP are looking for as much confidence and momentum as they can build, and that kind of needs to start in game number 1 with these standard drafts. Like we said, going to be looking for these initiators coming out of the jungle.
Quick update on that rock, paper, scissors game, by the way. Knight did win the rock, paper, scissors game. So depending on how superstitious you are and about what, that could be a good thing. It could be a very, very bad thing. And it also depends, I suppose, on who you're rooting for. I was rooting against Avera's top, and I'm winning. I'm coming out on top, but in a strange way. BLG actually banned Varus against NiP. That's one way around it.
They fear it. They fear Hoya on this Varus, and you know what? I can't say I blame them. This team has looked really good playing around that Varus in the late game, but the Yunara also taken off the board for Awesome, who has been very consistent there. Notably, Xin Zhao left available. Other power picks are very much still on the table as well. Rumble taken off the board. It's actually going to be the Mbessa as kind of the flex pick here for BLG that is first picked, and that makes it really interesting when you look at where this team has prioritized putting Mbessa throughout this split up until this point. Shun has not yet played a game of it. Ben has only played 1 throughout 2026, and so you would imagine this could be around the top side, but again, a very strong start. And just saying, hey, if we know you're not going to take the Xin Zhao, we can save that for a later draft and kind of force your hand here with this flex.
Yeah, I like this idea. It seems like a good confidence pick in theory for Bin, like you said. Flex pick does have to be acknowledged. Vi opens up the possibility for an Ahri for Guwan and Kara, a combination that has been stellar for them, and Vi, one of Guwan's best junglers during the split. Ahri, same thing for Kara. One of the things that I want to throw out there, we should keep our eyes out for a Bard. That's obviously available. Nobody's banning Bard, but both these supports play a lot of Bard.
Yeah, great call out. Bard has been massive for both of these teams in particular. It's going to be the Vi Azir duo that we've seen very familiarly out of NiP. These are 2 of the most played champions for this team in general, but certainly for these 2 players, even going back multiple years, Kerr has really been known for his Azir play for quite a long time. Makes a lot of sense, but this is kind of the benefit, again, of saying, hey, we know you're going to pick Vi or Jarvan or one of these, easier to initiate kind of champions. We can leave our jungle pick for now and kind of have a better idea of where your middle of the map is going to stand. If you want to go for something aggressive like the Pantheon or Xin Zhao, I think that would make a lot of sense in this comp, and you can even pair it up with something like a Talia, or it's going to be the Ziggs locked in for Knight. He's one of the premier Ziggs players here in the LPL, and he's going to have a lot of pressure into that Azir.
I mean, that's exciting. Also, technically a flex pick, you know, like, you can move Ziggs around the map, but the fact that Knight is so prominent on this champion does make the Azir Ziggs matchup look really good. You got a lot of long range into each other, and Knight, of course, very confident, you have to imagine, coming into this matchup. Support picked up here as a Poppy gets locked in. Again, technically flex pick. You know, you can move Poppy around, she can multi-roll, but I'm feeling good about support Poppy.
Yeah, I think support Poppy is definitely doable. I think top lane Poppy is also very possible here for Hoya. It's something that he's played in years past, and Poppy into Mbessa is a very good matchup for Poppy. It is truly one of like the hard counters on the top side of the map if you wanted to go in that direction. So again, it just kind of opens up more options for this team to stay flexible as we get into the ban phase. That means bot lane is going to be the priority, and BLG believe that is top lane. I would tend to agree with them here as they start to ban out the Nautilus. I imagine we're going to see even more engaged supports because you do already have a lot of ways to be able to play make around the map. So the Nautilus, the Rakan, definitely could see those bans coming through against Joel.
Yeah, I think this is a really nice pick for NiP because, as we mentioned, you can pick it up in support. It's also a good matchup in top, and it really depends on who ends up feeling more comfortable at the end of the draft, giving NiP a little bit more flexibility, and also not revealing too much of what they want to go with. Poppy generically is a great pick into BLG's composition, so now, as we enter the second part of the draft, they'll get to decide where they actually want to place that piece and where it gives them the most advantage. We are seeing a lot of bot lane focus with Kalista, Ezreal, and Lucian all taken out, and no ADs picked up for either side yet, unless, of course, we're flexing Ziggs, which is possible. Flex draft.
Of course, yes. Ziggs can always still go to the bot lane, but I think it's really important to point out that not only do they believe it's going mid lane, but they're targeting a lot of these early game champions that are going to be able to stop push, and that lends credence to the idea that they want to win lane on the bottom side, and they lock that in with the Ashe. Seraphine is on the table. That has been a dynamic bot lane duo for multiple teams throughout this year, and it's really, really tough to stop. BLG kind of need more damage on the bottom side of the map here. I'd be surprised if they went for something like a Jhin. I think it makes more sense to potentially go for something like a Misfortune in this particular instance that can give you early game power, or just go for scaling in general, but if they do want to go for something passive, things like Jhin are on the table, and that will be the lock. It's going to be that Jhin Bard to allow that playmaking to come in from On.
I don't think I've ever experienced more of a roller coaster of emotions in a draft than going from the, I don't know about Jhin, to the, oh my god, yes, we got the Bard. And we're going to follow that up with a Seraphine, with the Ashe Seraphine that you teased earlier. This, of course, very, very powerful. I still have my doubts about the Jhin, though. As you raised, this Jhin does feel like a lower damage pick, and to me, BLG have gone, well, we're playing through topside this game. That's just what's happening.
Well, what I think is really interesting about this draft for BLG is their identity is really clear. Ziggs is going to be playing side lanes, and Mbessa is going to be isolated and hopefully going to be in a position where she can take over in team fights, and Bard's going to be everywhere. This game is very, very important for On. Him and Shun need to link up, but when you look at NiP on the other side of this, their scaling is clear. You have a winning bot side 2v2 with the Ashe and Seraphine that's been super consistent, a Vi that can make plays, a Poppy counterpick on the top side, and a scaling Azir that should be the strongest champion in the late game. This is certainly a good draft for Ninjas in Pajamas, but it definitely comes down to how they play these side lanes against a Ziggs and an Mbessa with a Bard moving everywhere around the map.
And this really speaks to exactly what we talked about in the pregame. BLG have taken a composition that is going to, in a winning scenario, force NiP into uncomfortable decisions, not the other way around. I think this is really important when we come back to what would be really good for NiP. What would really work for them is to force decisions out of BLG. At least on a compositional level, BLG should be able to do that much earlier in the game than NiP will.
Definitely true. BLG are going to have a lot of tempo in this one, a lot of control through that Pantheon and Bard combo. If they use it correctly, this can be a game that ends incredibly fast. If they don't, they could actually be in some trouble as this game continues to go along. This Azir Ashe combo is going to get online. And when you look at this draft, for as much as we talk about their ability to play the early game, there is no true frontliner in the late game if you don't end up getting those early leads. The onus is on BLG. They would have it no other way.
It's terrifying game one of BLG versus NiP.
The Gios coming out. They're coming out strong for this playoff debut for both of these teams. A lot of good damage down onto Viper early on is going to make these trades a little bit easier. And this is such an impressive bot lane duo here with the Ashe and Seraphine. If you want to see full health bars for Viper and On, you're probably not going to be seeing it a lot in the early game in this one.
Now they are seemingly pretty comfortable stepping up, though, and Zhuo gonna lay down a little bit of damage, but ultimately NiP coming out slightly the worse end of the trade, at least at level 1. We'll see how BLG and NiP face off here. I'm noticing up top side as well that we've got some shove from NiP, giving a decent amount of priority to Guan early in the game.
Yeah, as we get our customary trade of heals on the bottom side that has become so normalized, level 2 hit by the bot lane, but definitely the point out here that with Poppy on the top side, there's basically no play to be made from either side on this laning phase. It's going to be kind of hard to dive in Mbessa with the Poppy. Not impossible, but certainly more difficult, and it's going to be even more difficult for the Mbessa to be able to get into that laning phase. You can see our LPL predictor even looks at NiP as a pretty big favorite here. I don't see the graph going quite that way. I think they definitely need to make sure they can scale this game out, but again, we talked about it. The onus is on BLG, and the onus is on Shun, who we highlighted on this Pantheon. He's been so good at these mid-game skirmishers. He's going to need a big one here today as he clears down to the bot side.
One of the things that I think we should really talk about in the game, especially before we hit level 6, is how much level 6 changes the game for BLG, especially in terms of range. They have not global, semi-global, pretty big ults is the best way to put that on most people except for Bin. Bin's is the shortest range ultimate in this game for BLG. Everybody else is going to be able to hit you from river if they really want to, and that is a terrifying possibility, especially when you consider that Bin is meant to be a very strong part of this composition.
It's never a good sign when you have to say that, oh, well, the Mbessa is the least of my worries for a long-range engage. That's never, like, a good feeling, as Shun makes his way flash.
I care. Just died. He just dies at level 1. First blood, but answered by Guan as the junglers come out swinging.
It's a trade of existences in the mid lane here as both junglers are able to pick up kills, but Shun gets the first blood. That's important. Guan gonna have tempo on this crab, but Shun wants to keep going.
Who got that? Smite came down. Ended up going over to Shun. Nice job. Gets away with the scuttle crab. Wins the top side, and now Guan thinks about jumping back into the mid lane, but Knight's a little bit too far back. Already kind of a bloodbath when we consider what could have happened in this early game with two mid laners AFK farming against each other. That does not happen. We get some early visits, and it's nice to see out of Guan.
Yeah, I'm actually really, really happy for both of these teams on that trade. Obviously, Shun ends up getting out a little bit better because of the first blood gold, but Guan getting gold at all onto the Azir here, even the assist gold, is really important for scaling this game out. You got to be able to play side lanes effectively, and I think that aggressive play ends up doing that. Bin with the shove in right now. Again, this top lane is just going to be relatively neutralized. Poppy is going to have a really easy time shutting down any aggression from the Mbessa, but I'm going to be looking at these timers. 30 seconds on the first dragon spawning. How early do you want to play towards that now that you have some kill gold in the pocket of both of these junglers and that they're quite accelerated? Bot lane actually doing relatively well for BLG in this instance. It's all going to be about whether or not the Bard wants to roam and move around or if they want to prioritize this objective early.
Yeah, they've really sustained up quite well for BLG. Bin still not having a great time. This early Mbessa lock-in was a confidence pick and can still be a monster later, but man, does Hoya feel good about the Poppy matchup for right now. As Dragon is spawned, we'll get to see who's actually prioritizing this early. I almost think we could wait till Void Grubs if we really wanted to.
Definitely possible for both of these teams, as Hoya says. You know, Bin, I'm crashing this gigantic wave onto your tower. You get none of it. That is a massive, massive level 6 spike for Hoya that puts Bin even further behind. Definitely not ideal, but, you know, just a funny little Poppy interaction that we continue to get. I'll direct your attention down to the bottom of your screen. Knight with a pretty decent gold lead.
Guan ganking Knight. Actually, this could turn into a kill. Level 6 for Knight. Uses the flash early, but Guan will connect. Care not able to land any follow-up damage on that, but Knight severely chunked out with no teleport in the mid lane, and as you mentioned, objectives up.
Yeah, I think that's huge. That's a great play from Guan. I was pointing out that Knight was the X factor here. Takes him away from the board as we get some skirmishing on the bot side here. They're going in.
No level 6s, however, for NiP, so no Enchanted Crystal Arrow, no Encore to follow it up. Means that ultimately just gets them a little bit of river priority, but not much more. We'll see if it turns into a dragon or not, as Guan is hovering in the area, and is going to choose to start this one up. So first dragon should go to NiP. I'm not seeing I'm not seeing contests, but maybe a deadly flourish or something.
Would be funny if we got a Jin steal here, but no way to contest with Knight having to back off of that fantastic gank. Once again, it's Guwon who's actually setting the pace in the early game. We talk about the scaling from NiP, but so much of that comes down to their ability to take towers and play these side lanes and be able to shut down this Ziggs. When you're able to take him out of the equation in these exchanges, things get a ton easier for you to be able to control the map. That dragon stacking starting early, and especially because Void Grubs have not spawned yet, you can really prioritize both of these objectives with the combat power that Poppy provides you on the top side.
You're going to want to keep your eyes out in the mid lane in about a minute. That's when Kair's flash is going to be up, and as we know, Knights will not. Shun, however, having access to level 6 means that Grand Starfall anywhere on the map is a possibility, and that includes defensively in the mid lane, should he wish.
Definitely got to be scared, and you talked about it here for BLG. It's not just the Grand Starfall. You're talking Ziggs coming down. You're talking Bard being able to be anywhere on the map. Their ability to make plays is incredibly high. It's just about making sure that you pick the correct plays, and I think that's what I'm going to be watching here. Junglers on different sides of the map. We talked about those grubs in 30 seconds. Right now, at the very least, BLG posturing on the top side with that Ambessa push as we get a bit of a trade onto the bottom side here, but overall, BLG doing a very good job to kind of weather the storm. See if they can start making plays on their power spikes here at level 6.
I would even go a little bit further. They've not just weathered the storm, they've done quite well in terms of their tower plating, at least being indicative of their performance in lane. This is looking significantly better for BLG than it has any right to.
Completely agree. I mean, your biggest worry in this draft was the Ashe Seraphine being able to snowball this early game and not giving you a chance to utilize a lot of those resources, but even giving over that first dragon, you still have that gold lead, however slight onto Viper. Bare minimum, it's neutral. Finn clearing out the wave here is going to get a little bit low, but again, we're talking about Void Grubs on the map. Finn with the shove on the top side. Hoya will have teleport up a little bit earlier if they wanted to potentially go for, a fight here. I don't think that looks like the direction, as both Bard and Vi are staring at each other in bottom river, at least for the moment, but this is the time period where BLG are probably at their strongest in this game, and I would like to see them utilize it.
That minute that we talked about has elapsed, and a little more than. Kair has flash, Knight does not, and you'll notice how safe Knight is playing because of it, really respecting the space that Azir is able to create in the mid lane, and giving Guwon the chance to do whatever, whenever he wants. Right now, moving up to the top side, and will actually be spotted on some proactive vision placed by Shun.
Yeah, we see that vision priority come down, as you called out. Very nice to see Guwon on the top side here. It gives the Ambessa decent time to recall, but as you kind of notice on the top of your screen, Hoya with that teleport available and no TP for Bin means Shun starting up on these grubs is going to be a little bit more delayed if they do want to go towards it. For now, looks like they're going to be happy to, at the very least, give over one and not contest too much. So he looks like he's going to be able to pick up the first one at the very least for free.
Yeah, this was spotted. Again, vision play by our junglers, meaning that Guwon has access to this information, and just now is going to realize that he himself has been spotted. Enchanted Crystal Arrow on the bot side is going to force an early cleanse. Flash into the Encore, gets flashed out by Viper. And it's a trade of summoners in the bot side, but a big win for BLG as they engage on the top side with their numbers advantage. Nice Poppy ultimate is going to reverse that for just a moment. But On's all the way up here, and Zhuo is not, giving BLG certain priority over whatever they want top side.
Yeah, it's actually a huge play for BLG. It's not just one grub that they end up taking, it's two. And so they're guaranteed to have two at the very least. And Guwon has no way to easily get into that pit to get the third. So for now, you actually are in a spot where you're just winning out for BLG. These are the fights we wanted to see them take and be more aggressive at. Shun, obviously, with that early kill, just gets to play a little bit more fast and loose around these objectives. Getting both summoners off the Jhin is a little bit of a compromise, but that's kind of what you expect when you see Bard roaming to the top side for a play like this. You need to just make sure you can get the most that you can. Depending on who gets this third Void Grub, that could actually be a massive win for BLG here. Guwon's on the bottom side.
Yeah, you're able to leave your AD carry alone against a hard-winning double engage ult bot side and have him live, get out with 2 objectives. If I'm honest, I think BLG might have been able to get a little bit more than they did, playing perhaps a bit respectfully into NiP right now as On continues to roam into the mid lane. The threat of this composition in the air. BLG can be anywhere at any time, and NiP are feeling it.
Yeah, you can definitely see them play with hesitation on a lot of their rotations. And a lot of that is because, you know, I keep hyping up these Void Grubs. Look at these 2 comps. Void Grubs are incredibly strong in this game. Both of these comps want to play side lanes for as long as possible to keep these 1v1s. Care has to burn the flash, but he does get himself out of there. Could have been a disaster if Azir falls, but now Dragon on the table and no mid laner.
China Crystal Arrow is going to CC him for a long time, but the follow-up Tempered Fate gives just enough time for BLG to come over and answer back. Curtain Call actually connects to find Shun, and it's 1-for-1 with Awesome trapped in the river. BLG could easily grab themselves another kill, but Awesome, with a nicely timed flash, will avoid being knocked back by the Satchel Charge Deadly Flourish. Will hold him up for just a second, and the Magical Journey takes BLG all the closer. 4th shot not even needed as Knight will collect the kill with a bouncing bomb. And up in the top side, Hoya not having a good time, will be flashed on and solo killed by Bin.
Oh, it's a disaster for ninjas in pajamas everywhere around the map. Awesome has to burn his flash in that fight. He still gets tagged by the Deadly Flourish from the Jhin and gets taken down. Mbessa destroying this counter pick, up 10 CS on the top side, solo killing the Poppy. Everything is going the way of BLG. Dragon's still on the map, but it's going to be that 3rd Void Grub picked up for BLG, I think, here, which is still on the map. Looks like they don't even want it still. They're just going to leave it, not even a priority for them. They're just so confident in their ability to play the game that they're leaving all these objectives up. It looks kind of bad for Shun at the start, but because they got so much out of Care before this fight even started, both the flash and the health bar, even though the Pantheon gets picked, they have so much damage down onto Zhuo that a 1-for-1 trade is really not all that bad in this instance, with that 4th shot tagging the Azir once again on the edge of the fight. Knight's zoning being so effective, and that flash forced out of Awesome just becomes really easy to clean this up. And the reason this is so big for BLG is because it's gold going specifically onto Knight in the mid lane, who is going to be your side lane menace. Then you just get the unthinkable happening, and Mbessa solo killing the Poppy on the other side of the map. Hoya just way too over-aggressive, chasing him down, waits for the shield to decay and just kills him. It's just a misplay from NiP across the map, and they are punished heavily for it.
Using the Steadfast Presence aggressively, a big sin in that matchup, and we tune back into live where a Tempered Fate has already landed onto a very cool Care. Whoa! Ends up using a nice Emperor's Divide to survive against all odds.
Care having to pull off some pretty big plays, but he might not even be safe here on the Azir. So we get some combat in the mid lane here with Viper targeted by Gawan.
Viper has everything. He dies with everything. I was looking at that going, he has Flash, he has Cleanse. What could go wrong? Everything could go wrong.
I was right there with you, Dia. I was like, oh, he's got everything. He should be fine. Care. Oh, just barely gonna live the spear. Coming in from Jun. Oh, no. It's a disaster for NiP. He dies to the afterburn, as you call out, and that's free Dragon. Although Gawan going to be able to pressure it out for now, as Shun saying, yeah, you know, we're not even really all that focused on these objectives. We'll take the kills. We'll take the gold instead.
The Magic 1-for-0 looked pretty good for NiP, but turning that into a 1-for-1 a little bit more awkward. Getting the Dragon, however, another turn in the favor of NiP. Their 2nd Dragon of the game. Gold lead is not crazy just yet. 2.1k in the favor of BLG, when that is clearly what they've been prioritizing so far, and that could be reversed a lot further as Finn actually is going to spawn Zhuo on top side, but that will not stop this engage. In comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, which will go wide. Zhuo still waiting on the Encore, is going to lock him up with the beat drop, and Bin 1v3, and not a whole lot of ways out, is going to go down.
Yeah, he's going to go down, and now going to potentially try and turn onto Guan. Here he gets bursted.
Did not have a chance to play the game there. That was all CC the whole way. He was sitting there with no chance to do anything, and Care may very well feel the same. Didn't have Flash, but did fortunately manage to get away with the shifting sands, leaving BLG wide open for a mid lane tower take.
This is exactly what we talk about with Bilibili Gaming and why Shun has been so important towards this team. It's no longer waiting for your opportunity to arise. It's saying, this is my opportunity. I'm going to create it on the map with this Pantheon. It doesn't matter my top laner is getting caught. I can go and catch their jungler, and that means Rift Herald is going down in favor of BLG. This is already a 3K gold lead. There is no miracle steal incoming. It's level 11 for the Pantheon. It's a massive lead, and now 3 towers on the map with a Ziggs for the Bard to roam around even more. This is a fantastic game state for a Bilibili Gaming team that needed to get this lead.
And you're going to be able to use this Rift Herald realistically on a tier 2 tower. Knight's already positioned towards top side, and a single satchel charge is going to do that tower in, surely. It's just a matter of getting access to it, which opens up the Rift Herald to do some serious damage elsewhere. Open up a side lane, say where Bin might be, down bot right now, and make the game all the more complicated for NiP. Force NiP into an even more awkward situation. Like we mentioned, BLG's composition would be good at. Nice Mikhail's out of on. A little stop on the way towards his tower. Gets out of a fishing play by NiP.
Yeah, it's a good try. I mean, it's just the arrow for Mikhail's in terms of trade, so you're not going to be too concerned about that for either side with no objective spawning for over 2.5 minutes. It's going to be Knight taking that turret. You're going to be saying that a lot throughout the rest of this game. Of course, 2 of those Void Grubs going over to BLG does mean that they have the push power. And when you're talking about a comp with Ziggs and Mbessa and even Pantheon that can play the side lanes, that becomes even scarier. Shun and On now just going to continue to get their vision down. When you take a look at the map state here, it is going to be so tough for NiP to find any sort of forward progress. They just kind of have to wait out these objectives and hope you can scale into some of these Dragon team fights. And we talked about this comp. They do have some gold onto some important targets, but with Care being 2,000 gold down on Tonight from all of the turret plates that he's been able to stack up, even Hoya being down on the Poppy, it's looking dire as we continue to go for these 5v5s.
I will say in the favor of NiP, for any one-game NiP hopers, they did get 2 dragons, which makes the whole scaling thing a whole lot nicer for them. Not because they're going to get soul early, realistically, but because BLG won't be able to get soul early. They won't even be able to get soul until very late, if they're winning the whole time. NiP have bought themselves quite a bit of runway with that. You just have to make sure that the gold lead does not change that. Grand Starfall onto the top side, and Hoya is absorbing a lot. That is not going to matter nearly.
Yeah, you're definitely right. It's not going to matter quite so much. No objective to even try and get priority over on the other side for NiP. So many resources put into killing that top laner, but again, what do you even take elsewhere on the map right now? BLG have done such a great job of setting up, but here's Knight.
When everybody on BLG can assassinate you from across the map, NiP know how to manufacture a situation where they get up close and personal. Knight going down, a big shift for NiP, and it gives them access to this mid lane tower, which they really want, especially because this whole time, Bin is hammering away on top side. Unfortunately, they will not get that chance as Awesome is forced to flash away. Flash forward from Shun secures the kill, and now NiP got to get out of this curtain call as Guwan will manage to dip, dodge, and dive his way to not taking too much damage, while BLG reclaim control of the mid lane.
NiP have to force a push down the mid lane to try and get anything off of that great pick on Tonight. It is a lot of gold into Awesome's pocket, but he gives it right back with a kill down the middle. You know, it's still an overall okay play, but this 4K gold lead is not going anywhere, and these overstays are going to continue to cost them in terms of pressure on the map as we get a replay of what ended up happening here. Just gets tagged with the Deadly Flourish, ends up getting stunned, and look at all of these tools that have to be expended in order to try to get the AD carry out. So much damage coming down from the Pantheon who arrives, and the spear through the heart of the Ashe is more than enough to be able to take down the ADC.
Oh my god, On goes in, he takes the journey! That looks too magical, but he will be able to walk this one a little further away at least. Mikhail's going to be used once again. Flash stun Quad into the wall, turns that around real quick for BLG, and now with Bin here as well, there's no way that BLG are losing that fight. No way that BLG are losing that dragon. They are taking whatever they want.
And that's not good for NiP. They need those dragons in order to have some sort of late game. BLG aren't even done. They're looking for Awesome.
Oh, I thought he was alive, but he was dead.
Where did he go, Dia? I saw him and then he was gone. He just disappeared off the map. I saw a Ziggs ultimate and then no more Ashe. It's incredible just how fast that champion gets bursted down. And this is the problem. This is the problem with giving Ziggs tower plate after tower plate, with giving him so much gold, is that he will be an assassin on the map. BLG not only win the fight, they get the dragon, they stop the stacking, they have full control of this game. They're up 6,000 gold. NiP's win condition is dwindling away. And BLG just showcasing why they've been considered one of the best teams in the LPL. Their dominance over this Rift is astounding, and they keep pushing it forward.
Just like we talked about earlier, On is everywhere. He is mirroring One at every step. Schwo going to be piled in with him as Bin does get engaged on the bot side. Unlikely to win this 1v2, and it will remain a 1v2 as nobody is around to help Bin. A nice pick going NiP's way does help.
I mean, it's more gold. That's certainly nice. Bin has quite a lot of it on the Mbessa on the top side. You're going to need a couple of more of those in order to make full use of it. What do BLG do with this top side pressure? Now Gwan's looking to punish On, but Gwan could be in trouble here with the rest of BLG coming.
Yeah, On is the one who punishes here. This Bard has been insane. However, it is going to be caught by the Encore with his AD carry down. BLG in an awkward spot. Do still have On somehow walking out of that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. It could be worse for NiP. You look at a lot of these exchanges and you just kind of assume that the worst is going to happen. They're able to at least get out with some gold. It's gone from a 6K lead to 4K1, but uh-oh. Bye, Awesome.
League of Ashe getting exploded when I think she's got at least a couple seconds more to live. That play did still go pretty darn well for NiP. They get the trade on Viper, they get the tower bot side. It is their first tier 1 of the game. And they get a nice little plate top side as well. In terms of, like you say, how plays could go, maybe it's not the best thing for NiP, but it's still, I'd say that's still a play in the favor of NiP. They get a structure and a player. BLG just get a player.
I mean, there are worse trades to take at this point in the game. Certainly Awesome would be the one that you would not want to sacrifice in this instance, with him having all of the gold on the side of NiP. What this essentially does is just get some priority onto the river for BLG in general. Hopefully they're going to be able to set up vision around Baron. This is likely going to be the major objective that pushes the end of the game on. Trying to bait Gwan. Does get the Q out of him as he happily magical journeys back over the wall. But again, that vision is just so tough to walk into. Look at the comp of BLG. Darkness is not the friend of ninjas in pajamas in this one. If they're going to have so much control over this river, it's only going to get more difficult to find a way for this Vi to find an engage.
One spotted bot side, which gives the opportunity for BLG to pull off a play onto Care. Out goes the Tempered Feint. And forces Care underneath the tower. The satchel charge almost sure to do this one in, as there it goes. Another tier 2 claimed by BLG. They got what they came for. They Mega Inferno bomb to add insult to injury. And they get right out. That bot lane tier 2 looking mighty delicious right now.
Yeah, it's it's looking rough as Gwan finds the Mbessa down onto the bottom side. Again, it's really just about this river control. Gwan trying to get anything on the map in terms of setup. They have to make sure they're not getting, Baroned out. It's not exactly the fastest Baron in the world with Jhin on the other side, but certainly something that BLG are going to be happy to start up. Viper, though?
Well, Viper's dead.
He's alone.
Viper is fine.
He's fine. He's winning. TP.
And there's a TP. This play has gone more wrong than I ever could have imagined. Public execution on Awesome. We'll take that Ashe away one more time. And an ult from Hoya helps speed the disengage from BLG along. I stand by what I said. Viper should be dead right now, and instead, One, Awesome, and Schwo are dead. If that doesn't say something about this game, I don't know what does.
One fearing the 2-2-7 Jhin, who is completely alone in the jungle. I think the fear is what we talked about, the fact that they have no vision. Jhin could have very well had teammates behind him. Why would a Jhin be posturing like this if he didn't have teammates behind him? He sidesteps the Q, and at this point, Gwan's like, well, I guess I'll just walk away. He has ultimate. He has the lockdown for this Jhin, but they don't feel comfortable going for the play again, likely because they don't know who else is in the area. The Pantheon ultimate comes down, the crash comes through, and it's the indecision from NiP, perhaps some of the inexperience from some of these players that have overachieved a lot this year, but are not used to these big spots in the way that BLG is. The Baron has been acquired, 2.5 minutes on that Baron buff, 7.5k gold lead. They are just going to push down this mid and bot lane in terms of the duo push, and this could likely be gamed here if NiP have no answer.
Certainly having lost control in a pretty big way right there. Like you talked about, the confidence of NiP in this game surely shaken as the play from our larger perspective with full information that we have looked like a really good one. Didn't quite work out. Maybe they make another here onto Xun, who is mid lane, clearing out some waves, but Guan is going on that long flank on BLG. This is going to have to be the play. This is going to have to be a game-winning flank from Guan.
Yeah, and he's going to have to do it soon, because I worry for NiP's sake that they might just be engaged on under their tower.
Woe's gone. Guan is still walking towards the play. There's a full curtain call being channeled. Guan is still walking towards the play. Awesome is dead. Guan has arrived at the play, and it is completely off screen as Viper finally is going to show up as Hoya dies, and Guan is the last one left alive. BLG take everything while NiP are unable to close their jaws on a play fast enough. They're working on Nexus towers as Guan is stuck under his inhibitor and dying for it.
Guan going for the ultimate flank ends up finding the ultimate failure as BLG dominate their way to a Game 1 victory.
That was a clean closeout for BLG. Hard to imagine how that could have gone more wrong more quickly for NiP, as they actually had a pretty decent early game. They weren't winning the bot lane, but I would say that this looked really, really good up until inexplicably after going 1-for-1, having some weird trades. NiP just decided, you know what, we're not confident in any of our plays anymore.
I have no idea what happened. This is a team that has struggled with their macro throughout this split, not to this extent. I mean, we saw 5 headless chickens on the Rift here today in game number 1 for NiP. They just had no understanding of where they needed to be, and BLG, you know, criticize their macro all you want. They're decisive. They make decisions and they go for them, and that was the big difference in game number 1 with tools like the Pantheon, with tools like the Bard to be able to make plays with so much early game pressure. NiP not being able to survive and respond, especially in their winning lanes, ended up really being the problem here.
Yeah, and it is exactly the way that BLG's composition was meant to function. They force decisions, they force awkward scenarios, they dogpile on top of you in the early game, in the mid game, and suddenly by the time we never get to late game, you've lost control. And that was certainly the truth here. NiP's composition still in theory functions great in the late game. It just doesn't matter because it never sees it.
I mean, yeah, if you draft a Azir and then, you know, you have 2 winning lanes, you're like, okay, we just have to bridge that gap. Well, those 2 winning lanes are all of a sudden losing lanes. Your Poppy's losing to the Mbessa, your Ashe Seraphine is losing to the Jhin Bard, and a lot of that scaling, a lot of that stability that you're supposed to have, it's gone. There's no way to be able to play through the map here when the Vi can't really make any plays around the map. You essentially have 3 losing lanes in this instance. The moment that you start giving over some of those Void Grubs and don't really have any contest, now Ziggs has a 2k gold lead just because he's taken some towers. Yeah, that's a problem. There's not really a lot of ways on the map to be able to stop it. It just felt like a masterclass in a group ascend versus group perseverance type of way. And for BLG, they're going to be very happy with the way game 1 played out.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what they would have expected, wanted, trained for as they came into this matchup. As excited as BLG were to play, as excited as Knight was to play against Zhuo, it is very nice to see them playing against each other. And like we said, it is nice to see that NiP are very positive coming into the day. But this is exactly how, on paper, Game 1 should have gone. It is how, on paper, all of the games should be going, and it is up to NiP to change that. They gave it their best shot with a standard composition in game number 1, a scaling composition. Now, do they change that up? 30k damage on Knight is crazy. I can't not read that. I can't not just read that off the screen. It's too big for me to not read it.
look, I understand, Ziggs is a bit of a damage inflator. There is something to talk about in terms of these poke champions where they're just going to do a little bit more than maybe you would necessarily think. But can we say, certainly at this point, that Knight is the best Ziggs in the world? He's been doing this for years now at this point where you just can't give this guy this pick. It makes it so hard to draft against this team. If they're going to play like this in terms of their aggressiveness, it is so hard to break through. It is actually impossible. We wanted to see Knight on Assassins. He got one in this game. I mean, we're going to hopefully get the replay here a little bit later of Ashe getting hit with one Tempered Fate under, tier 2 tower and getting instantly obliterated by a Mega Inferno Bomb combo from the Ziggs. It's just impossible to be able to play that out if you are the ADC. And that was the only bit of gold on the side of NiP. Your top lane's losing, your jungle's losing, mid lane, of course, kind of got crushed here. Even the plays that you were making, they weren't going your way. I like the aggressiveness out of NiP, but they were often losing so much of it on the other side. Here's the play I was talking about, where it's just Tempered Fate under tier 2. Oh, I might be in some danger here. Ziggs Q, Mega Inferno Bomb, Pantheon Spear, bye-bye Ashe. It's all done and dusted. It's all you need. There's no counterplay options available. Nightmare game to be an AD carry.
Yeah, that Pantheon Spear was also a little bit of insult to injury. Also big praise to on this Bard. We talked about the pick earlier. I really liked how he looked on it, even if in that particular play he does sort of just watch his AD carry die from the other side of a bunch of soldiers. Bard looked pretty good in terms of the cross-map presence and plays, and by the time we got to the late game, everything looked good for BLG. I wasn't really thinking about this Jhin, but we got into the late game, and suddenly he was God. He was Thanos to NiP. In fact, everyone was, as BLG ran them over.
I mean, that's really the best way to put it. This was a stomp, as we see 4 members of NiP on the screen here for the late game base push. Just a lot of risks taken, and I think that is going to be my question here. Yes, NiP were able to take down Invictus Gaming in the play-in stage, but they got away with a lot of things in group perseverance against teams like WE and Edward Gaming and, of course, Thunder Talk. Are those things going to be as viable? I mean, these big flanks from Guan were a staple of how NiP wanted to play the game in group perseverance, and as we saw, they just weren't working out nearly as effectively. That's going to have to change going into game number 2 when they have a potentially even harder hill to climb with a lot of picks still on the board.
Yeah, by the time that Guan gets to the play, we were talking about it. I remember checking in with it as we were going over that team fight. But by the time he gets to the play is over. And that is a big difference in pace from what NiP have played against during the course of this split. What, like you said, they got challenged with by IG on their way through Group Ascend, to what they are now facing at the polar opposite end of Group Ascend. What was that guy's name? Goliath. That Goliath to Godzilla comparison really rings true, especially in Game 1, where NiP, we know they're a good team. We know that they are good enough to be in Group Ascend. They have made the cutoff for the bottom, but the top still evades them by a pretty huge margin. And at that very top is Knight on this monster.
Oh no, Knight getting a player of the game on Ziggs in a playoff series. I feel like I'm getting flashbacks for so many years here. It just feels so consistent with Knight. He continues to be somebody who is driving BLG. He is continuing to prove that he is inarguably, I think for me at this point, the best player in LPL history. And once again, he is stepping up and really looking at his buddy Zhuo on the other side.
Yeah, Knight is looking particularly good right now, and we'll see how K-Man looks, because I'm not seeing K-Man right now after we come back from the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL English and to continuing coverage of BLG versus NiP, where BLG came in expected fashion, taken game 1. NiP did have a fun draft to try and turn things around. They picked some pretty standard stuff. They wanted to see how long they could take the game. Turns out they could take the game very long, so maybe we try something new in game 2.
Yeah, I think the big problem that they ran into was just, oh, hey, we'll win in the late game. What late game? No late game is afforded today here by BLG. They want to end this as fast as possible. And this is something we talked about with BLG in the pre-show as well, where this is an org specifically, and these players, this is not like a group of players that want to take their time or drop random games. This is an org that has been wildly successful in best of fives over the course of the past couple of years, and you're now sitting in a spot where they've had some of the fastest best of fives and they're playing a group perseverance team. You have to get back on the wagon fast because these drafts are not going to get easier.
No, and I would emphasize as we think about game 2 that Xin Zhao is still available. That was something that was notably passed over in game 1, was hovered but not locked in, and I suspect that we are going to see it picked for a swift either game 2 or 3, because the reality is that, like you mentioned earlier, NiP aren't picking it, and it's really good.
That is the scariest thing, right? Is BLG kind of call the bluff. They go, okay, you're not going to ban it. Well, we're not going to pick it in game 1. We can just pick Pantheon and dominate the game in the same kind of way. Now you no longer have Pantheon, one of the champions that you can actually push the game forward on. We still have Xin Zhao, and you either have to ban it or we're going to get it in games 2 or 3. And there are still other engaged champions available, even if you do ban it out. It's like a lose-lose situation for NiP. It all goes back to that lack of flexibility. And when you talk about fears for an NiP team, and for Guan in particular, that lack of champion diversity has been a problem for them. I believe we casted the Viego game, Dia, he ended up pulling out, that it fortunately worked out for them because other parts of the map were winning, but he has not looked good on carries. And as you start to dwindle a lot of these more engaged style champions, it even gets harder to imagine a world where NiP can find their way back into the series. They have to get early game leads, things like Jarvan, even like if something like a Jace is left up, like those kinds of things need to be prioritized. I don't want to see Mundo. I don't really want to see like Viego. I don't want to see Sejuani. I don't want to see the slower picks right now. I need to see them keep their foot on the gas.
How do we feel about something like a Malphite? I know it's weaker than it was earlier, but I mean, it does fit the bill. It's not particularly slow. Yes, it has to hit 6, but once it does it cook?
I mean, we saw the Malphite in the previous series. We saw it work pretty darn well earlier tonight, so I wouldn't hate the idea of them potentially going towards the Malphite, if only just because it's so easy to find execution on. The other big thing that I have to take away from game number 1, just a little bit of a mid-gap in terms of how that matchup ended up going. The Ziggs was massive, and obviously Care is such a big piece in terms of the shove and roam potential for NiP. You need your middle of the map to be able to survive. You need them to be able to play a bit better. That's where I'm going to be looking in draft. Can you get something like a Ryze? Can you get something like an Ahri for Care that's going to have a much easier time moving around than maybe something like the Azir did?
Yeah, this is a roster that... I mean, we already mentioned BLG's performance in the last couple of years, but their players individually as well are just like completely knocking it out of the park. I was just looking into things earlier. When we look at their playoffs runs, Viper's made 15 quarterfinals, and of all the playoffs he's ever participated in, he's missed quarterfinals once. Bin has made 12 quarterfinals, has missed quarterfinals once, and that is all the playoffs that they've ever attended. That's not just like cherry picking for top half. Of all the playoffs, you get one miss. And whereas Zhuo, I think on the other hand, one of the players that we were highlighting coming into today's match is a player to look at, a really great news story for NiP. The player that was so key in taking them through their previous series up against IG has made it to 6 playoffs and has only made it to quarters in half of them. It's not Flame. There are different levels of players on the stage right now, and NiP's chance to reverse that fortune in the short term, as we saw in Game 1, difficult. Dwindling, in fact. but their chance to reverse it in the long term, the experience that they can pick up against BLG here, a team that they will be playing in Split 2 continually, and to take that experience with them into their future playoffs matches, be it a victory here or not, we'll see, is going to be still a very good news story for NiP again in the long term.
Yeah, honestly, I think the math doesn't change all that much from the beginning of game 1 to now, where you're looking at this as, hey, we're underdogs. Whatever we can get out of this series is kind of house money. If we can build upon what was a fantastic split in general and a great play-in stage, a great Knights Road to be able to get themselves into the playoffs so that when we go down potentially to the lower bracket, we have that momentum. Like, that's what you want to see. You're not counting NiP out of being able to take a game 2, maybe 3. It's certainly possible for any team to be able to find their way back into the series, but it's really going to come down to the overall mental of NiP, how they respond to what was, for all intents and purposes, a shellacking in game number 1, right? Like, it was a beatdown. It was not a particularly close game. Can you rebound from that and still have enough confidence to play with that same kind of aggression that we've grown to know out of NiP? That's definitely what I'm going to be looking for. You know, we've highlighted some picks for them in the draft, things like that Malphite potentially, things like the Jarvan that I really want to see them go towards, potentially the Ryze and the Ahri in the mid lane. But again, Hoya on the top side has been such a key piece. He got a really good counter pick matchup and couldn't take advantage of it. We'll see what happens as we get the Xin Zhao and the Ryze both taken off the board here.
Okay, I mean, NiP know what they don't want to play against, and BLG continue to know what they don't want to play against. As confident as you may feel in this matchup, as well as game 1 may have gone, are you letting Varus through? No, that seems like it's not on the table today. Maybe for game 3, if BLG are feeling particularly good. At this point, though, having seen game 1, the bar for victory, the bar for a good day for NiP has changed from, of course, win the day. Everybody wants to win. Everybody wants to win. I'm always going to acknowledge it. But realistically, if I see NiP with an over 1.5 thousand gold lead at any point in this game, in this series, I'm calling that a win for them.
I think they can do more than that. I think that this is a team that can surprisingly turn up the pace if they really want to. It's kind of what I want to see. Most importantly for me, I think Jarvan being left up is huge here. I think that kind of, to me, has to be the first pick. If you want to go in that direction, this would be so greedy if they wanted to go for it blind as the first pick potential option. It does look like they want to hover it. Okay. It's going to be the Aurora locked in here. First pick for Ninjas in Pajamas. That's super interesting. I would imagine this is for Care in the mid lane, that this is going to be the direction they want to go to give him more agency. We saw him on a carry in the previous game, obviously, with the Azir. This is much more assassin-oriented than the Azir is. It can be more of a playmaker, but not quite the roamer that we were expecting out of the mid lane. Going to be interesting to see if he can step up, but look what you hand over to BLG. It's one of the scariest comps in the game, like I was talking about, that Jarvan, and you pair it with the Nico.
I felt that like a knife to the heart. Nico, I was like, it's forgivable. Sure, you wanted Aurora, but giving over Jarvan Nico is just A2, you know? What are you gonna do? This is very, very scary, like you mentioned, and NiP at this point have got to throw some haymakers back. Unfortunately for me, Corki is not that haymaker, and Sejuani, as mentioned in the pregame for you, also wouldn't be. Nami, not a haymaker champion. That's all I'm saying. I'm not seeing... Are you seeing...
I'll give them some credit. I'll give them some credit here. They're kind of doing what I asked, which is generating tempo and pressure. You have a mid laner who's going to be relatively strong in the early and in the mid game to be able to skirmish, who will scale. And you have a bot lane 2v2 that is designed to win lane. And yes, you had that last game with the Ashe and the Seraphine, and yes, you were completely neutral in gold throughout the entire early game, so maybe it's not the most consistent thing in the world, especially now with the Ezreal getting drafted on the other side, who can quite literally just play safe. He can just sit back and not worry too much, but at the very least, they're going to try and tempo this game out. The big question is, like, where do you go in the jungle right now? For me, the obvious bans for BLG are things like Malphite, things like Nocturne, to take off the board to pair up with this Aurora. Just take away all the tools that can play alongside this mid laner and force something more aggressive. Like, I don't want to say a Kiana, but like, we're really starting to run low on champions that Guan has actually played throughout this split, and kind of looks like BLG is going to take my advice on this one.
You know, if the Aurora is any indicator, maybe Guan is going to pick something a little new. It could happen. I do like that the Nocturne gets taken out, though, it seems like BLG are really on the same page as exactly what you're talking about. You've already got a strong core. Eliminate the threats to that core that accentuate NiP's playstyle, and you're going to be able to do that pretty darn well. A Silas ban is interesting. I think it's
Silas
right.
into
It's
Aurora
right.
matchup. Yeah,
it's good.
You gotta, you don't want to worry too much about Knight taking over the game on Silas. That would be quite scary. Knight has already shown that he can beat you on one of his signature champions. You maybe don't want to give him another one. Force him to play something else in this particular instance. I'm really looking at the Ahri as like an obvious ban for Ninjas in Pajamas. On the other side of this, it's actually the Yone ban coming in as that double flex potentially with the Aurora. Yone likely the top side of that for Hoya. If they did want to go in that direction, I would imagine, but it leaves up the Malphite, and that to me, could be something key. You would be indexing pretty heavily into AP damage, but at the very least, Guan would feel comfortable on the pick, and that's not something I can say for a lot of other champions on the board right now.
Yeah, very, very well could be locking that in. I like the idea of a Malphite being picked up here. We do still have whole side of top available to be picked for both mid and top lane. I think it's likely we see Bin pick something safe up here safe in terms of blindable. I will remind everybody that Renekton, there we go, is actually still up for Hoya, was what I was thinking of, but I suppose if Bin wants to take it, you can just win topside for free.
Yeah, I mean, you can take your top side here. I think that makes sense. I was so scared of Knight's Ahri coming in. I think if you see Ahri in this comp, you're like, all right, we might just we might have some trouble here. But the Renekton, you know me, I'm going to shill for Renekton. I think he's still incredibly strong. I think he's so good in lane. He's gotten buffed a lot to be more useful in team fights. He pairs super well with the Ezreal as well because you can set up a lot of that poke damage coming in more efficiently. You have so much dive already that a Renekton flank can be really dangerous onto something like Corki, who might have to burn a lot of his mobility tools, staying away from Jarvan and staying away from Nico. What I don't want to see is something like Dr. Mundo here. It's the lock-in here for Ninjas in Pajamas, and it relatively pairs well with this Aurora, but once again, you're ceding so much early game pressure over to Billy Gaming, where Mundo kind of needs to scale to get online.
And early game is where BLG made their money in game number 1, so all the scarier. I find myself wondering, more what BLG's last pick is going to be than whether NiP we're going to lock in Jace. This to me does not change the composition that much.
I will say, I become more intrigued if this Mundo goes top, and if this Jace goes to the jungle. That becomes a lot more interesting. Of course, Knight's already still left up, so maybe this entire point is moot. It's his best champion, and he gets to lock it in with the Jarvan, with the Renekton, with an Ezreal Nico on the bottom side to be able to create so many plays from on. It's basically the same formula that BLG played in the previous game. It looks like Jace is going to be going to the top side. Of course, those nerfs coming into Jace jungle still, he's relevant, but he's not quite as strong as he was. It looks like it is just going to be that matchup specifically into Renekton. And you're looking at a comp that, once again, has a very specific win condition for NiP, except you might not have the same kind of flexibility that you had in game number 1. NiP, for sure, have tools to be able to scale into the late game, and you do have things like Jace, Corki, and Nami, but if this Mundo Aurora in the middle of the map just doesn't have tempo, and if this top side from Renekton, Jarvan, Ahri, and with Nico, once again being able to move around the map, if that gets out of control, it can just snowball so fast.
Yeah, he's I'm gassing myself up to give NiP some props in the early game, to let them have their victories, because the draft for me has been a disaster. BLG got everything that they ever could have wanted or asked for in game 2 of a Fearless, and I don't think, personally, to be very diplomatic, that NiP did a lot to deal with that. They picked things that were in a vacuum, strong to okay, and BLG picked things that were awesome to fantastic. And that's where I'm walking away from this draft with. Like you said, an extraordinary amount of early jungle and mid pressure coming out of BLG. Can NiP answer back in game number 2? Which lands harder, the gyos or those first 3 autos from Renekton?
Unfortunately, right now it might be the autos, and not really what you're looking for as that early trade, but you know, things could definitely be worse on the top side. We've been talking a lot about where BLG can win with this draft, but I do want to take a second to at least acknowledge that in a vacuum, NiP's comp definitely can work. I'm a little bit adverse to it because it seeds so much pressure in the early game, and that was something they struggled with in game number 1, but this Dr. Mundo will eventually be very scary. Corki Aurora, a very dangerous late game duo, and there's no true tank on the side of BLG if they do get into the late game. They're also not exactly the most hyper carry-esque damage, you know, setup of all time. If this Mundo does get big, things can get kind of bad for BLG, but once again, it's kind of relying on the fact that NiP can punish these leads, which is not necessarily something that they have shown that they've been able to do. Definitely going to be looking at top and bot lane. They had great matchups in game number 1. They once again have good matchups in game number 2. What can they do with them?
Another X factor here is Hoya's Jace. When he was put on Varus, he was scary enough that BLG have banned it 2 games in a row. On Jace, against a Renekton matchup, a matchup that was picked specifically for Hoya to win it, you have to imagine, you have to hope that he can be scary enough. Been already on top of him early game and going pretty even right now, but Hoya could still win this. Needs another transformation and a couple more autos, but none are going to land underneath the tower. Bin gets away with an even trade.
Yeah, and Hoya has to be a little bit careful here. That flash from Bin can be deadly, so you definitely have to make sure you're not in range of that. For now, it's just going to be the shove under the tower. Both top leaders going to be happy to take their trade, recall, and burn their teleports early. Not going to be too much of a worry as the mid laners do the same. I do want to point out that as much as we're talking about a potential, you know, matchup advantage in these side lanes, it's not quite that simple. Guan in the mid lane on the TP.
Instantly going to force the flash out of Knight. Sometimes Dr. Mundo just in the right place at the right time. Shun also right place, right time to at least keep that gank from going sideways. And oh, doesn't get a flash back. Ahri without flash pre-6, really impactful. Ahri without flash in 2 levels, not going to be so much, so look to punish again.
Yeah, it's really nice to at least get that flash early. Well, I'm going to try and get another one up top here.
I love it. Same thing happening bot side, though, and Awesome does not know this is coming. Ends up flashing away that ward in the tri-brush, saving them with just a few seconds of warning. And Bin, topside, has gone way too low to be comfortable. He's going to have to back away under tower. And reminder, this Renekton has no teleport.
Yeah, this is horrible for this Renekton. You wanted to talk about a situation where the topside needed to get that pressure. They got it. Mundo's going to get a lot of camps on the top side for this as well. Going to be able to steal away that Gromp. Be able to get some vision onto the blue buff as well. So overall, a very big win for NiP, a team that we talked about. Like, their biggest flaw in this game is the fact that they don't really have ways to play the early game. If they're winning anyways with this comp, then things really do become a lot easier for them to play out. It's a nice 300 gold lead, but overall, it's just going to be some summoners blown around the map, and no kills going over. First blood still on the table.
Guan's so active on Dr. Mundo early, visiting 2 lanes. I'm very, very happy with this state of affairs. As it stands, though, the topside freeze for Hoya did have me concerned. That is a really nice move to be able to pull off against Bin early on. Again, with some assistance from the jungle. Just now going to tick over to 5, leaving him ahead of Bin on the race to level 6 as well. Not as impactful for Jace in terms of combat ability, but really impactful when you think about denying that to Renekton for a little bit longer, being able to abuse him in this matchup with the range for just a few seconds more. First dragon has just come up, and like we mentioned in game 1, there is going to be a lot said about this game with who ends up taking that, where, why, and we've got an extra minion in the mid lane.
Yeah, a small minion, I think. Oh, care.
Went a little too long without seeing that one. Will take a lot of his health bar for it, but fortunately will not die for it. Does open up the
flash
dragon for BLG.
Oh, it was so dangerous for the mid laner there. On burning his flash creates this aggressive play, but what I was going to point out with Dragon spawning on the map is that in that play earlier with the Jarvan gank, NiP's bot lane had to burn both of their flashes. That makes this Dragon contest more difficult as Guan and walk into the Jarvan. They're going to be staring at each other. Nobody else is in the area though, so Shun's just going to have to back off even with that pressure. For now, it's just going to be movement towards the top side for this Jarvan as Dr. Mundo stays in that bottom river. So many flashes are burned everywhere around the map, and we've not even gotten an objective take yet.
Last real super fun time for Hoya as Bin will hit level 6 off this wave, and Shun is right in the area as well, so Hoya overstays here. This whole top side could go sideways very quickly. Shun will instead back off into the jungle. And Hoya's going to have to play a little bit safer for the next few minutes, actually dipping in to refresh some vision for himself, as it is NiP who pick up the first dragon.
Definitely interesting to see the lack of priority from Dragons for BLG throughout this series. Really figured they were going to at least try and pressure that one out. Of course, the push on the bot side from NiP because of that roam from On definitely helps create more of that setup, and that's generally why that play is made in the first place, but lack of flashes in level 5 here on NiP. They got to be really scared of a potential Nico.
If we think about it, the first game did have a lot of priority for BLG. On the top side, looking at things like Rift Heralds and Void Grubs, of which I will remind everybody, they did weirdly only take 2.
Definitely kind of a funny turn of events there, especially with the Ziggs. Maybe they felt they didn't need it. They already had such a big gold lead by the time they got to that point in the game that they weren't super concerned. They're not going to have that gold lead in this one. Dragon going over to NiP. Bit of early gold as well going over to NiP because of that top side, but the small leads being able to be generated here. Knight, 10 CS up on Care, that is good. Viper a significant amount up on Awesome, which is to be expected in this particular matchup as he starts to get plates. Jungler's in the area. Very few flashes on the bottom side here.
Right place, right time, though, for the jungler. I really like the way that Guan is playing right now. Even on the Dr. Mundo, he has been, as we say, getting active earlier, but also playing defensively in just the right ways. Shun is left without a play to make on the bot side. I will remind people, however, that we've got, hold on, level 6 is hit top side, as we mentioned, for Bin, who looks for a trade onto Hoya, and I'm going to say that Hoya is safe, so thinking about this a little bit more. Critical trade of cooldowns in the mid lane. Remember, Care flashed earlier. He still doesn't have that for the next 2 minutes. And Knight, now with flash, level 6, Ahri. Care might be half health, but that's kill range.
Yeah, we'll see. Knight definitely going to have to play safe here. I really would have expected Shun to have prioritized Void Grubs a little bit earlier than this because of that flash advantage on Knight. Wanted to make sure that he could get as much gold as possible before making his way to the top side. We'll see the direction that they want to go. Knight does have teleport if they want to go and make a more aggressive play. We actually do see a TP coming in. It's going to be Knight coming back, so we do have that TP locked and ready to go, as it looks like BLG just want to full send it. That's what we were expecting here. Thought it was going to be a little bit earlier, but at the end of the day, BLG, with that topside pressure coming in, going to be able to take that. Can Viper survive the counterplay, though?
He's, like you said, just got to play safe down here and still has both summoners available. So this tower dive is going to take a lot. Guan doesn't want to take the extra tower shot. Is it half health to Whoa? And again, Viper survives bot lane while play is made topside. We saw the same thing happen in game number 1.
Yeah, except this time it's even better for Viper. He just has to burn the barrier. He keeps his flash on that play, and it's not his flash that gets burned, it's Guan's who gets his flash burned. So a lot of the playmaking tools for NiP not really being put to good use. The small leads they were able to generate before this not necessarily going anywhere. As On makes his way back into the 2v2 on the bot side, you have to imagine that there's going to be some aggression shown down there. This Corki and Nami, while they've been good, they've not been dominant in the way that you would hope this 2v2 would have been. It's really going to be up to Hoya, who is kind of the lone player with a significant gold lead on the side of NiP.
And in contrast to game number 1, where we saw Awesome around the mid-game at least be the gold advantage, right now at the 10-minute mark, still lagging a little behind, and On with a flash and a double Pot Blossom is going to pick up not just first blood, but a double kill for Viper.
What's the opposite of a caster curse? Like, what, a caster call out? I don't know, because you talk about the bot lane, and there you go. On makes his way down there, blows the flash, and absolutely blows up NiP. This is the power of the Nico, and this is the problem for Ninjas in Pajamas, is that it's so easy for these plays to be made. for BLG at this point. It's a 1k gold lead for Viper, and these fights aren't going to get easier until they start hitting their third item power spike, around when they can start really playing through this unkillable Dr. Mundo, until you can really start to get that guy online. It's not going to feel very easy. Again, this is such an effortless engage is the word I'm looking for from On, where he just sees a trade going down. NiP have no business being able to trade here with the Nico ultimate up. Pop Blossom comes through. You get the damage coming in from Ezreal. It's a free double kill in the 2v2, and now all of a sudden BLG are looking at a very, very clear gold lead.
And for those of you who may not have taken stock, Awesome and Zhuo did both die with Flash up in that scenario, which is going to be really important around the next Dragon should they want to contest it. But that contest is happening right now as On does go low, but a Cataclysm lands onto Guan, who instantly gets taken down. The focus from BLG, unavoidable. On will be answered back as KR fakes getting out over the wall, but will be spotted out by sweepers and chased down in the jungle. First charm not going to land onto him, as Awesome is actually here to help him out. Maybe KR gets out of this. Maybe it's just a 1-for-1, but Knight says no, flashing over the wall to take down KR. Another charm landing. This should be the end of the play for BLG.
You would think, but Awesome's so far forward. He's just gonna die. He's just way too far forward. That's not even with Ahri Charm. It's flash for flash on the top side. It's chaos everywhere, Dia, around the map. Everything is happening right now, and it's BLG who once again come out on top in this massive play. It's just an overextension from NiP. It's not understanding that they're not on a timer where they can actually fight this. Dragon is up, and they do want to try and start stacking these, but there's no way to be able to contest this objective at this point in the game. Guan, as much as we could talk about the Mundo potentially getting to a spot where he can be unkillable, is certainly not at that point just yet. And Viper is the one who gets to benefit from it, picking up yet another kill. That's a 3-0-1 Ezreal. If we're talking about, oh, I don't know if BLG is going to have enough damage in the late game, that is solved almost entirely by this Ezreal getting really, really far ahead. And things are once again looking very, very good for BLG.
And if things go anything like game one, we're also going to be sitting here going, late game? What late game? Game one finally mirroring itself here as well. BLG have the opportunity in this time to take second Dragon, and they forego it. Dragon's just really not the priority for BLG at all in this series. It is gold, and at the cost of all else, should they need it. On going to move on forward, maybe look for a small bit of damage, not quite an engage, onto Zhuo, but this is still a 2.6k gold lead for BLG and an Ezreal that hits like a truck.
Yeah, this Ezreal's doing a lot. Look at the item difference between these two 80 carries. That's why BLG's walking forward here.
Also got Knight in the jungle as well. Cataclysm instantly onto Guan. Going to be answered back by the tidal wave, and KR is here as well. So very quickly, see Shun fall. Knight will be able to get away with the last two charges of his ultimate. Now Viper turns his attention on to KR, who has stepped a little too far forward, collecting a double kill on Guan as well with a smooth shot over the wall.
It's beautiful from Viper on this Ezreal. He styles on that fight. Shun goes in without the rest of his team. Knight tries to follow up, but the mid-jungle duo are a little bit disconnected, so things don't go quite according to plan. But boy, Viper being online certainly saves quite a lot. He bursts through the Aurora, he bursts through the Mundo, he destroys the Nami, he wins the fight basically solo on his own, and now this 4-0 into Ezreal is just going to get harder and harder to deal with. Bin, who is at a gold disadvantage still, now getting plates to catch back up. It's getting worse and worse. We get to see the replay here. Shun does end up getting the steal onto the Gromp, disgustingly enough, over the wall. He goes in onto Guan, but just overestimates his burst damage a little bit there, where him and Knight aren't quite able to take down the Mundo at this point. Knight does get himself back to safety over the wall, but look at Viper throughout this entire fight. Look at the health bars of Guan, Zhuo, and Awesome. He's completely destroyed this team, and why not 1Q for your trouble on the back end here for Guan as well. What an amazing game from the BLG AD carry that we wanted to see more out of.
Yeah, just makes him even scarier, and Viper, especially when he's got a lead, is going to be terrifying. Everybody knows it. Everybody in the whole LPL is aware that even if Viper hasn't been having the best season of his life, you don't give the guy 2,200 gold.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of fear right now on the side of NiP. Still ways to be able to catch up. That's what you talk about with these scaling comps, but you can't really afford to make mistakes as BLG. Now pressuring out the Rift Herald. If they get this with the comp that they already have, that becomes very scary because it's even more plates on a side lane comp that you already feel comfortable playing into the late game.
For context, Viper is, in fact, arcane shifting forward in a 2v3, and it's working. Now, fortunately for NiP, they do get to move and take a little bit of the jungle. Will they get first tower, though? Is BLG actually in position to take this? And on in position to find another engage in the mid lane. Awesome is deleted, and Zhuo gets out alive. While all that's happening, NiP manages to pick up first tower, and Viper is answered back with a flash from Guan, and maybe a double kill from Guan in the mid lane.
He's not even done. Shun's gonna chase him down, but does he have the damage? Yeah, he's done. Shun's gonna be able to pick up the trade kill there, but that's a big shutdown going in favor of this Mundo. I can block the shock blast coming in from Hoya. Could have been very, very bad onto that Jarvan if it did end up landing. Still, overall, not a bad play. Even if you do get this Herald crashing into the mid lane, you don't take the tier 1 tower in the mid lane, and you do get some of that gold onto Mundo, who is your win condition. Again, that shutdown gold going in favor. The Nami heal not coming through. I think that is definitely, you know, going to be a bit of an oopsie there, maybe from Zhuo, who might be a little nervous. But we're going to get a replay of this play. Once again, it's just on in the 2v2, realizing, like, hey, you're Corki. Why are you stepping up? What is the intention behind your thought process here? As Viper, unfortunately, taking a couple of tower shots to try and damage Zhuo a bit too much. That leaves Guan an opportunity to be able to come in. And this is a lot of gold going on to the Dr. Mundo. It's well played to get the flash. Even if you have to trade your life here, you're certainly going to feel comfortable with this. But at the end of the day, BLG not worried too much. You still end up getting a kill in that instance. And, you know, the frustration's still coming through.
I really enjoyed that reaction, from near elation to, God dang it. Watching the Dr. Mundo pick up a little bit of extra gold, like you talked about, actually pretty significant. It isn't going to increase NiP's pressure in a huge way in terms of their damage, but what it will do is give their front line an even scarier threat. Like you talked about, Dr. Mundo is the only true frontline in this game, and if he can become immortal, which is still a couple items away, but if he can become immortal, that will significantly hurt BLG's, say, game plan. Game 2 on Nami tidal wave, as we've got yet another Cataclysm. Zhuo and K are going to be locked in here. But they do both get away without taking too much damage. In fact, it is BLG that's taken a little bit more, specifically on Shun. Zhuo will be able to heal up the rest of the team, and NiP would still contest for third dragon.
The problem is they have no inside track to be able to push through. You don't really have a good front line here if you're BLG, but so much damage coming out with this Ezreal poke. You have to make a decision fast if you're NiP.
Right now they're going to try and group up, head back into the jungle. They will actually spot Bin, who is sitting there on the flank. I was gonna call it a Giga flank, but then I remember what Guan pulled in game 1, and nothing is quite Giga compared to that. BLG will take this dragon. NiP choose not to contest for it, and their decision made is to back off and just grab a little bit of farm, K-Man. It's safe. It's not stylish, but it's safe.
I mean, this is the correct play in every universe here. The moment that you're not able to burst down that Jarvan before the fight starts, you have no way of being able to get back into this Ezreal poke. Very worth noting, Guan goes Randuin's as his second item in this game. See how that ends up panning out for him as Knight. The target on the top side.
Likely going to be taken out as well. Pretty squishy on Ahri. Last auto will land, and it'll be Hoya that collects the kill. Bot side, however, things do not go NiP's way, as Care will be taken out as well. Both mid laners falling, both mid laners going to be back at around the same time, but crucially, Hoya, a little bit of alone time, is going to get himself some gold on the top side and could look for more, as a dive is possible, and I say that as Bin teleports up to the top side, and suddenly it is not.
A dive is very unlikely against a Renekton with ultimate available here. It's actually Bin who's going to look to play aggressive, even with them in range. He's going for it.
Flashed forward. And Shun's here as well, which I suppose just denies any answer from NiP. That is a dead Jace. And not even an assist collected from Shun. Bin just had the damage.
I mean, yeah, you see the Jarvan coming up, and the NiP bot lane go, well, I guess we can't really do much. Basically, a solo bolo there coming in from the Renekton. Bin is online with this Crocodile. I talked about this in draft, and I know I've been on my soapbox about this champion, but if you think of Renekton as just an early game champ in 2026, you are misunderstanding where the power of that champ has come from. This guy's going to be a massive problem in these team fights, even down 500 gold. He's still going to be a nuisance inside lanes. And if he can find those flank angles, is going to be able to destroy NiP. And that's with that 4K gold lead. That was really the only part of the map that NiP had any success in, and now that's even starting to go the way of BLG.
Dominus just... It makes Renekton ridiculous. Everything else about Renekton, you can deal with. It falls off. It's all right. Dominus makes all that a problem again. It is on a timer, which, you know, fair enough. But it is going to be a big problem to play around that timer for NiP as the game goes on and the gold lead slips further and further into BLG's direction. Now 4.2 to the good for BLG, and it is NiP who are stuck defending their tier 2s, notably doing better than in game 1, where we still had all the tier 1s available or around for BLG. And this time, NiP have managed to take one.
Yeah, it's just going to be more siege coming down from BLG. This is the problem going up against this comp, is that Ezreal can free hit on these towers, basically all he wants. And there's not really a lot of ways to be able to punish this guy with the gold lead that he's been able to generate. He can poke you down and make it more difficult for you to be able to CS, as Knight now is starting to pick up plates elsewhere on the map. He's already at a 1.5k gold lead that's only going to grow. With the fact that he's going to have a lot of this free side lane pressure, you point out those objectives. Baron is up on the map if they do want to go for it. Do see some pressure onto the top side from Shun. Would need a teleport from Knight, but definitely could be available if they wanted to be more aggressive on this play, as NiP at least posture to try to get vision in the rim.
Look out for those engages from On as well. Flash back up for the Nico, and when Flash has been up for On, it has resulted in double kills for Viper more times than it has not. 22 minutes into the game, and we might have another one cooking. Everyone grouping up topside as even Knight has recalled to take control of topside jungle for BLG, and that starts with the Raptors here. One still going to get the majority of them, and as I say that, Shun just... he flags and steals that Raptor. The big one!
Yeah, he's just taking everything. The big one, it's gone again. As Care just getting bursted down by Knight, who could be a target here, but Blast comes to safety. This is it, man. It's just free damage for BLG. It's going to force, once again, Care to play a lot safer at this point as he ends up backing. More pressure onto the bottom side. I want to circle back to something I called out a bit earlier. It's Randuin's Omen, second item for Guan. I don't really know about the value of this right now going into the Ezreal. You need to be able to tank a lot of that poke, and it's going to be a little bit more difficult for him to do so with this build. We'll see if it ends up paying off for him, but I have a feeling this Mundo might not quite be as tanky as you would expect at this point in the game.
A little bit of X to doubt action on the itemization for Mundo. We'll see how it works out as Guan will be frontlining once again, moving right on forward on top of BLG. Hasn't taken too much damage just yet, but NiP don't want to give up on this engagement. BLG appear to be saying, why? Why are you pushing this so hard? We still have Viper, who is still a monster, and now a teleport flank as well. Moving on forward. He's going to collect 2 in his Pop Blossom, turning that into kills for BLG as Hoya melts in front of Viper. Care and Guan are running away through the jungle. Guan, to his credit, alive. But not much more to be said for him as Knight moves forward onto Care. Not a care in the world, and Viper now should be able to collect the kill and will do so. Okay, shifting his way forward. Guan does get out alive, and Shun is dead, so BLG not too keen on doing the dragon, but they get everything but the dragon.
The engage is greedy, it's aggressive, and it still ends up working out for BLG. The positioning in that fight from NiP is disastrous as we see Knight on the flank, the TP coming in from Bin as well on. The flash engage onto Guan, and most specifically onto Awesome. This Corki just gets deleted at the start of this fight, and no Corki means no damage. It doesn't really matter how much you can survive in these fights if you can't output anything else. Care does a good job to try to pull something back, but at this point, it's just a consolation prize. Care doesn't have enough damage to be able to do this on his own. Awesome is 0-4-4 on this Corki. He's trying to reach his third item, but look at the inventory of Viper on the other side. He's a full item up. That means free second dragon here for BLG, and free combat pressure coming in for them in any fight that they want. Baron is still on the map if they want to go and take it, and I really don't see any reason for them not to prioritize it with how dark the map is on the top side for NiP.
I'm coming out of this still thinking really, really well of what On has been able to do so far as well. The Pop Blossoms really fantastic and definitely a big turning point in that fight. He was able to do that, and again, look out for the flash timer because that is where NiP must be most afraid. They let the Nico through. They didn't end up grabbing it early, instead choosing to forego that, giving up Nico Jarvan. And Nico Jarvan have been the biggest thorn in their side when it comes to accelerating Viper and the rest of the map for BLG.
I mean, it's been there. Like, you want playmakers, you give BLG playmakers, they're going to make plays on them. If you want to complain about anything from BLG, it's that they sometimes make too many plays. But Bin, as we see at the bottom of your screen, 2,000 kills for him in the LPL. That is obviously a phenomenal accomplishment. I believe that shows that it puts him 20th all time on the LPL kill leaderboard. He's having a fantastic game on the Renekton despite going down early, ends up picking up that kill on the top side, and he's going to continue to be a big problem. Care's back. Oh no!
See how many kills NiP can collect. He sees Bin hitting 2K and he goes, watch this. Let me get a third one in this game. Moving himself just a bit ahead of Bin and perfectly setting up his team for control of the map, which they seem eager to turn into the Baron that you mentioned mere minutes ago.
No mid laner means free Baron. Teleport available from Knight should be pretty free to be able to come in here and secure this objective. It's actually going to come in the mid lane, so this fight's going to start without him here.
The one wants to get into the pit and is going to be denied that with the pop blossom. Doesn't actually CC Mundo, but it sets up for everyone else too. Guwan eating a lot of damage, and the rest of his team's not having too much fun either. Shun still in the front line, still very much alive on this Jarvan, and with a flash to secure a double knock-up. They'll turn that quickly into a double kill for Viper, a double kill for Shun, and an ace for BLG. The Baron, a foregone conclusion now for the squad.
It's just the wallets are too thick as Care.
He's actually a monster.
No
Finds
way!
one kill.
No way!
Almost finds another. He does find another.
He's
Does
alive!
he save it? He's thinking about going back in. But Knight's here now. Baron's still likely going to be taken down. I don't see Care returning to the scene of the crime here.
Yeah, he's just going to disengage, but like, what a play from Care. That's actually a really valuable play for him to have made. You know, I was really confused about the teleport, but he saw the angle that I did not see, and now that's a 4-kill Aurora. At least it's something in the tank here for NiP. Still going to be Baron going over to BLG, and at most, that's a consolation prize for the mid laner, but still a really fun way for this to break down. We'll see how this fight ends up going. Knight is not here for a majority of this. He is going to be on the flank. He'll end up joining at least a little bit late, but this is what I'm talking about. You build Randu in second on Guan. Look at how fast that health bar goes down. Awesome once again pretending to play frontliner on Corki. You have to make sure that your positioning is ideal on this champion, and it's just not. Shun just kind of really sealing the deal with the flash there on the flag and drag, but BLG, it's a foregone conclusion with their wallet difference that they're going to be able to win the fight. It's what Care does after this that is truly incredible. Gets over the wall as Viper goes out to try and stop him. The arcane shifts. That's actually a huge turning point there, as if Ezreal's in the pit, it likely doesn't go that way for Care. Is able to pick up what is essentially a free pair of kills and at least get himself something, but the 10k gold lead would argue that well, and maybe the dead body of Care would argue that that wasn't as influential.
Yeah, as we come back to live, it doesn't seem like this intermediate step went too well for him. Being able to take 2 Barons off the table, great news, but being unable to defend the base does put NiP back in a little bit of a pickle. We'll take a look at how this happened once again.
Yeah, I mean, it's Ahri. It's Knight's Ahri, just finding the Aurora, all the tools
It's
burned
Knight's
and used. Yes, that is a very important distinction. Knight's Ahri, of course, a very legendary pick in the game of League of Legends. He is showing why in this game number 2. BLG looking to end this. They are pincering NiP in their own base.
Very scary when you are being pincered, but underneath your own inhibitor tower.
Oh, awesome.
Maybe 400 HP left on the man, is going to have to back away and quickly heal up. Unfortunately, that will not be quick enough to defend mid lane inhibitor tower, and unlikely to be inhibitor either, as remember, BLG still have all of this poke from Ezreal backing them up. They will And starting to back away, and On decides that's simply not happening. That is another kill going the way of BLG as Viper sits untouched in the back line. Awesome tries to back away, but Knight moves in and assassinates him. Now looks for Zhuo. Ari is unstoppable, and Knight picks up a double, makes it a triple, and turns that into a game-winning moment for BLG.
Billy Gaming dominate 2 games in this series. They're 1 away from punching their ticket to upper bracket round 2, and they do so in, let's just say, exciting fashion, in classy fashion here from BLG. Hey, just pick the comp that has the pressure and use the pressure to win the game. It's really that simple, Dia.
It really is. I want to say again, this Nico pick, really good. We might not have seen On live through all the fights. In fact, he died in most of them, but man, did he make sure that his team was winning them, and very evident in that last fight as well. Knight, of course, deserves to be credited with the fantastic cleanup, and Viper with a lot of the damage, but man, On's Nico setting up for so many critical plays that game came in. It can't escape me.
And it's the same as game number 1, right? You put them on these playmakers, these champions whose whole identity is moving around the map and creating these explosive plays. There's arguably nobody better in the entire league at doing that than On. On gets a lot of criticism, and part of it is very fair. A lot of it is like, okay, why are you here? You know, you got to make sure that you're warding properly. Like, there's a lot of real criticism towards On. If there's not a criticism you can throw at him, it's his ability to make plays on these more explosive types of champions, and this Nico was once again phenomenal. Every time he had flash available, he was looking, he was scouting, he was spotting, especially for this Corki, who just ended up being his target in basically every single fight, and he was pulling it off. He got a lot of gold for his team in this one.
Yeah, specifically for Viper, who was the hammer with which BLG attacked the nail of NiP in this particular series. Once we did get a little bit later, past the mid-game and into the point where Knight had a couple of items, we saw that shift to Ari pretty quickly. Ari was a menace in the later stage of this game, but man, was Viper terrifying for the entirety of the game.
I mean, that's your Viper Ezreal. Like, you want the classic Viper Ezreal game. There you go. You got it. You got Knight Ari and Viper Ezreal in the same game. So, you know, that's going to look pretty good on the resume. It just goes back to this identity that we had talked about for BLG. You know, we made it pretty clear, I think, in the draft that one of these sides was a little bit more advantageous than the other in terms of the way that they ended up picking. But even just the overall composition alongside the player familiarity for these champions, it's just absurd that BLG was allowed to get away with this in game number 2, and they took this opportunity. They said, hey, you're going to give us Jarvan, Ari, Ezreal, Nico, even the Renekton on the top side. We're not going to waste that opportunity. We are going to dominate you everywhere across the map.
Yeah, I mean, I like the way that they played this. I don't think that anybody was really going to find any fault in it, especially because this was foreseeable from the way that Game 1 went to the draft. It was up to NiP to change the course of this game, and that evaded them. Knight still dealing around 30,000 damage, funnily enough, but Viper picks up the Ezreal and manages to top that. It is a race to the top between these two, as it appears in the series so far, and right now, Viper keeps that first place on the leaderboard. NiP, just not a whole lot that they could do or did do.
Look, I really don't want to rub salt in the wound because it's already been pretty bad for NiP, but Awesome doing, I think, like the 8th most damage in this game is a bit of a problem for the Corki. That is a champion that farms the damage charts at the end of these games, but he was playing frontline Corki in this one. I mean, his positioning was just not good enough. I think that is maybe the calm way to say it, is that he needed to be a bit better in terms of where he was setting up. On was constantly finding those engages, and that is a massive problem for NiP. It's the discipline. It's been a massive issue for them, even in group perseverance, right? Like, this is not a new problem for NiP. They were losing late games to WE after generating large leads in the early game as well because of just their lack of discipline in these team fights. You can maybe get away with that against WE, NiP, even WE and EDG, I should say, even against an IG, right? I think you can get away with that. Not BLG. You're not getting away with that against on Nico. You have to make sure you're playing perfect. And Awesome in plays like this, stepping up and just allowing himself to be, you know, killed basically for free. Like, these are mistakes you just can't make.
Yeah, it is difficult. I think NiP are having an awkward time finding what the distance is for everyone, but specifically for their carries, who tend to be significantly squishier. where the line is between being active and being dead. And in this particular game, and even in that particular clip, I think we saw Kara experience that. He's fighting a team fight that for all intents and purposes, it's all right for him to be there. He has the rest of his team as backup, and same thing happening here. You want to get active in the river, you want to show presence, and yet you take one step too far, and BLG know where that line is, but NiP seemingly blind to the line in the sand that they have crossed because, like you mentioned, this isn't something that they've really been punished on before.
I think the big problem here is just that it's the look at like Awesome's positioning in this fight. He valks back out, but then he steps back up and gets hit by the charm from the Ahri. And like mistakes like that, it's just you can't really be making them. There really isn't any peel on this team. Dr. Mundo is your frontline tank. You've got a Nami as your support. You have to play safer. You have to understand that these fights need to kind of go longer. You have to play around your Mundo frontline, play that front to back, and it just didn't feel like everybody was on the same page for that. Once again, Kara actually being the one to go down this time in the exchange, but it just felt like NiP drafted this late game comp that they wanted to scale through, and then had no idea what they wanted to do to get there. This Corki Nami wasn't really able to win lane in the same way. Hoya was doing a good job on the top side, but ended up getting solo killed later on in the game as well. So it really just all fell apart. To me, this is almost identically a repeat from game number 1, and it felt like the lessons just weren't learned.
Yeah, and it's like you say, a very, very similar story. Even when we look back at the draft of this game and think about the Aurora lock-in that happened, I mean, we had 3 lanes that were favorably picked in theory. Corki, Nami meant to get priority, had a decent amount of it. Aurora meant to get priority. Sorry, you're playing into Knight's Ahri. That's simply not going to be the story here. And then you look at the top side, and Jason to Renekton, like you said, actually does go pretty well until suddenly, much like the Ambessa matchup, it doesn't.
I mean, that's the problem, right? I mean, it doesn't help that you got an Ezreal on the bottom side at 9-1 and 8 who's doing 35% of his team's damage and just absolutely rolling over this game. Of course, credit to Viper. He was incredible. I would have been happy with either Viper or On as player of the game. I think it absolutely should have gone to one of the members of the bot lane, but this is what we're talking about. If you're drafting winning lanes, if you're drafting Jace, if you're drafting Corki and Nami on the bottom side, you have to win those lanes. It is paramount that you generate those leads, and it's just not been something that NiP have been capable of doing consistently.
I will say, to NiP's credit, we didn't see their confidence fall apart like it did in Game 1, really evidently in that play in the river against Viper. I felt like this game, for all that it did not go their way either, for all that it seemed like a very similar story, also seemed like one where NiP were perhaps a little bit more comfortable, at least trying things, at least trying to defend, at least trying to get aggressive at all points in the game. And that, at the very least, is heartening growth to see between Game 1 and Game 2. Will that growth continue? Will they finally find a winning solution in Game number 3? Only time will tell, and we will find out after the break. Welcome back to the LPL English as we return with BLG and NiP. BLG up 2-0 against NiP and on the verge of closing out this best of 5 in fast fashion, which would make it our second fast fashion best of 5 of the day, K-Man. Up to NiP to delay that. And that's where I'll leave it. Yeah.
I hope
Inshallah.
I can hope and pray that NiP go game 1, game 2, our bad. Our bad, guys. We're you know, we weren't locked in the way that we're going to be locked in game number 3. That's all I can really hope for. My big concern with saying that is that one of the things I distinctly remember saying on the pre-show is that you know, I get a little bit worried for NiP as this series goes later because they are very, very comp dependent in terms of the way they play the game. You're heading into a game 3, and a lot of the comps that you want to play, they've not been played by you. They've been played by the opponent, and they've been used to great success.
And I will remind the chat, the viewers at home, everyone, even you, K-Man, that Jin Zhao still has not been picked. And that has been the looming threat in these games. I look forward to the draft for game 3. The draft for game 2, to be honest, we had a lot of issues with. And then NiP had a lot of issues with. So I'm hoping that in the 20-odd minutes that it has taken to move us into a game 3, we have revised our drafting plans moving into the third game. That is not flame, that is reality.
I mean, it's as reality as you can make it. I think their game 2 draft was awful. I think not only are you giving over all of the pressure in the world to a team that is better than you, which is never a good strategy. They're going to get to control the pace of the game, and that's not what you want. But you do that after doing the exact same thing in game number 1, and this time you just draft losing lanes instead. Like, instead of having a top side and a bot side that should theoretically be okay, you have lanes that are just going to struggle at being able to pressure their tempo because of their range disadvantage. Outside of the Jace, you really have nothing going for you. You have a Mundo who can't make plays. It's just, you're kind of putting yourself in such a hole that even if you are underdogs, you're giving yourself no chance to dig out of the hole. You're digging it deeper instead of just trying to climb. And I think that we need to see that. We need to see proactivity. I don't want to see an Aurora first pick. Obviously, it's off the board now, but like, I don't want to see something like that. I want to see Ryze. I want to see Talia. I want to see these open picks that can move around the map. And especially if you can get something like, you know, I imagine if you're thinking about leaving Xin Zhao up, Malphite might be the option on the table, but things like Sion are still super consistent. Varus is still on the board for this team if they end up, you know, potentially having that option. We'll see if Rumble ends up getting through draft. There are plenty of things for them to play. I just don't want to see them say, well, BLG get to control the game, and if we get to late game, you know, we can potentially win.
I think you've touched on an important point here, and I'll put it in a different way. NiP have drafted 2 compositions in this best of 5 that they came into it expecting to lose, you have to imagine. They drafted 2 compositions that lacked the ability to play make and ask questions for situations out of BLG. It is worth, if not for the sake of the game, but for the personal development of the players in the long run, to try and ask those questions of BLG and to see where aggression falls short, because ultimately knowing where you can poke holes in your opponent's defenses is going to be more valuable to NiP than trying to set up further defenses against a team that's poking holes in yours.
That's the thing. Your defenses are not strong enough. The armor is not thick enough to withstand the spear of Billy Gaming. You have to go on the offensive, and that's what I need to see in this draft. Even if it's more tanks like Malphite, at the very least, they have to have abilities to pull the trigger, as we see some of the bans coming in. Very similar right now. Orianna and the Xin Zhao taken off the board for NiP. The Ryze and the Rumble going to be the answers. The big picks that we highlighted off the board. Really need to see what NiP prioritize early. To me, this has to either be a jungler that can play make, or it has to be the Talia if they don't want to ban it out.
Big question here as well is, will BLG ban Varus? They've done it 2 games so far. They've won 2 games so far. Do they leave it up for game 3 and just go, well, now we kind of want to see how this goes because we feel confident in game 4? The answer is no. They don't want to play against Hoya's Varus, which is understandable. They actually take away the Rumble and Varus, which to me indicates that as much as we're talking about Zhuo, as much as we're talking about Awesome, Care, and Guan and their combination, Hoya is the big X factor that BLG are respecting, and it's been true for 2 games now.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Yunara actually going to be the first pick here. I don't hate this, especially if you have something in the middle of the map that can really be more aggressive. We've seen that, you know, I know it's off the board, but that like Vi, Talia, Yunara trio get really popular, and the idea is that you can use your pressure in the early game to transition into a hyper carry late. I think that's a much more consistent idea of what they've been trying to go for in the first couple of games, but the answer is quick. It's the Lulu coming in on the other side, and Lulu likes to dissuade a lot of that more aggressive I guess, play coming out. Does Shun want to go super aggressive as a carry here? He's going to go for more engage with the Wukong. I like this pickup.
Yeah. I mean, Wukong does just feel like a very standard disrupting pick at the moment, and I feel that way about both of these picks. The only thing that's really signaling an identity to me right now is that with the Lulu denial, you're also getting the ability to pick a hyper carry of your own and have it function even better than any Yunara ever could, because you're going to have the backup of Lulu, who is Lulu.
Indeed, and it will be a trade of enchanters onto the other side here, as Karma is the selection, but I got to talk about this Qiyana, because this is going to make or break this entire game. I mean, Guwan's Qiyana has been inconsistent, but it's been his go-to pick when he has to carry, when he has to be more aggressive. We've seen him make multiple mistakes and not be willing to pull the trigger multiple times, especially in game number 2. He's going to have to be better. He is a big part of potentially scaling this game. But once again, where is the early game tempo? Qiyana's going to have to do so much, as Miss Fortune Lulu is actually going to be the answer on the other side. It's all in on the 2v2 with this Wukong, who can also skirmish very early on at level 6.
Yeah, Miss Fortune is going to feel a lot more comfortable than most other AD carries into a Karma Yunara, who, you know, otherwise are going to have a decent amount of poke. Miss Fortune has quite a bit of damage herself, so will feel a lot better. Like you say, the Qiyana is really the thing that draws the eye in this matchup, because otherwise BLG and NiP, it is clear that they are drafting strong bot lanes. That's nice, but the jungle is where you have this big stylistic difference, where Shun is going to be utility, tank, a little bit of damage, just typical bruiser things for BLG, but Guwan has to be the big, I want to say X factor, but pivot point perhaps might be better for NiP, where he is, and specifically where Supreme Display of Talent is being used, is where NiP must be winning fights. And I say used, it's got to be hitting as well. This can't be panic. This can't be defensive. This has to be proactive setup, which in a way came out as exactly what you asked for.
It is. It's proactive. It's not consistent, but it's proactive. It's something that you can play through. The Kennen and the Jax are going to be the bans from NiP. It's the Yorick and the Galio on the other side. They don't want that follow through with the Qiyana in the mid lane. I kind of respect the idea that, like, whatever else you pick here is fine. Tanks are on the board. I will say that. Ornn, Sion, Gnar, all of them are still available if these two top laners perhaps want to have a bit of a wet noodle fight on the top side of the map and just play a little bit more for the rest of their comp. I would like the Gnar as a follow-through to the Wukong engage. It really makes the bullet time a lot more consistent when you want to play through this, but it really signifies to me that they want to go for something more aggressive, more, you know, heavy hitting in the mid lane. Knight obviously has been fantastic throughout this series. We got to hover here. I'd be shocked if that is the lock-in. Generally speaking, I think that there are quite a few options left on the board that I would assume would be prioritized a little bit before that. But for now, I agree that you do need something in the mid lane that can be, you know, a follow-through on the Qiyana. Maybe that's going to be the blind Sylas, and that's what it's going to be. But we say blind. This could also go top lane for Hoya as well.
In terms of ult value as well, I do think you're getting a pretty good deal with Sylas. There is a lot that you can do utility-wise with the ultimates that are available, and that is going to be really nice for Care, assuming that he is able to get out of this without being giga hard countered. Or Hoya.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm thinking this could be top lane. I actually really like this as an adaptation from NiP. Putting that Sylas top to be able to play off the Qiyana and getting the roaming potential from the Twisted Fate. Really, really nice combo there, because the Sylas is going to have a really easy laning phase into Gnar, who he does fantastic into. What does Knight want to round this out with? He needs damage. I really think that's an important part of this comp, to be able to follow through on the MF bullet time. Who's going to capitalize on all of this CC? He could just keep going back to the well. He's had a couple of really great performances very recently on multiple different champions, but it's gonna be the LeBlanc. That's what I want to see. I wanted to see an assassin, and he gives me my wish here.
I really thought we were going to see a Syndra pick, but I like this. I mean, BLG I want to talk about their composition a little bit later. NiP's comp, did it give you what you were looking for? Is this the proactivity that NiP needed going into Game 3 that they have not demonstrated in Games 1 and 2?
Honestly, yes. I think you have plenty of proactivity on the map here. I think you are actually better throughout most of the early game. There's really not a lot of ways for BLG to punish, even if that Misfortune and LeBlanc are going to be pushing forward. These are champions that do kind of want to snowball, and I don't think you have the best synergy here with the Lulu, who's not really going to be able to help all that much in the early game outside of the 2v2, but look at the playmaking tools. If this Qiyana gets any gold, now all of a sudden Twisted Fate is showing up, and the Gnar engages are completely dissuaded by the Sylas. I really like this draft. Still going to come down to execution. I still think you fall off in the late game if you don't have enough gold on the Yunara, but more tools, what I was looking for here from NiP, I think they accomplished it.
Yeah, falling off in the late game, not really the priority from what I understood going into this game. It is about NiP having tools to attack BLG in the early game, and now when we go into the game, it is about actually using those tools, getting proactive, getting aggressive, and forcing NiP to somehow, forcing BLG to somehow, some way respond, because that is where NiP are going to get a lot of their data, a lot of their growth, and potentially open up avenues to take a game, or like we said, even a gold lead. NiP need a victory here, big or small. Can they do it in Game 3?
Oh, we're already getting some action topside. Hoya's in trouble.
Unfortunately, not going to have a good time with this. Chain does go wide, but
the flash
from Knight will secure first blood. And I want to say that, wow, we couldn't see this coming, but we could definitely see this coming, thanks to the spectators who made sure that we were very well aware of a cheesy LeBlanc play up top. Now, this will cost him 2 minions, but I don't mind. I don't think he does either.
Yeah, I think he'll take the trade. Gold, all considered, it's going to be just fine for Knight. Be a little bit behind in XP, but still, that is a massive problem for the Sylas. That is a huge, huge piece of this comp here for NiP, who is now pretty far behind. And they're going to need it in this series, because you know what NiP has never done, Dia? NiP has never been able to beat BLG in a best of series at any point throughout the history of the LPL since their introduction many, many years ago. 3-18 in game score. That is not series score. They've only won 3 games ever against Bilibili as an organization. It is not looking good as a start here in game number 3, but see if they can rebound and get this early game comp on board.
Yeah, it is a tough record to be playing up against, or with it in mind. I'm hoping that even with the record and with the last 2 games that NiP can let that go, even with the first kill. As often as this is going to or could happen, NiP need to be letting as much go as possible and continuing to make plays, because it is their avenue for growth within this series. Knight gonna get aggressive in the mid lane. Care does eat a chunk of damage, but on this Twisted Fate, remember, we're looking for... can go at level 6 and make trouble elsewhere.
Yeah, I actually think that the XP lead is going to be fine for Care, especially because Knight hasn't gotten that first back off yet. This is going to be an okay situation for the Twisted Fate, who should have a lot of shove in this lane as long as he doesn't play overly aggressive. But now, Chun, both junglers on the bot side, in fact, with Guan taking the crab. Some action going on. On could be pretty low here.
BLG know, surely, that Guan is here. Because of the way that Zhuo is playing. Shun's actually come down to counter gank, and Viper still has flash, so Guan is going to get polymorphed and immediately taken to about a 3rd HP. Just nice comms, nice awareness from BLG to go, okay, Karma's playing pretty darn aggressive right now. We're going to get ganked. And they do.
Yeah, I mean, that trap is bad. That is a really, really bad play. Unfortunately, NiP go, oh man, this Lulu's like really over-aggressive for no reason, huh? Turns out it's not for no reason, and now with no flash on the Qiyana, that one champion that really dictates how this entire game will go has significantly less playmaking tools, and this could be a little bit difficult as NiP walk up.
Oh no.
One's in trouble
it's
here.
Happening again. He walks in thinking that he's safe, but he's not. Shun pops out of the bush and jump scares once again, it will be a 1 for 2 in the mid lane, but a double kill for Knight on top of the first blood he collected earlier. That's going to be a juicy death.
Yeah, that's 3 kills, a lost chapter, and a dark seal for this LeBlanc. I think things are getting a little bit problematic overall right now for NiP. Gwan just feeling himself way too much. He gets the flash burn on the bottom side, not respecting the fact that, of course, Wukong is going to be up on the top side to contest this crab. You're not going to be able to get it for free. And he just dies for it. He costs his mid laner his life as well, although Care does pick up a kill on the other side. Going to be building towards that Roa. This play has to work for Gwan.
Stun. And nothing. Bin saves the jump, gets away.
Yeah.
And I think something tells me that when you said it has to work, that wasn't exactly what you had in mind.
Yeah, I mean, getting the flash is something. Perhaps it's another thing going over. This level 6 power spike is still going to be massive for ninjas in pajamas. You can't count that out. But this is a comp that cannot afford to fall behind in terms of gold because you have no true frontliner. So if you're down in gold, you can't really posture around a lot of these objectives, even in the mid game. You have to make sure you're in a good spot. For now, the bot lane doing its job. It's going to be able to push in a little bit more than you would expect. Yunara Karma actually should generally have a pretty big advantage, in my opinion, into this Misfortune and Lulu, despite kind of what you would expect. But Knight is going to be a problem on this LeBlanc. You have to snowball on this champ, and he has already done so.
And he just hit 6 as well. The XP lead no longer really a factor. As a lot of burst online for LeBlanc at the moment. Small level lead for NiP bot side is going to be a trade of barriers as well as heals. And Awesome actually getting out of this in a pretty tough spot. Does finish at least moving the wave forward, but off of this, BLG and Shun are going to be able to create a freeze should they wish to. And they do not wish to.
Yeah, the freeze coming through. The ping's coming down, actually, onto the invade here. They could look to dive if they really wanted to do that. Hoya, stolen ult!
That's big! Hoya answers back. From minute 1, he got taken down, and now has turned that around. The Sylas into Gnar counter pick. Looks pretty darn good.
Yeah, I'm saying it's working out right now. Hoya has just been a magician.
No,
These more aggressive champions, Awesome.
That was
Has
a great
to flash under his own turret just to survive. But still, it's another resource down for NiP. Dragon is spawned on this side of the map if they do want to play aggressive. Guan going to steal away some camps, but it will just be a trade of steals. Be on the top side here. They could look for a dive on Bin.
Level 6 already for Guan and Bin. No rage.
Oh, Knight's here.
Nothing to do. In comes the Twisted Fate, and Care is going to help secure that kill, but Knight has roamed up to help things out. Actually might look for an answer onto Care as well. Does need to play a little careful with Hoya in the area, but it will ultimately be a 1-for-1 top lane, which could go a lot worse for BLG. Again, appreciating the playmaking that NiP are throwing out there.
Yeah, Guan actually, or I should say Care, actually coming in really clutch in that one with the exhaust. I think he is almost for sure dead in that fight if he doesn't switch over to that with that Summoner Spellbook. But it's a nice trade overall for NiP, who actually have a bit of a gold lead here. You can look across the map. They're winning in most spots. Hoya's doing a great job on the top side to utilize this counter pick, and Care has been able to recover despite the fact that Knight has 3 kills. He's been able to complete his Roa first, and completing Roa 7 minutes into the game is a really good feeling for a Twisted Fate that, you know, can really utilize these ults to open up the map.
This could get a whole lot worse. Shun already showing up in the mid lane. Doesn't have ult available just yet, but Knight does not mind and will end up securing the kill with all the extra damage and gold that he picked up earlier. Bin, now wanting to get aggressive on Hoya, is going to force the flash out of Sylas, but be unable to answer back the solo kill that Hoya served him earlier.
Yeah, Caster Blessing on the bot side in game number 2. Caster Curse in the mid lane here for game number 3, with Care immediately dying with that Roa stack. Knight has 4 kills on this LeBlanc. He's moving to the top side as well. They want to dive this Sylas.
Could easily make it 5, and over the wall he goes. Hoya low, Hoya gone. And that is, I guess, not making it 5, since Bin did get the kill, but it's 5 in my heart.
Five in all of our hearts in terms of Knight's impact on this game. The best player in the league continues to fight as Viper unleashes on Awesome.
That was a nice bullet time. Is it enough? Last auto says it is, and Viper secures a kill on Awesome. Not able to step up into Zhuo, who Could actually still take him down, but perfectly comfortable playing on the edge of that range and throwing in as much damage onto Karma as physically possible. BLG will be able to shove in yet another wave, and that means a gold lead generated bot lane, and the first time that we see BLG take the first dragon of the game.
Yeah, that's not a good sign. It's a 1.5k gold lead for the comp that scales a lot better. The one snowballing piece on the team is NiP, who has 4 kills. It's not looking good for NiP. Awesome has had a really tough series up until this point in terms of the 2v2 on the bot side. He's just over-aggressive as the Unara in that circumstance. Of course, the Lulu polymorph comes in, bullet time comes down, and just is able to eliminate him. Ping's coming down onto the top side. Hoya could continue to be a target. He's been the only player to consistently generate leads for NiP. BLG have recognized this and say, I think we'll let anyone else beat us here.
Once Silas steals the Gnarl, you gotta play careful. He's gonna look for it again. That is just so much damage. The AP scaling on Gnarl is no joke, and with Ignite, Bin goes Mega just in time to prevent his falling to another solo kill. Does force Shun to pay some attention to the top side, and that's all right.
Yeah, I imagine small bit of miscommunication as Knight is going to make his way out. Gowon continuing to at least steal away resources and camps as a bit of a CS lead, but
his gold card expired, so he has literally nothing to say about this.
I just... The engages are so snappy. They're so quick. They're so free. Gowon needs to play aggressive. It's not happening right now. He is stealing camps. He's up in farm, and he's down in pressure. Shun continuing to make more of an impact. Only 2v2.
Definitely a good place to put our focus, as this time he showed up bot side. This is unspotted from BLG, but that doesn't mean that they don't have an idea. It could happen. Teleport here as well means that the bot side play has to work for NiP. They are investing so much in this, and Shun, who is around as well, I thought had a read on the fact that this gank was going to happen, but instead is clearing camps in the area and will have to rotate down quickly. Supreme display of talent forces the flash out of Viper. A cancellation of the bullet time as he plays underneath the tower, gets the extra growth, but is not going to, even with the wild growth, actually need it to turn that around. We said that fight had to work for NiP. It in 0 ways worked.
If there is an embodiment of desperation, that play is it, because there's just no way that ever works. It is just so unlikely with Knight making his way down that you win the 4v4 at this point in the game. Knight is so fed on this LeBlanc. He has been unbelievably good in this series up until this point. Even Ben has started to shove in Hoya. He's got a level lead on the top side at this point with the Gnar. No stolen ultimate, no problem. We do get a nice trade there, but overall, it's just a disaster for NiP as taking on.
Be a kill. Nice.
Yeah. It's something. They are going to be able to pick that up.
It is more than something. There's a good news story developing here for NiP. As we don't have to hold that for the bad news story that's developing. Gank into the bot side actually could turn into a little bit more for NiP, and it will, 1-for-1 as Care goes down. But NiP continue to feed their win condition of awesome, as he is the only place on the map where they have a gold lead. Unfortunately, it comes at the cost of their mid and top laner.
Yeah, I don't mind the play in isolation, but again, if you're going to lose Care, and if you're really going to lose Hoya on the top side as we get in this picture-in-picture, things become more difficult. Gowon is in the area, but it's just not going to happen, man. With Shun and Knight moving around the map, they own Summoner's Rift at the moment. This was a comp that needed to snowball games. They needed to use their level 6s better. They've not been capable of doing that, but you're right, a 1k gold lead onto Awesome in the bot lane matters. See how they can use it with Dragon spawning in just over a minute.
And I want to remind you, us, this is a conversation piece. We're going to have to watch Gowon be forced out of the river first and actually walk back because he wants to die. He's still alive, and now that has been rectified. Viper ends up picking up the kill. A situation where Gowon had absolutely no right walking up, and Shun actually did with the wild growth. Gets a little bit of shielding as well. Survives for a very long time, enough to let Viper channel the bullet time, but maybe they've overstepped. Maybe Awesome is popping the heck off with a triple kill and chasing down Knight, even forcing a flash out of LeBlanc. This is the win condition that NiP were feeding.
Oh boy, Dia, did I not expect that fight to go that way. Guwan basically kills himself at the start of the fight in terms of his positioning on that Kiana, but he does just enough to be able to get the damage down for the supreme display of talent. And that sets up for Yunara. The win condition is clear at this point for Ninjas in Pajamas. And to get a replay of this fight, Guwan's already been chunked by Knight and by Shun. Walks back up right into the engage from Wukong. This looks unbelievably free. Shun even flashes onto the Yunara, but there's no follow through. Once the barrier comes down, this Wukong can't really play the rest of this fight. He has to disengage, and Yunara is still basically full health. Resources going down onto Zhuo, but look where the damage is going. On top of Care and not on Yunara, who even when polymorphed, just gets to sit there, come out of the polymorph, and free hit. This is the way they can win the game. Objectives are going to be really important, but this Yunara has all of a sudden become the most important champion on the Rift.
It says a lot. 6-1 LeBlanc has to flash away from the AD carry. No matter the stage in the team fight, we have to respect that Awesome is the centerpiece of NiP right now, and that means that he has to play low risk, and unfortunately he is positioning pretty far forward. The rest of BLG, after that fight, have pretty well identified that this is an assassination mission. Awesome simply must die, and that is going to be the single thing that you see BLG focusing on for the next couple minutes. Knight already looking.
See, that's the thing, right? Is Dragon is started up here by BLG. It looks decently uncontestable unless they really want to change their plans. It looks like it will just be a trade of Dragon for Herald. That is the thing about this draft in particular.
Oh no.
As Viper's on the top side, he's going to try and deny the eye, and he's going to be successful, I think, in doing so.
Oh no. That is one of the most devastating things to watch in League of Legends. Not being able to get the eye to Herald. In fact, one might go back over the wall for it. He's thinking about it, but decides against it. Zhuo doesn't get locked up by the chains, but again, Shun pays attention to the bot side, just making sure that Awesome cannot have his way with the tower or any part of the map, ideally. Guwan did not end up grabbing the eye, just as an update, everyone.
And the trade all of a sudden becomes a non-trade. It becomes the gold that you get and the XP from slaying Rift Herald versus the second dragon for BLG. Not looking quite as good on the scoreboard there after that one, but again, for NiP, they've got the tools. Does Hoya have the tools to get out of here?
I think. I hope he does not. I guess not. BLG and Bin specifically make a solo kill happen, much like Hoya did to them earlier. Knight's going to walk a little far forward into this brush, though, and Care, waiting with a gold card, has Guwan on the way. It is out of there.
Pro is chained to death for Silas on the top side. A phenomenal play from Bin. He executes it perfectly on the Gnar, but again, it's just more execution diff in favor of BLG. Biggest concern you have if you're an NiP fan here is, yes, you have a super-fed Yunara. What's the one thing that can beat a super-fed Yunara, super-fed LeBlanc? As we get a TP on the top side, but it's just going to be Bin TPing out, saying, yeah, thanks, we'll take the trade of summoners here.
Yeah, fair enough. He gets out and keeps another kill from going over to Yunara. In addition, BLG end up getting the bot lane tier 1, which will almost round them out. The mid lane, the last one standing, and surely the focus for BLG. For all that we have had a couple of plays go wrong for NiP, I will say this more proactive game has stopped a lot of momentum out of BLG, who are normally, in the last 2 games at the very least, much faster about taking all the outers, pressuring for tier 2s. It's slowed down significantly in game 3, and I think a big part of that is because NiP are able to play with so much more aggression at heart.
They definitely have more tools in this game, but those tools will get worse and worse as the game goes along. I think notably you're looking at this Kiana and really, really spotlighting Guwan as the player that needs to step up. Hoya pretty far behind on the top side. Gonna get put even further behind here.
Flashing out actually works, which is nice. I will say flashing, not so nice, but in terms of keeping yourself alive, there are worse things. No objective up at the moment, although we do have to think about 2 minutes from now. The Hextech Dragon that will be up. Guwan, unfortunately, likely not going to survive to that point as he gets chained up and taken down. Supreme display of talent erupts to celebrate his falling as Flash forward from Awesome might kill Viper, but he gets polymorphed and taken down. The assassination comes out of Knight, and this time it's going to be BLG who managed to take the fight. Flash away over the wall is answered by Care, but Shun is still all over him. Stun comes out once again, slowed underneath the tower. Shun might just commit for this. Dash.
Shun is going deep.
Not up in time. Not up in time. Stop. Stop chasing him. Stop. You don't get him. Stop. Good. No. Stop.
Ben? Everybody wants a piece of Care right now as he runs back to the base. It looks like an okay fight for NiP for a bit there, with Hoya re-entering and actually doing quite a bit of damage on the Sylas, but it's just not enough. You called it out in the fight, Dia. That polymorph from On was absolutely beautiful. That could have been disastrous for BLG if that doesn't go off, but we're gonna get a replay of just how this starts. I was highlighting Guan. Well, here he is making a massive mistake into darkness. You have a control ward in that brush, and you just walk up anyways. Viper looks like he could be in some trouble here, but the Lulu ultimate, Viper flashing over the wall, and the perfectly timed polymorph is on point for the bot lane of BLG. Viper does get cleaned up by Hoya, but not quite enough to turn the fight around as Knight tries to do enough. Kara is able to pick him up, but at the end of the day, gold going into the right pockets here for BLG. Viper is now back online with 5 kills on the Misfortune, and things continue to get more dire for NiP.
Now, don't get me wrong, BLG do still have to continue with the focus that they put onto Awesome, continue with fights that begin with his demise, but this was a big blow that was just dealt to NiP, taking Awesome off of Summoner's Rift, even for the second they were able to, and importantly, getting gold onto their own carries once again. It's just a really good news story. We'll note Bin is about to go Mega, but Hoya answers that back with a nicely timed steal on his ultimate. Awesome does get aggressive, however, and Viper, unfortunately, steps 1 foot too far up and falls to Awesome. Not something that we can be allowing in a game where Awesome must die.
Viper forgetting he's not Ezreal in this game and stepping up way too far on the low mobility Misfortune. That should be Dragon completely secured here for NiP. That means the stacking is delayed, and that is a nice pickup. It's not going to be the end of the world for BLG, but it's certainly a win for NiP, something they've been struggling to achieve over the course of the last couple of games. For now, it will be vision control on the top side with Knight pushing out this wave. And we'll see where NiP can utilize these resources, but at the very least, it's a win condition delayed for Billy.
Hey, K-Man, I just want to make sure that I'm reading this situation correctly, because I'm feeling pretty good right now. I'm feeling pretty excited, because I feel like I'm watching NiP have their best game of the series. Whether or not it results in a win, this is looking a lot better to me.
Completely agree. I think they're playing pretty well, all things considered right now. If their early game was just a tad bit more stable, they would have a lot more inroads here. As it is, I think they need to make sure they don't make any massive mistakes, but these fights are interesting, and this Yunara is online. For now, mid lane tier 1, and Awesome the target.
I tell you what's interesting. Whatever that was interesting. Whatever the amount of damage that just happened to Awesome was, I'm sure that interests him a lot. Hoya, unfortunately, captivated by Bin right now, will be slowed up on the way out, and once again, steal the Gnar ultimate, this time for a disengage if he is lucky, and unfortunately, he is not. He gets taken out pretty darn quickly by an extra bullet time, and BLG get to back away into what I think I can safely call their jungle for now, as with one member removed and the amount of power that BLG have with a 3,000 gold lead, BLG, wherever 5 of them are, they own that part of the map.
That is certainly the case. This unit is much stronger than these individuals. You can worry a bit about the front-to-back damage if these fights end up happening, but the problem for both of these teams is that front-to-back is not super consistent. The engage from BLG in particular, I think, is really what you're going to watch. They have so many ways to start fights with the Gnar, with the Wukong, with the Lulu ultimate. So many different ways to be able to play more aggressive if they do want to group up and look for these picks. So we see what happened with Hoya. A lot of wandering for this Sylas as he kind of walks around and walks right into an R that ends up being his demise in that. He's 2-6-2 on this Sylas. He's been a huge part of their success in other series on the top side. Not so much in this one.
This is one of the things that NiP are stuck with is that they have a composition that does want to get proactive, that does actually spike around now in a lot of ways, and would like to pick fights and don't really know where they want to manufacture them, where they can manufacture them, whereas BLG, I think, are really locked in on where they can pick fights, and a lot of that is around Shun right now, specifically around his ultimate. You saw him looking for a play right there in the opposing jungle, knowing that he has Knight on the way. And NiP are going to fish for something in the mid lane, and this could go incredibly hard. Awesome's going to get aggressive first. Not seeing anything from Guwon. Has Flash and Supreme Display of Talent, but doesn't want to pull the trigger on those, understandably, just yet.
Yeah, these are the plays they would go for in the regular season. Now it's going to be the Raptors fight.
And Awesome.
Viper and Awesome
does not get assassinated, importantly, and manages to, with the shield bow, get the proc on a little bit of extra HP, which, for that fight, not the most important thing. For the next couple fights that we see where everyone is playing together, the extra shielding coming out of shield bow may just be the thing between NiP winning and losing a fight.
That's the thing, you have to counter the Lulu somewhere, and that's going to be through the shield bow, potentially giving you that survivability that you so desperately need in these fights. Hoya once again overextended.
He gets lucky this time, though.
Waltz his way out. Oh, we have an exchange Guwon going in here.
Not going to use Supreme Display of Talent on an extremely tanky Shun. Understandable. Understandable, especially with Awesome not here. However, as Awesome arrives, that does become a possibility should they want to pick a fight. The answer for BLG is that they also would like to fight, and so NiP do have to back away. But 30 seconds on this next dragon. I'm imagining that's where we find our next actual engagement, since the skirmishing seems to have died down a little bit. Skirmishing over no objectives, outside of Hoya overextending as he does occasionally, doesn't seem to be the big focus of the game anymore. Instead, it should be around objectives where unfortunately Awesome can read. He sees that there are 7 seconds on the objective and steps a little too far forward, has to burn Flash, but does fortunately get out alive. Hoya may not be so lucky as he pulls off a strange sequence of plays, thinks about going back in. Fortunately for him, Knight goes golden in the meanwhile, but the end result is that BLG get Dragon.
It's a bit of a knife's edge play. If Awesome ends up dying there, things could get really bad for NiP. Same thing for the Hoya teleport. If those chains land on a Knight, he probably kills him, even with the lack of gold that he has. Cosmic Drive and Rocket Belt is that strong on that champion, so it's really, really well played by everybody involved. It's going to be Soul Point, like you said, going over to Billy Gaming. That means in 5 minutes, that Hextech Soul is on the map for BLG to potentially be able to pick up. Hoya, unfortunately, not able to make the impact that he needs to make right now on the map, but this Sylas still is going to be scary. Even though he's down 3,000 gold, it's crazy to say that, you know, one chain could really actually make a bit of a difference in these exchanges. My question, though, is where is Knight? Where is he going to put that pressure? What's he going to do? Here's the answer. My bad.
We found it.
We found it.
The vision control is where it begins, brother. BLG, they now having taken one pick, are going to be able to threaten Baron. Finding another would secure Baron for them, and unfortunately NiP just don't have a whole lot of options to walk up into something that they know is a 4v5. Instead, it's Shun who has plenty of space to walk up, force a Supreme Display of Talent that hits nothing, and solo kill Guwon. With a jungler down, NiP must answer or lose Baron, and it looks like they're losing Baron.
Yeah, I don't know how you answer here. 35 seconds on a Kiana that's already desperately far behind in terms of resources and gold. Shun, yes, he's a little bit lower in health. He's got a Guardian Angel completed, so even if you want to feel like you can take down this jungler, he's still going to be able to survive in some key moments. It will be a trade of tier 1 mid lane, but if that's your trade, that is a desperation play, as this Baron is off the map and in the hands of BLG.
I can tell you that 100 out of 100 times I would trade tier 1 mid lane for Baron. Exactly as you say, it is a sign of desperate times for NiP, but they make the trade, and unfortunately they trade a little bit more than they wanted to. Care
oh no,
loses the game for a little bit. He loses the game. like his own sense of the game, not loses the game for the team. And that costs him. This also going to cost Awesome, as everybody's game sense just seems to have been completely thrown off by this Baron play. We know that BLG are in the bush. We know that they're walking into your jungle. And NiP lose the Baron, but they also lose all sense of where BLG are on the map.
I'm just watching the bricks on the building slowly fall and crumble everywhere on the ground. It's play after play. It's dynamic pick after dynamic pick. It's BLG excellence everywhere across the map. And with these death timers, BLG could push for a lot and potentially even game here.
Certainly depends on what picks, if any, they can find. The inhibitor sure to fall, no question about that. And the rest really up to Shun, as he'd be their pick machine for now, being no rage. Shun is setting up the mid lane wave to hopefully grab a tier 2 tower, something that seems unlikely with 3 members of NiP in the area, but a respectable possibility nonetheless, especially as BLG take to the map once again.
Yeah, they are on the map, and they are feeling like they can basically get away with whatever they want here. It's a 6k gold lead, not the largest they've had in this series, but an 11-kill LeBlanc will certainly make it feel a little bit scarier. 10 stacks of the Medjai's completed. Knight is a scary, scary man right now on the Rift. 4,000 gold lead for this Gnar on the top side, who has been terrific. Bin has been phenomenal throughout this entire series, and with the Siege coming down, with the rest of this Baron buff, we see what NiP can do to dissuade this. Flank on the way for Shun.
And in comes the 2-man engage, does manage to catch a single member completely isolated. It is Care that goes down, a double kill goes the way of Viper, but Hoya wants to answer back, does get out over the wall as he retreats, and ultimately finds the kill on Viper, but it does little for the mostly dead NiP squad. Everyone but Zhuo has been taken out, and Knight, not a care in the world, has plenty of time to spend harassing the support. Does go down. It's 1,000 gold shut down to Zhuo. Doesn't change much, but it does look pretty cool.
Knight said he wanted to face Zhuo in the playoffs. BLG chose NiP, and doing so will get them into round number 2. As a fantastic victory here for Billy Gaming pushes them across the finish line with a very clean 3-0.
Funny thing that Knight and Zhuo were the ones fighting at the end of that game. Just a little bit of friendly banter, shall we say, at the end of a swift 3-0. BLG did not look particularly troubled in this series. BLG did not even look particularly troubled in Game 3, but I will say again, credit to the Ninjas in Pajamas where it is due. Game 3 was the closest.
They certainly put up a fight in game number 3. They haven't really been able to do that throughout the other games in the series. I don't think it's a coincidence that they had their best draft in game number 3 and then, you know, had an opportunity to be able to play it out from there. Unfortunately, some key areas just ended up losing. I think you're looking at a player in Hoya, who was their only positive in game number 2 on the Jace, just get completely obliterated on the Sylas, and unfortunately, just too many mistakes in the middle of the map. It wasn't a good enough day from some of the young players that needed to prove what they had. They just end up dropping down, but they're still alive. NiP fans, do not worry. You're not out of the tournament just yet. You still got that lower bracket run, potentially.
Yeah, and the lower bracket run that, again, is the expectation for NiP coming into this series. You would have to be... Yeah, you'd have to be delusional, I think, to come into this series and go, no questions asked, NiP are going to the next round. That would be crazy. That would be a crazy thing to say. But they do perform, I would say, to expectation in this series. A 3-0, much like we saw earlier today. What you expect out of the first round of playoffs. I would even say that Game 3 was a good news story for them. Now, they return to the Knights Road, as they will be facing IG after this series, the team from Group Ascend that they already know they can beat, and that series is actually going to tell us a lot about how this one went, because this is NiP's learning moment. They just got to face the bottom of Ascend, they won that. They faced the top of Ascend, they lose that. Can they face the bottom of Ascend and beat them with even more emphasis, with even more confidence Or was this series just a shellacking that we learned nothing from? That's what the next series will tell us.
Hey, I mean, if that's the mentality you want to go into the next series with, you beat IG, and it's not like IG did any better earlier today. They got 3-0 themselves by a Weibo Gaming team that I think most people would consider weaker than Billy. Granted, those games were significantly closer, so I think that's also fair to say. But at the end of the day, NiP, you eat the loss to BLG. You absorb the beating that you were kind of prescribed to take in round number 1 from one of the clear best teams in the entire region, and you end up trying to pull what you can out of it. I think that there are some positives. I think Care had some nice moments early in the series. I think Awesome, of course, was okay in game number 3 here on the Yunara after being a big question mark on the Corki in game number 2. You know, there were plenty of things I think to really like individually. It's just the package that was kind of missing overall, and you're just hopefully going to be able to pick that up more in the lower bracket.
Why are you giving Awesome an okay in game 3? Like, literally, they're not even from this group, and he's, like, the most fed member. Why are you giving him an okay?
Yeah, you know, maybe I should be a bit more bullish about the performance there. I think I just got so distracted in so many of those fights because Awesome was doing his thing, and then On was just taking over on the Lulu. It's so crazy to say that. We saw him on the Playmakers in the first couple games, but to me, this was the On game. Like, Knight's gonna get MVP and he deserves it, but like this was an unbelievable game from him on the Lulu, and that's what really ended up kind of catching my attention in these fights.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, On looked very, very confident in this series, and it actually makes me wonder, in the same way as NiP had more of their mistakes punished against BLG, I wonder how much of On looking good in this series is because, you know, he was having a really good series, or because NiP are not punishing mistakes at the level that we see other Ascend teams punish On when he is getting aggressive like that. Because, I walk away from this going, yeah, On was fantastic. What was he, though? Like, what was he actually against a better team? I'm not sure.
I'm going to give him the credit, and I'm going to give him the credit for a couple of prime reasons. I think history would lead you to believe that, okay, On against international competition, not always been the most consistent player in the world. Something that gets talked about too little, in my opinion, is how good On has been domestically in the playoffs. He's really been a big domestic performer. He was a big reason why BLG ended up making finals last year. And people kind of forget that he can go on these runs. But more specifically, On's just been really good this year so far. He has really stepped back up to the plate. He's probably been this team's second best player across this year up until this point, only behind Knight. And if he's going to continue to play at a level where he can really push the game forward and be good on both enchanters, playmakers, engagers, all of it, I mean, that's been the big problem and the big difference for BLG against international competition. And even really like winning the league consistently has been On. So really happy to see him play well today and carry on his good regular season.
Yeah, I think this was a really fantastic series from him. Like you talked about, the Knight MVP is happening. You pick LeBlanc in Game 3, you close it out like that, you even start to play at level 1. I don't think there's any way that Knight is escaping Player of the Game. And if I look at this from a larger lens, Player of the Series likely as well.
I mean, how do you argue against it? The guy dominated game number 1. He got a signature champion and dominated in game number 2. And then he got, 11, 12 kills on LeBlanc in game number 3. This was Knight's series. This is the Knight that was promised, right? There's a reason that the play-in stage for this playoffs was called Knight's Road. Knight's Rivals. I mean, it's because he is the tippity top of the LPL. He continues to be the greatest LPL player of all time. And he proved it more than enough here today that, you know, Care, he's had some success. He's had some playoff moments in the past. Knight's a little bit of a different story in round number 1.
So, given that we're really high on Knight after this series, and it is difficult to evaluate our players for BLG in this series because expected 3-0, delivered 3-0. How are we feeling about Viper as we approach the back half of the playoffs? Is this the Viper that was promised? I feel like we're not there yet, but I want to hear your take.
I think he's adopting too much of the LPL right now into his game. I'd love to see more of LCK Viper start to come through more specifically. I love LPL action, but if BLG want to have their success, Viper we still saw in game number 3, overstep in the mid lane and die for no reason. There were moments where he was getting targeted in these fights. Not every single one of those bullet times was effective, and you know, he was down in gold, but that Ezreal game. I mean, that's what gives you the confidence and the hope that, like, okay, we're still here with Viper. You still have the mechanics to take over if put into the proper spot. I want to see him start to win more isolated in the 2v2. If this team is just going to put more resources into the mid-jungle duo and not worry so much about the bot lane side of it, I understand that. But really, I think this team is going to be at their best if they can unlock that bot lane, if they can get Viper into a good spot alongside Knight, even if that is generally at the expense of their jungler.
Yeah, and you know what? I think it is clear after this series as well that Xun is comfortable moving around the map. I think especially in game 1, we saw that on the Pantheon where we had this semi-global composition and Xun was everywhere on Pantheon. His Wukong game also really active, all things considered. And so I agree. I would like to see a little bit more of that attention paid towards bot side. In the meantime, Viper is looking like a really strong weak side AD carry in a lot of ways. We praised On and his ability to roam around the map. Viper was, I want to say infrequently, but I might actually want to say never punished effectively for that.
That's the thing, is they put all those resources in games 1 and 2 into trying to trade onto him, and it wasn't happening. He wasn't giving over free advantages. Viper has always been really adept at this. He's kind of the jack of all trades AD carry, the most well-rounded one at the top of the global rankings, if you want to put it like that, where I think a lot of other carries kind of specify in very specific things that they're good at. We saw Elk earlier today, who of course was on BLG previously, be, very dominant in the lane and be really aggressive, but sometimes he can get punished in the mid game, things like that. Viper has never really had that kind of weakness. It is frustrating to see him get caught out a little bit more than maybe he would normally get caught out in a couple of these scenarios, but Viper at his best can do whatever you want him to do. He can play weak side, he can play strong side, he can play the hyper carries, he can win lane, he can do what you need him to do at a high-end level, and especially with a player like On. What I really liked about their early drafts was, okay, Viper gets to play Jhin and Ezreal and gets to be weak side, and On gets to do what he does best, which is roam on the Bard, on the Nico, and really open up the map. It's really just making sure that everybody feels comfortable and plays to their own best playstyle.
Yeah, that game plan really worked out well for them, and it's one of the reasons that I think Awesome also shone so brightly in game number 3 is what happens when you do have a bot lane duo, and specifically when Awesome is on Yunara, and they feel more comfortable taking advantage of the resources that BLG are clearly allocating away from Viper and away from the bot lane. When you have a bot lane on the other side of that can play more aggressive and that is comfortable making plays on their own or with the squad. I mean, I think the Karma pick worked out really, really well. Even though you don't think of Karma as an initiator, the way that Zhuo was playing it actually managed to create a lot of advantages in the lane, if not just smash it outright. We did see some really nice peeling and utility come out of that pick.
We definitely saw Zhuo feel the most comfortable on the Karma in game number 3. I think the other games were difficult for him. That Nami game was really brutal in game number 2, and it's going to have to be a little bit different than that moving forward, but the Karma definitely felt better. I think the ability to open up the map more felt more comfortable for Zhuo, as we saw. The Kiana and the Twisted Fate, I think, help out with that Karma quite a bit to be able to make those more aggressive plays. We saw Care especially get to take advantage of that. This is really the play where everything goes wrong, where On ends up flashing out of the supreme display of talent, puts the ult down onto Viper, and I mean, that's like the desperation play, and it still doesn't work out. Viper's even able to trade 1-for-1 here with Care under the tower, which is like the worst case scenario on a dive like this, because Viper's already used everything in his kit to be able to survive that first dive, so it just really ends up not being good. Like, a lot of these desperation plays from NiP, I think, were self-inflicted wounds, and that's the kind of stuff you want to see them clean up.
Yeah, I do remember vividly the early game when we were like, yeah, well, they said this play had to work. They invested everything in it, and it didn't. And at that point, it seemed like it was really rough, but Awesome did make a pretty big comeback in these team fights where he looked comfortable as, I will say, not the focus. Once he became the focus of fights, things did shift, and NiP had a lot less leeway in these games, in these fights, but well, Awesome was able to play with a little bit of space, be that space that BLG was giving him or that NiP were creating. He did look really, really good.
That's the thing, is Awesome with resources can look good. I don't want that to take away from the fact that I think game 2 Awesome might have been the worst individual game of the series. That was certainly something that really stuck on my mind. I mean, he really, really was just in bad spots, and this Yunara, while effective, was essentially countered at the back end of game number 3. There really wasn't a lot that he could do. Not his fault. I'm not blaming him for that. There's not much he can do in that instance, but you can't put it all on one player. You know, I know we memed on it at the beginning of the show with that reel, with my off-season analysis, right, where, you know, it didn't exactly go according to plan. But one of the things I said in that video is, like, if you're relying on Awesome to be, like, the one guy who can carry on your team, it's going to be harder to win. Like, this team needs to function as a unit more than as, I'm going to pick one player, enable them. They have been more than the sum of their parts in group perseverance, and today it really felt like they were the sum of their parts, which is less scary in the playoffs.
How did we feel about Kair's Twisted Fate?
I think generally I liked it. I think I like the idea of it. And I think certainly the plays he went for early were really good. The ult onto the top side to be able to pick up the kill onto Bin was really effective. And he obviously utilizes the Summoner Spellbook with Exhaust to be able to get out of there as well, which I think is really valuable. I think he made a couple of nice plays. The trade on the bot side wasn't ideal, but he was trying to pull back gold in some of those later fights. I just think that it's Twisted Fate. Right? Like, at the end of the day, you pick this champ so that he can use ultimate and gold card people. The damage is completely negligible. Like, that's what the Sylas and the Kiana and the Yunara were for, and unfortunately, only one of those champions had gold because of this man on the screen right here.
Yeah, Knight had a lot to say about that game, and real credit to him for pulling off the level 1 play topside. I think a lot of people just don't go for that. Maybe haven't had the tape or the confidence or whatever it may be, especially knowing that he was going to potentially miss some of the wave. But that very quickly snowballed for him. The extra gold turning into another 2 kills in mid lane as well. It put LeBlanc on a ridiculous pedestal. And Knight, all credit to him for piloting that pick, one of many, to victory.
3 games, 3 Knight Masterclasses. I mean, player of the series should be relatively easy in this one. He's the best player in the league, one of the best players in the world, and he went out and proved it on some of his signature champions. Again, Kair, I thought, played well in the TF, had a couple of moments on the Aurora with that big pullback in Baron Pip, but it was no match today. The Knight was once again crowned at the top of the ladder, and he has pushed his team on to round number 2, where they have a pretty interesting matchup against the team that won earlier today.
Yeah, that will be something to look forward to. I mean, especially with the form that Knight demonstrated here. He continues to be a bright spot for the roster, and the diversity of playstyle that he was able to exemplify between these 3 picks is actually really telling. We go from Control Mage to Control Mage Hybrid to Assassin, and it's the full spectrum of what you need out of your mid lane. The only thing I need is like a Yone. That's what I want out of Knight, is a Yone.
The only thing I'll push back on, Dia, is I watched these 3 games. I'm pretty sure all 3 of them were Assassins.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's kind of how I interpreted these games with the way that Knight was able to play here today. This guy was just absurdly brilliant. Like, again, I know it gets annoying to hear the glaze of, like, the best players in the world over and over again, but, like, you watch a performance like this and you just get reminded, yeah, that's a top 3 player in the world. Like, that's how they're supposed to play in a series like this, and it's cool to be able to see that even against teams like NiP.
Yeah, they looked really good, and importantly was able to leverage a lot of the leads with the team. A lot of that does come down to team play as well. I think that BLG are doing a really good job of enabling Knight to take fights. They have to do that less on things like LeBlanc and Ahri, of course, where he has the ability to cook up a lot of his own plays like this, but especially on the Ziggs, we saw how important the setup was for Knight to then be able to execute, and I think BLG, they know where their bread is buttered, is a phrase that I'm really fond of.
Definitely. you know who the franchise guy is. You build around Knight. He is the one who is going to elevate you. Knight is the winningest player in LPL history, and he continues to win here in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think that the next match for them will be, like you said, up against Weibo. On the other side of the bracket, the JDG AL series will be what determines whether or when these teams make it into the semifinals, which seems increasingly likely. I actually realized that I wrote this wrong. I completely wrote this wrong. You remember earlier when I was giving us stats about how many quarterfinals Bin and Viper had been to? I just miswrote it. I meant semifinals. So they're better than what I said. Whatever you said, or whatever you heard me say, square how good that is in your head, and that's how good BLG actually are. This is important. I said quarterfinals, I meant semifinals. They don't make it, they don't often drop out of top 4.
That's ridiculous. I mean, it's just ridiculous, right? Like, there's nothing else to say. It's absolutely absurd. And once again, this team is on path. As we see with this bracket, they take on Weibo. Weibo got that 3-0 earlier today against Invictus. Those games were significantly closer, I say, having Weibo still controlling a lot of them. But, you know, BLG are going into this with a lot of confidence, and I imagine that they're going to be feeling pretty good. As for NiP, you see on the lower part of your bracket, they get that rematch against Invictus. They already beat that team in the Knights Road play-in stage here to get into the playoffs. This is very winnable for Ninjas in Pajamas if they could just regain some of their confidence from today.
Yeah, I think that the IG NiP series is going to be some of the best data that we get on quick improvements in the LPL, and specifically on how well NiP are going to be able to do when up against Group Ascend teams more consistently. Just when thinking about what the long-term growth potential of this team is, what does NiP look like after this series going up against a team that they've already beaten and should be able to beat again? How much have they learned? That series is, of course, going to tell us a lot. I think for BLG, this is another scheduled victory for them. The BLG versus Weibo, on paper, and given the results that we saw from both series today, should go their way, and it should go their way pretty easily. It is up to Weibo to disrupt that. Can anyone really stand in the way of BLG, or is it just going to be BLG AL battling it out for the top, as seems to be the story of the playoffs so far? On the other side of the bracket, of course, JDG can disrupt AL, but that seems to be the way that our playoffs are going, K-Man.
Indeed. I think the top 2 feel like they are favorites pretty heavily to go and represent the region at first stand right now, but anything can happen. The LPL is full of surprises constantly, and I may be a coper, I may be a believer, but I still believe in this JDG team. I still think that there is a chance for them to be able to make that shock run and be able to get themselves into top 2 if everything were to go correct. But if BLG play the way they did today, if AL play the way they did in round number 1, you know, those chances get harder and harder to really look at and say, and feel good about, we'll just say.
Yeah, these teams are ridiculous, and we have to keep a look on them and keep talking about them as such. These are not matches that I want to be going into going, oh, well, anyone could win, because that's disrespectful to the amount and the level of play that we are seeing from the very top of the league right now, and defining what LPL looks like in Split 1 of 2026. They've continued to define that today in their series up against NiP, and like I said, I look forward to seeing what NiP can do in the future. That future coming at us very quickly, as we will be returning in what I estimate to be 16 to 18 hours. Since it was 2 3-0s today, it should be about 6-7 hours. So 16 to 18 hours from now, we will be back here live on LPL English to bring you continuing coverage of the playoffs as we seek for the top team. BLG, AL, someone else? We'll find out tomorrow.